Absolutely. Well played, Pooch. That was a sort of serendipity, really, wasn't it? 7 o'clock Monday, the 24th of August. Andy Burnham's just arrived in Ukraine on his first foreign trip. And guess what? This is what he's going to do, right? He's going to give the Ukrainians, he's going to give them the blueprints for some long-range missiles. Right. Now, call me old-fashioned, right? But I don't know much about military tactics and or strategy. However, I would suggest that you don't give the blueprints for anybody to have long-range missiles that they can fire at you, right, in the future at some point if they fall out with you, because that's what's going to happen. So we've now given the Ukrainians the right to fire missiles at us with our own blueprints. Brilliant. Top job from Andy Burnham, the world's greatest political and military strategist. What's a complete and utter plonker. Anyway, Emma Wolf is here. Very good morning to you. Welcome back.
Thank
to
you.
The land of madness. You've been away in the European continent.
Oh, did I? Down in the south of France. Down in the south of France.
South of France.
Causing havoc there.
Excellent.
Back to cause havoc here.
Good.
Now, as you said...
Nice to have you back.
Lovely to be back. Lovely to be back here, but not so great in the UK.
No.
I was just telling Pooch, flight back from Nice, 2 hours, right? Door to door, Heathrow. Travel back from Heathrow to Islington, which is the other side of London, was about 3 or 4 hours.
That's ridiculous.
Passport, every single underground line.
How was coming through customs and immigration? How was that? Was that good or not?
So they found a strawberry yoghurt pouch in my handbag and started scanning it in the bomb machine. Ludo and I were saying, you are seriously serious. I said, take it. It doesn't matter. I didn't know it was in there. It was for my 6-year-old.
Right.
The man put on latex gloves and took this thing. This is how they are trying to punish us or just trying to make any kind of travel so difficult. I said to the man, are you seriously expecting there to be some kind of bomb in that? What's the
Meanwhile,
threat?
there's about 400 jihadis who've just landed in
That's
Dover.
what I mean.
And they're all getting on a bus
then I said
to come to Islington.
Then I said to the official, I said, 100 years ago, men like you were fighting in the war. You're now scanning a strawberry yoghurt. And he got really angry. But how pathetic.
Did he not say, please do not verbally abuse the
verbally
staff?
abuse me,
Because
exactly.
I will consider that to be...
I was practically arrested. It's pathetic, the levels of bureaucracy that we've reached.
Stephen Barrett had a similar experience, I think. He came back from his holidays and he was saying that they kind of practically strip-searched him on the way back through to come into his own country.
To come into his own country. When have you ever seen a white woman with a small child carrying a bomb in a yoghurt in her handbag?
Yeah, strawberry-flavoured, mind you.
Yeah.
Because that's always what
and I just said, look, take it. I don't want it. It doesn't matter.
Right.
And then, of course, I was a real terrorist threat because I was trying to, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
so they did all that. They did all that for a couple of hours.
You're more likely to be locked up for being rude to somebody at the border than you are for terrorism.
Well, once I pointed out that
you get locked up for terrorism, they'll let you out again.
Of course they will.
But if you've been
rude, and give you a house.
But if you've been rude, oh my goodness
especially
me,
if you're English,
you've made us feel uncomfortable with your speech. I mean, really, honestly,
it was hate speech.
Would Mike ever have George G on the show? Says Lou. Well, it's a good question that because we're actually in conversations with George Galloway. About all sorts of things at the moment here on UK Live Online. But anyway, listen, welcome back to Monday. Great to see you back, Emma. Lots to talk about this morning. But
what I thought you were going to say about Ukraine was Burnham's gone there to give them, and you said the blueprint for our, basically all our military codes. I thought you were going to say he's gone there to give them all the money that we need in this country.
Well, he will be doing that as well.
That's what he normally does.
He's going there to actually to chair a meeting, believe it or not, of wait for it, the Coalition of the Willies.
Oh God, not that again.
Part 94. Coalition of the Willing, of course, is what
I thought that died with Starmer.
Well, you would have liked to have seen that, wouldn't you? But I mean, no. Again, it's the sort of last hiding place of the scoundrel. If you're in a Labour government and you go, how are things going? Not very well.
Not very well.
There's a piece in the paper that says we're spending £500,000 a day moving migrants around the country, like from one place to another. So from a hospital to a place of residence, from the hotel to an HMO.
Shocking.
Moving them around, going to doctors' offices, dentists' offices, £500,000 a day.
All by taxi.
A day, right? All by taxi. And so here, Britain has agreed to give Ukraine secret blueprints for a long-range missile that can strike deep behind enemy lines. I mean, do they not know what they're writing?
Do they
deep
know?
Behind enemy lines like Britain.
Exactly.
Right?
Okay, at the moment, Zelensky's a buddy of Starmer and Burnham, whatever we're calling him now, Bum
Burnham, as your son aptly named
I mean, I had someone coming up to me in the supermarket the other day going, oh, I saw your son on telly on the Mike Graham show, and now I call the Prime Minister Bum Bum. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's one thing achieved.
Remember Alan Boom Boom Minter? who was a boxer.
Yeah.
You probably are too young to remember. Ballon Boom Boom Minton from the 70s. We were talking earlier about how...
the title to Marvin Hagler.
That's right, Marvellous Marvin.
Marvellous Marvin.
Who was brilliant. But one for the teenagers there. Yeah. But we were saying we were lamenting the loss of the 70s because we've got a poll out today, which I don't know if we've done yet. But we were basically saying the football season came back at the weekend. What else do you wish would come back? And my first one was good manners.
Good manners,
right,
absolutely.
The second one
Common
was...
sense.
On screen.
Yeah, there we go. Good manners. Keir Starmer, only 4%.
I do.
The 1970s, 29%. A 3-day week, 2%. I said, well, he said that would be for the civil servants. I went, yeah, do you remember they went on strike because they were asked to come back to work 3 days a week?
Wow.
Because they do 2 currently in the office. So is there anything you'd like to have return?
I was thinking about common sense, also look, there's not a bomb in my yogurt kind of thing. But also this whole 1970s, 1980s. I was having a conversation, I'm writing a piece about Generation X, Generation Y, Generation Z, and I thought, stop it, just stop. I get Generation X, that was a title by Bret Easton Ellis, right?
Yes.
This thing about Generation Z, Generation Alpha, so my son was Generation Alpha. Stop it, millennials, all this. Can we just say people born in the 70s, people born in the 80s?
Why do you have to have a catch-all phrase?
But do you know what Generation Y is?
No,
what,
not really.
What am I?
I don't know.
I don't know. What are you?
I'm a boomer, apparently.
Yeah, but that's all been retrospectively applied. Why not just say born in the 60s?
Yeah.
Or born in the pre-war?
Right.
I get the post-war generation.
Yeah.
But these stupid X, Y, Z, A, alpha, beta, whatever, stop it. Stop.
It's the sort of thing they love to do in the Times, isn't it? Where they love to sort of categorise.
I know, but it's become really meaningless because no one knows who Generation Z is.
No.
What, are they 2000?
I think they're now sort of now 18-year-olds. Isn't it? 18 to 24 is Z, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Z, we're an English-speaking channel.
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
We are an English-speaking channel. Yeah, but I don't know if like World War Z, for example, right? Would you call that World War Z?
Of course I would.
Yeah.
Z-E-D.
Z-E-D. Yeah, he's right.
I know, and also Z and Z is the transgender, the gender neutral term.
Oh, is it?
So you don't say Ms and Mr. or Miss and Mr.
Right.
You say Z.
Oh, I thought it was mix. And, when they did that for a while, it was MX, was mix. It sounds like you've got some kind of palsy, but you say something because you can't define somebody's gender. But, but the idea of Burnham going to sort of be in charge of an international meeting tells you how far not just Britain has fallen, but the whole Western world has fallen.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Because you've got people like, Macron will be there, no doubt. I don't think Trump's going because it's a coalition of the willing.
Why would he bother?
Yeah, why? Yeah,
he doesn't bother with that kind of nonsense.
No. But they go, but why? Just why?
And over the weekend, we've seen Burnham with his obsession with mayors. He's now giving all the powers to the mayors over local councils. So he's all about devolution. Yeah. But suddenly, mayor, he still thinks he's the greater Manchester mayor.
The world's greatest bus inspector.
The England.
Yeah, I know. Well, the other thing was another lie of his.
More buses, more stuff about.
Another thing that he lied about over the weekend. He said he would never go to a football match unless he could sit with his mates, in the usual place where he always sat. And of course,
and he was at Everton.
He was at Everton. And where was he? In the director's box. Well, because apparently if you're a Labour Party Prime Minister, you have to sit in the director's box.
Well, that's convenient
because that's
for
what
him.
Keir Starmer did. Rishi Sunak didn't. No. Rishi Sunak went to Southampton Football Club and used to just sit in the stand when he was Prime Minister, right? But not for Burnham and not for Starmer. They have to go in the director's box.
Yeah, and all his MPs have to go up to number 10 North.
Yeah.
In their blooming trains and stay in posh hotels. I mean, literally, what has this man done? He's talked about buses. He's talked about, dealing with the homeless, which he didn't, by the way, do in Greater Manchester, and made a few TikToks. And now he's in Ukraine, giving more of our money away. That's all they do. Zelensky's had so much of our cash. Yeah. It's like having a teenage son or something.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to bail him out again.
Yeah.
Right? After arriving in Kiev this morning, he will chair his first meeting of the so-called Coalition of the Willing. Well, at least they're learning at the Times to call it the so-called Coalition of the Willing, set up by the UK and France to support Ukraine under his predecessor, Sir Keir Starmer. Burnham will use the visit to tell international allies that the UK's leadership on Ukraine will remain steadfast. What does that even mean? Starmer's close relation. I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Well, and there we go, Mike on screen.
What's that? The knob of the North is about to give another 13 billion in foreign aid, which is our money. Exactly.
It is our money.
Exactly. We don't give permission. At no point did anyone say we will continue to give
Who
billions
has said
to Ukraine.
We are willing.
Where is it in the manifesto?
Yeah, I know. I mean, they'll probably say there is something in there about supporting Ukraine and supporting the Western Alliance and all that kind of
the threat from hostile states
but there's
or whatever.
more lies in there, isn't there, about NATO? Because there's no way that this government's ever going to make 2.5% of GDP giving to our defence budget, and there's no way we're going to give any more money to NATO.
And I don't want Ukraine having all these blueprints anyway, because then what if Putin gets them?
Well, what if Putin gets them, or somebody sells them to Putin, because it's a very corrupt country,
Very corrupt
Ukraine,
government.
Right? What happens if they fall into the wrong hands? What happens if they fall into Chinese hands? And suddenly they know exactly what kind of weapons we've got, and then they know how to stop them.
We've had Ukraine.
It's not difficult, this, is it?
No, we've had Iranian hackers, attacking our power plant over the weekend, which was conveniently hushed up.
Do you know what I said about that, though? It didn't do any more harm than the net zero quotient. So actually, it didn't really matter.
Didn't matter.
But it really is. It's absolutely shocking, isn't it? Just
state this
absolutely
country's
crazy.
in.
Other stories, of course, to talk about. This terrible story at the weekend about the 5 youngsters who idiotically drove a car the wrong way down a motorway. And I've seen a lot of social media commentary saying we don't care about these kids.
Well,
and I mean, I don't blame you for saying that, but I do care about the 2 police officers
of course.
who have been killed. PC Tom Clough, PC Matthew Blades died. They were coming up the correct way in a high-speed pursuit, and apparently just minutes before the actual crash, the high-speed pursuit had been called off.
And these police officers, they were in their late 30s.
Yeah.
They were nothing to do with that. And
it's hard
was
to
a
believe
wrong-way
that
crash.
The 5 occupants of the Volkswagen Passat were named as Michael Cahill and Jacob Matusiak, both 23, Mackay Saddington, 18, Theo Ray and Colworthy, both 17. I mean, what's wrong with these kids?
There was some suggestion, I don't think it's confirmed yet, but there was some kind of TikTok game that you can do.
Oh, no, I think so. No, because there was a case, when you were away, there was a similar case in Ireland of kids doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
And apparently there has been evidence on several of these kids' TikTok accounts that they like to go high-speed chasing with the police.
Yeah.
I think this might be the first time they've gone the wrong side of the road. But they like to get chased by the police because they find it a thrill and they try and get away. But
and it is a reminder, isn't it, about what the police do and what they face potentially every day, just being out and about in their cars.
Yeah.
And I was doing a programme yesterday with a former police chief crime commissioner, and he said the thing is, every single day, he said even now there will be police who are out there who have to do another high-speed pursuit. Yeah. They will have to do that as part of their duties today.
I mean, it's one of those things,
it's really scary.
Isn't it, that's always comes up when anything like this happens, when people say, well, is it worth actually chasing these people?
I know.
Because I wonder to myself...
It causes more.
It often causes death and or certainly destruction. And you think to yourself, they can track me every time I go anywhere in my car. They can give me fines for going down a street that I wasn't supposed to go down. They can catch me doing 65 in a 60. You know what I mean? So surely they can trace these people if they've got the car and they know it might be a stolen car, I suppose. Yeah,
but it's also a very dangerous situation if you have kids driving that fast, wrong way down motorways and whatever. I suppose someone has to try and rein the situation. It's dangerous for the public as well.
It is. I know. It's a horrible thing. I can't imagine the mindset of people who think that that's worth doing. I just, you're taking your life in your hands. I don't know what I suppose, old-fashioned method of doing that was.
Joyriding.
Maybe joyriding. Yeah, there was a bit of that.
Stealing a car, driving it too fast through the town centre.
But not driving it down the wrong way, down a motorway, though. That just seems insane, doesn't it? Meanwhile, the dreaded Harry and Meghan.
Yes.
I mean, I can see you can't wait to go to that.
Oh my goodness, this is so much fun. Yeah. When that news dropped, Mike, I was literally there with the popcorn going, this is it. Cancel all other, cancel Netflix.
Well, we've got Kinsey Schofield again today. We'd actually booked her last week to be on Thursday morning.
I watched you guys.
And I said to her, we didn't know, but what a good time to get you on.
Absolutely.
And meanwhile, we've got all these, as usual, this whole drama that surrounds Meghan. Has she?
And the lies. It's the lies, isn't it? Because now we're pretty much all sure that actually this low budget, or not low budget, but is anyone watching The Gentleman? Is anyone watching it?
Well, I mean, funnily enough, the first series, people quite liked it.
Okay.
I mean, I watched a bit of it. It's not bad because Guy Ritchie's a pretty clever guy.
But it always seems something like that, The Gentleman or Suits or whatever it was. But anyway, it now seems that actually the offer wasn't there at all, but her PR people may have put it out there and then pretended it had been withdrawn. Right. I mean, who would give that woman an acting job ever again?
I know. This is the thing. But again, this is what they deal in. They deal in untruths. They deal in PR. They deal in all sorts of things. There's a piece of one of the papers today saying they might only be coming for a year.
Yeah.
Now they might not be coming back.
I still want the answers, and maybe you have the answers to the immigration status.
Yes.
How is it? And I have a friend who's been on a legal route. He's waiting for his E2 visa, and he's had to wait 6 months, and his lawyers are chasing it up, and da da da. Anyway, to move to America.
Right.
Why is it that Meghan is she on a spousal visa? Because she has no
to come to this country.
To come to this country. What kind of immigrant has she been fast tracked? Because she's a sort of royal. Now they want to be, what is it, ex-royal plus or something?
That might have happened, I suppose.
Non-working royal plus.
That might have happened when they were living here the first time.
She was back and forth. She kept when they were dating. She was back and forth.
Yeah.
Did she suddenly get a visa then?
I would imagine when they got married, she would have qualified to get
immediately.
The right to remain here. I mean, the only thing I can tell you is that when I was married,
Bernie Spofford, she was writing. She wrote a really interesting thing on Twitter about how what is Meghan's status, because she doesn't have a visa. How can she come here and then leave and then come back?
Yeah.
Whereas the rest of us can't do that. We can't do that in America.
No,
certainly.
But if you were married to an American, you could. Because
instantly?
you would, not instantly, but you could get a green card, right? Because I was able to get one of those if I wanted to. I didn't need to in the end because I had a journalist visa.
The marriage didn't last long enough?
Well, it didn't last long enough, no. Unfortunately, I'm still waiting for the papers. No, we were married for 14 years.
Oh, okay.
I came back to London after being married for, I guess, 3 years maybe? 4 years. And got all sorts of hassle from Luna House down in Croydon, which is the Home Office, place, who wanted us to go and be interviewed. Oh my goodness. And I was like, well, one, I haven't got time. Two, I really don't want to go to Croydon. Being married. And I said, by the way, this is certainly not a marriage of convenience, quite inconvenient, actually. And in the end, I sort of pulled the old Daily Express, you don't really want me to put this in the paper, do you?
Oh, yeah.
And then I finally, we got it rushed through quite quickly.
Yeah, I did that at the airport the other day.
But I mean, it was a lot easier. I mean, funnily enough, we were running stories at the time of all these marriages of convenience, people coming here from Nigeria, from Pakistan.
Andy McDowell, Gerard Depardieu, that
people
movie.
Getting married, for a cost.
Yeah.
And people turning up, there was queues at registry offices because they were all fake marriages.
When I was at New York in the 90s, there were Russian men there who would have happily got married to, who were marrying our American friends. The whole thing was really out of control for a while.
But I would imagine it's fairly easy for the wife of an heir to the throne to get status to live here.
Yeah, I just think she's been fast-tracked. Yeah, of course.
I mean, in the same way that he would have been able to live in America, but... Still,
but did you notice they came back
but there's a question mark
within the
around
6-year thing?
Yeah, there's a question mark around his status, and there's also a question mark about. Did you see that line about the capital gains tax? That if you stay away for 6 years, you can avoid capital gains tax.
But there's a sweet spot.
There's all kinds of things.
And if they'd stayed in California longer than 10 years, then they would have been hit with all sorts of taxes out there that they would have had to pay.
And my interest in this is purely financial, really, because what I don't want is for the taxpayer, burdened as we are,
to be paying
$5 million a year for their bleeding, protection.
Next to Ukraine, though, it's sort of a drop in the ocean. No, of course not. If they're private, they're private individuals, they should pay for the whole lot themselves.
Yeah. Somebody says here, look, please, no more Harry and Meghan, says Travels by Nova. Enough is enough. Well, the trouble is it's news. It's called news. I know that some people don't like some types of news and they go, don't talk any more about it. Well, I'm afraid we will, and then we'll move on.
But it's a good time to do
fake news,
a promo plug.
Actually,
I am so honoured to have received loads of merch this morning, but obviously bumper stickers and all this. Pyjamas, Mike Graham pyjamas.
Yeah, we can't afford to pay her any money, so we just load her down with gifts.
Yeah. For this book.
Yeah.
Wow, cannot wait. It's going to be Ludo's bedtime reading.
Excellent.
For the next week or so.
He'll get through it in a couple of hours. I was delighted to wake up yesterday morning.
Signed copy.
And thank you to all of you who have bought it. It's now on the Sunday Times bestseller list. Number
amazing.
4 in the paperback
Absolutely
section,
amazing.
Right? And I know it's a very small book, and you've written proper books, which are, really, really long books.
Actually, I think short books are the way to go.
Yeah, I think it's
if
a new
you have
thing.
Something to say it.
Right. Well, I kind of looked upon it.
You could pad this out and make it 300 pages.
Yes.
I actually think, I'll read it first.
Yeah, read it first
before
and let me know
I give you
what
mine.
Because I'm halfway through. I've already got 8,000 words for the second
Amazing.
one, so I'm halfway through, and that's called Total Control, and that's going to be all about the way that the state kind of puts us under surveillance, and that you can't move for them wanting to know what you're doing. Yeah. Whether you've got a smart meter, whether you've got a water meter, whether you're going to go and pay your council tax, all of that stuff. So I'm thrilled. So we're hopeful that I'll have 3 of them by Christmas, and then we'll do a little trilogy box set.
And I'll be joining you at the Free Speech Press.
And you're joining
yeah,
us.
so my deadline is the end of September, so I'm going to try and, like you, churn out 1,000 words a day. Right. Mike Fairclough is amazing.
Isn't he?
Absolutely amazing. He loves my idea, which I'll reveal to you in a couple of weeks, if I may.
All right.
Great. And it is, short books, I think, are the way to go. And people can read them. Because
so we are technically under the same publishing house.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm honoured for that. And also, by the way, I'm going to, this week, we're going to, if we can find some time, I'm going to do the audiobook version.
Oh, brilliant.
As well,
that's so much fun.
Which
I recorded.
Lots of people are looking forward to, yeah.
Yeah, and it's good that you're doing it. I recorded the first 2 audiobooks of my first 2 books, and it was quite a intense experience, actually, just reading out what, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I did one. I did the
intense.
first chapter as a sort of a test to see if they were happy with it at Audible, and they were. So, so we're going to do the whole thing. Yeah, they were. Yeah. So I was going to say, hopefully we can do it this week, and I can do it in snatches. I can do kind of a couple of chapters at a time or something, maybe. So yeah, looking forward to that. And so it's brilliant.
All happening.
It's all happening.
Yeah.
It's all happening. Back to the news.
Yeah.
How about this on the front of the Mail? I thought of you when I read this. It's not safe for children to go online, according to the head of the National Crime Agency. Excuse me. Duh.
How long have I been saying this? How long have I been saying that it is not a safe place?
Well, he just
that it is
discovered
far more dangerous for your child to be in their bedroom, isolated, alone, in a dark room on the internet, with the violence and the porn and the bullying and the grooming. Far more dangerous than it is for them to be out on the streets playing. And if I put my child out on the streets to play, I will have a call, I will have a knock on the door from social services telling me, why is your 6-year-old playing out, using his body, talking to other people in the fresh air? Why isn't he inside hooked to a phone?
Being preyed
of course
upon by
it's far
some
more
horrible
dangerous.
dark figures on the internet.
It's child abuse. Of course it's far more dangerous.
This guy's called Graham Bigger. He should start warning to parents amid rocketing reports of child abuse on social media and gaming platforms. I mean, one of the reasons why this story about the car.
Where did they get that idea from?
That's a social media phenomenon, right? TikTok. Mr. Bigger says the country has already failed 2 generations of teenagers and says enough is enough. Really?
Yes.
Terrifying figures reveal up to 900 cases of suspected child sexual exploitation are flagged every day.
Yes. But
Every day.
But it doesn't even need to be that extreme. Just the basic being addicted to a phone from the age of 4, 5, 6, whatever, is, I think, child abuse.
Yeah.
Because it's deeply, deeply unhealthy. It's deeply antisocial. Yeah. It's, crazy.
It is
absolutely
incredible,
crazy.
isn't it?
I know we disagree on this. I know you wouldn't ban the internet for under 16s. You think that that's fine for them to have smartphones.
It's difficult to do,
Yeah, it's difficult to do.
Listen,
it's difficult to stop kids under 16 smoking. It's difficult to stop, kids joyriding. We don't not do it.
Yeah.
We know what the rules are.
That's an argument the government was making not that long ago, isn't it? That just because something can be got around, if you like, it doesn't mean you shouldn't make it illegal.
We should still have a benchmark
Yeah.
so that we know not normal. It's not de rigueur to give your kids at the age of 10 or 12. It just should be not normal that they have a smartphone.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, I'm not against some of what you say. I'm not saying that we should live in this wonderful free-for-all libertarian society. It would be nice if we could, but we can't, because the world isn't made up of nice people.
We have to prove who we are. It's digital ID.
But that is the problem, right? That's the thing that people are not happy about.
Yeah, I hate all that.
In order for them to say that they can't allow you onto the internet because you're too young, they have to know who I am.
I know.
And that's the bit which
and
starts
I'm
to get
wildly
tricky.
against all that constant digital tracking. It's a complete and utter invasion of every single basic
But as you will see from
right.
my new book, Total Control, actually, it's already happening.
Yeah, of course
they're already
of course
digitally tracking us anyway.
Of course.
It's shocking what they're doing.
Every single time you say yes to anything, any cookie,
Yeah.
suddenly all your private information has gone to 17 more marketing companies.
Exactly.
Like, there's no control.
Exactly. 75 child abuse images on Instagram and 100 on Snapchat every single day. There's been a surge in child abuse material on computer gaming platforms popular with children. The NCA receives around 25 child abuse reports a day from Roblox, which is an online platform where users can
Roblox
play
is
games.
just a pit, a cesspit.
But you keep your son free of all of this.
I do,
I mean,
and
he's
I know
still
it's
quite
going to
young,
get...
And people say, well, yeah, that's fine, but wait till he gets to be about 13
It'll get harder,
or 14.
I know that.
It will get tougher,
Of course it will, of course it will, but I'm not going to just hand him a phone at the age of 10 or 12 and say, oh, well, it's for his own safety. Guess what, Mike? We got to school and home without a smartphone, without a dumb phone, without any phones.
Yeah.
We did. We managed it.
Absolutely
you don't
right.
need it to track your children all the time. And I am with parents all the time whose children are deeply, deeply unwell because of what's happened, because of the groups they've got into. The furries, they're identifying as furries now. All of this stuff is really the social contagion around this stuff. Oh, but they can't communicate if they don't have a phone. Well, they need to learn to communicate. I don't want digital ID, but as parents, as adults, we need to reset what we expect childhood to be.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, no.
It'll all be in my new book.
I don't disagree with you at all. 20 million drivers to hit the road on the busiest ever bank holiday. This is coming up to Frantic Friday. Yeah. Is that at the end of this week?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Fridays and
so, but Fridays, that's normally, what am I doing on Friday? Oh, I think my son's going to go, my son's off to Spain for a holiday. I don't know where he's got the money from because he owes me a bucket load of money and he hasn't given me back yet. But that's another story. I was supposed to pick him up on Friday. I didn't know it was going to be Frantic Friday.
Frantic Friday, especially at airports.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm going.
No, bad.
And you know, it's now £8, I think, to pick somebody up.
You literally can't even wait and move.
If you wait 1 minute in the waiting area. So last time I went and picked somebody up, I actually went and parked in the car park. Because the thing is, if you go into the area where you're supposed to wait, you're only allowed to wait for a few minutes. And then you get moved on. And if you come back around again, it's another £8.
That is
they charge
a joke.
Yeah, they charge you more than once, hey?
More profiteering.
More profiteering. We're going to talk about
Absolutely
profiteering because there are some people in this country that are going to get it on my meltdown today. Just people who are, when you need something really badly and they just gouge you for money. It's absolutely shocking. Vets are going to be in the firing line, as are these tow truck drivers. If you break down, they charge you an absolute fortune. This is my favourite story of the morning, though. Last week when the Prime Minister was apparently pranked by somebody pretending to be the Chief of Staff of the White House.
Donald Trump, and they actually had some messages back and forth.
Yeah, and they had messages backwards and forwards from Andy Burnham. And they're now saying that they worry that this individual might have been paid by the Iranians, right? So the Iranians, while they were hacking the power station, were also hacking into Downing Street. Guess who introduced the hacker and the prankster to the Prime Minister? It was, drum roll, Calamity Lammy. It was David Lammy.
Oh, yeah, of course
David
it was.
Lammy gave the Prime Minister, Mastermind. He gave the Prime Minister the phone number of a fraudster pretending to be Donald Trump's Chief of Staff. I mean, what a complete maniac.
What an absolute plank.
So he thought this woman was Susie Wiles. This is the former Foreign Secretary, by the way, so he presumably must have known Susie Wiles.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It's emerged that former Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Lammy, nicknamed Calamity Lammy, gave the number to Mr. Burnham, believing it to be genuine. Thought he was currying favour with the Prime Minister. So that's him out in the cold for the rest of the time.
What is Lammy up to now?
Well, hopefully not very much. Don't ask him for any phone numbers. Excuse me, David, have you got a number for Donald Trump? Yeah, here it is.
Meanwhile, Starmer's giving his autobiography. No, it was his biography to the House.
Do you know what's interesting? He's the
library.
first Prime Minister to ever give a book about himself, which is not written by him, because all the other biographies they've got are also obviously written by the main sort of protagonists. So every other Prime Minister, it's their own book, right? But he's given Tom Baldwin's book, somebody else's book, right? And as people were saying to me at the weekend, really interesting title for a book, The Biography. Yeah. That's the name of the book.
I know, that is absolutely
is that the best they could come up with?
Is that the best? I could come up with a better one right now.
Let's finish. Should we finish off with the robot games? Because this is quite interesting. And look into the future, because I worry about this, right? This is the 2026 World Humanoid Robot Games in China.
No, this was really alarming. Did you see them? Did you see these robots running?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to show it to you now. Have a look. That's what they're doing. So that's what they're doing in China, right? While we are, worrying about Freaky Friday, Frantic Friday, whatever it is, because there's going to be too many drivers.
Do you not find that? Do you not find that incredibly sinister?
Yeah, yeah. Well, at the end, you see those people walking like soldiers, right? Well, I mean, you know what that reminded me of? It reminded me of Ceuta, down in northern Morocco, with all those people marauding over the border. What's to stop those creatures, robots, whatever they are, can just literally walk across the channel?
There's a swarm.
They could just walk across the channel. Vets need a total overhaul. Pets suffering because people can't afford vet bills ever increase. Yeah, very right, very true.
It's really sad. I was talking to a friend who's got a dog, and he said he's paid thousands and thousands, and it's not. He can't pay anymore. The dog is going to die.
Yeah.
But how can you not?
I know.
I mean, you must feel like that with Ziggy. You can't go, oh, well, I'm not going to pay anymore.
There are now situations where you think, well, is there any point in taking to the vet? Because all they're going to do is the same thing they did last time. And then they're going to kind of, charge you 400 quid for nothing.
But they've got you in a really, really emotionally vulnerable position, is what I mean. And I don't even have animals.
Exactly,
you would pay anything to make your pet not suffer,
better.
even when it's a bit hopeless.
But quite often they're not really very good either, because they don't know your dog, and they don't want to know. No. They don't care about the dog, really. They just care about the money. And it's shocking, absolutely shocking. But just to go back to the robots there for a minute, I am concerned about that more than I am in a way about the rise of the internet, because
but it's all part of the same thing. This is why I don't understand. Why can you see that is really alarming, and yet you think it's kind of okay that everybody's online? I mean, it's all part of this relentless advance of tech that we haven't asked for. Did you see? I'm sure you saw yesterday all the stuff about the glasses, the Meta glasses, where they're filming.
Oh yeah.
So Meta have now brought out these glasses where rather than filming on your phone, which I see all the time, foreign men in the playgrounds filming kids, and I don't know whether they're filming their children or the little girls running around in their swimsuits. So that alarms me. But now Meta have brought out these glasses, and the lid, just like your glasses, but the camera's there.
Oh, really?
The camera's where your little...
Because they tried Google glasses, didn't they, where you could have a screen,
but they look really obvious.
Didn't work.
But now you can film, so like YouTubers don't have to run around with their cameras. They can just...
Wow.
And there is a little flashing light, apparently, to show people that they're filming. But
you wouldn't see it.
The privacy campaigns are saying this is such an invasion of privacy. I don't know whether we're having a private conversation and you're filming me.
Right. Yeah,
I am filming you.
Yeah, we are actually filming you.
And I don't know whether
out to hundreds of thousands of people.
Well, I don't know whether I'm in a changing room and a lady's measuring me for a bra and she's filming.
Yeah.
Or a man's measuring.
Yeah.
Like there's so
there's that
many.
bloke over there in women's dress who's also filming you.
Who's filming you?
Yeah.
Or sitting in the children's library filming the kids.
Yeah.
So that takes the invasion of privacy to a whole new level.
It does. The other funny thing to mention, just on a lighter note to end up with, the guy playing table tennis, the robot playing table tennis, wearing a hat.
Yeah.
Pooch said to me this morning, it's like those pictures you used to see from the nudist camps of the people playing volleyball. There's always somebody in a hat. And it's like, why are you wearing a hat?
Why are you wearing
a hat for? What's the hat for?
You are naked and you're wearing a hat.
And you're wearing a hat. Yeah. Very weird. Anyway, great to see you.
Thank you for
coming back from France. We missed you.
I can't wait to get stuck in.
Yeah, excellent. To the book. Right, well, it won't take you long, as I say. And Emma Wolf there, we will see you next Monday, I dare say, at which point she might reveal what the new book's going to be about. But you can, meantime, go ahead and get my book from Amazon. I've asked some of you if you can find it. I don't know whether you can. If you happen to be passing a bookshop, just go in and see if they've got it, because I haven't yet found it in a shop. But apparently we've sold enough copies for it to be available in the shop, so you should be able to get it. And if you see anybody from the Sunday Times, give them my regards. Let's get some news, shall we, with Edward Hughes.
Hello tributes are pouring in for 2 police officers killed in a tragic A66 crash near Middlesbrough over the weekend. PC Matthew Blades and PC Tom Clough died when a car driving the wrong way collided with their vehicle, also claiming the lives of 5 young men. Families have described the officers as heroes, and fundraising for the bereaved has already topped £250,000. The Knob of the North is heading to Kiev on his first foreign trip, reaffirming UK support for Ukraine and offering help with long-range missiles, despite Russian warnings of consequences. Elsewhere, Iran-linked hackers are reported to have shut down a small UK power plant earlier this summer after a long dry spell, rain and possible thunderstorms are returning this week. And graduates face the toughest jobs market on record as the new university year approaches. Laters, Tigers.
So let's talk about price gouging. Let's talk about Rip Off Britain. Let's talk about the people who prey upon those who know that they're going to have to fork out whatever it takes in order to fix a problem that they have. It could be you're stuck on a road, on the side of a road at night, and your car's broken down, and you have to call a pickup truck to come and get you. And Not everyone, not all of them are like this, but many of them will charge you absolutely as much as they can. They'll max out your credit card. They'll tell you it's going to cost £1,000 to get you from point A to point B because it's the middle of the night and they don't normally work after 7 o'clock and all of that. You don't happen to be in AA because you can't afford the membership, or you're not in the RAC because you can't afford the membership, or your insurance doesn't cover breakdowns, you've got an older car which is broken down and you're stuck there, you're vulnerable, you're a woman on your own, or you're a man on your own, you need to get home, you're tired, you're lonely, you're fed up, right? And they go, that'll be £1,200, and you have to pay it. There is simply no choice. But the reason we're talking about this morning is because Pooch came in and we had a conversation, as we always do first thing on a Monday, talked about the weekend. And of course, you know, the subject of a vets came up because, can I say his name?
Yeah, of course you can.
George, one of Pooch's dogs, has got a little problem, which we are sure will be fine, which we are sure will be hopefully sorted, but he's drunk some bad water, basically, like some dogs do, particularly Labradors. They love to stick their face into things which they shouldn't. I brought Ziggy back from his walk yesterday and my son said to me, he stinks. I said, what do you mean he stinks? He's rolled in something. And I don't think he had, anyway, but there was something attached to his chops, which he'd got his face into, which we had to clean off. But, you know, that's what they do. They're wonderful, beautiful, gorgeous creatures. George is an incredible dog, lovely, jumps around, very friendly. Had somehow swallowed something which is not appealing to him very well, and he's, you know, got to have himself sorted out. Got tubes in him, got an IV. The vet, right, comes up with a bill before they do pretty much anything else, right? £1,500. £1,500. Now, that's an awful lot of money. In anybody's book, that's more money than a lot of people make in a month. And that's the bill for what would be probably regarded as less than a few hours of treatment. And obviously when you're the parent of a dog, because that's what we call ourselves, we are like their parents, you're going to pay the money because it's not a choice. You don't have a choice. The dog isn't well. The dog's sick, needs to be fixed, needs to be given some help medically by a trained veterinary person. But they take the mickey, and I think it's disgusting. And I want to hear from all of you, and I want to hear your stories this morning because I know that you'll have plenty. The amounts of money that people are charged to have their dogs and their cats and their rabbits and maybe even their gerbils sorted out. Vets are charging too much money. It's as simple as that. And something has to be done about it. But I want to hear your stories this morning because I'm sick to death of being price gouged out of existence. Oh, look, there's George and Missy. Look at those two. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Great picture. So we wish George well, of course. I'm sure he will be fine. But, you know, we have the same problem with Ziggy. You know, he had a bad paw a couple of weeks ago. Should we take him to the vet? Well, first of all, there wasn't a vet that was open because they don't work on a weekend. And then we thought, I know, get a mobile vet. That'll cost you even more money. But they didn't work on a Sunday. Come back to us on a Monday. Well, it might be too late by then. What are you supposed to do? What on earth are you supposed to do? And if they'd said it'll be £2,000, of course you're going to pay it. Hev Chip says, my dog's painkillers are £100 a month. When the vet couldn't order anymore, I was told to give him paracetamol, which costs less than £1 a month. Exactly. If you use human drugs on dogs, and I'm not suggesting that you do, but people do, insurance, £161 a month, says Kirsty, and then 20% to pay every time you go to the vet and get a bill. I rang an out-of-hours vet yesterday to arrange for them to see my dog, says Matthew. Whether it was 5 minutes or half an hour, the minimum charge was £310. Decided to have an online consultation instead for £28. Yeah. That's a good one, actually. I didn't know you could do online consultations. I took my dog to the vet last year for an ear infection, £110. After I paid, I asked if I could use the loo, and they said no. Well, you know what I would have done?
Yeah.
It's just got in the corner and said, sorry, that was a dog. £350 for a tyre replacement call-out. Vers are so bad. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. And this is the thing, you know, when you're in the shtuk, right in the creek without a paddle, as it were, you get victimised, you get absolutely ripped off. And I think it's time we started calling these people out. Vets, pickup trucks, car dealerships, car hire people. You know, imagine if you bring a car back to the wrong place when you've hired it and they charge you a pickup fee. I had to have one of my guinea pigs put to sleep on a Sunday, £350 call out, £80 on top for the deed. Scandalous, but had to do it because he was suffering. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It's really horrible, actually, what they're charging. They shouldn't be allowed to do it. Absolutely ridiculous. Els Bells, thank you for that. Anyway, that's my meltdown for the day. Let's get it fixed. Wow. I know we're going to get loads of stories on that today because it's sometimes you just hit upon something and it's clear that everybody's had the same experience. Absolutely dreadful. Meanwhile, let's go back to Kinsey Schofield, who's off in California for us. Kinsey, very good morning to you.
$8,000 for Little's dental at the vet, and then I was dreading taking his brother because I have Maltese Yorkies, so they already are going to have dental issues, you know.
Right.
So I was dreading taking his brother. What a relief that one was only $6,000.
Wow.
But I still have two more that I have to take in for dental, and I'm like, it's insane.
$14,000 for two dogs.
Yes, just to have their teeth cleaned and their mouth all, you know, made nice, and it's just and they're so sweet. Like, you know, this is something you have to regularly do with these dogs, but they would never tell you if they had a tooth that hurt or something. You know, they just keep going and playing. So I'll do whatever I have to do to make them happy, but I can tell you that I limp out of the vet myself.
Yeah, I bet you do. It's absolutely shocking. I mean, it sounds worse there than it is here. But we've got the same situation. Every time you walk into a vet, it's hundreds rather than thousands, but without them even doing anything. I mean, my dog, Ziggy, has had a constant kind of flaring up of his paws and his ears every now and again since he was born, you know, because it's just what he has because he's a Labrador. And they never have worked out what it is. Then they wanted to put him on a series of tests to see whether or not he was allergic to things. They were like, well, we won't know. And then then they decided he was allergic to chicken. Then they decided it might be a kind of a yeast infection. Then they decided, you know, they just didn't know. But every time we went and asked them, it was another $400 or $500. It's ridiculous.
Oh, that little, still, the one that's $8,000. I always say you're my most expensive dog. We still don't know what his skin issues are. So I give him medicated food, which is like $60 a bag. He takes, I heard somebody complaining about the $100 or 100 pound a month medicine. He's on allergy medicine, which is 100 pounds a month at least. Yeah. And they cannot tell me what he's allergic to.
Yeah, because they don't know. Because they never do. And they just keep pretending that they're going to find out as long as you just keep shoveling money their way, you know? It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
Ridiculous. Anyway, talking about shoveling money to people, what about the latest situation? I mean, we've spent the whole weekend now recovering from the shock news on Thursday morning when we last spoke to you about Harry and Meghan returning to the UK. I've now seen a whole series of different stories, some of which say they're only coming for a year, some of which say, oh, she's going to be in The Gentleman with Hugh Grant, then she's not because they haven't cast it yet. But then they only suggested she might be in it in order to get some publicity. I mean, you know, the drama continues, right?
This is exactly why the Prince and Princess of Wales want nothing to do with this pair, because wherever they go, chaos follows. They are a hurricane. And William and Catherine want to stay above the fray. And I do think that that's why we love and respect them, because they never become involved in any sort of drama. I mean, Harry tries to drag them down. Harry tries to throw them under the bus, but they always seem to stay above the fray. And I think that we really admire that. So I said on Friday morning to Inside Edition, I said, Harry and Meghan exaggerate everything. I highly doubt that Meghan Markle's the next Bond girl. You know, big role coming soon. They trying to allude to the fact that Harry and Meghan were moving to the United Kingdom for this huge opportunity for Meghan, which we know from an industry standpoint and from a media standpoint is trying to distract from the fact that people like me are saying, is this not an example of the American dream failing?
Yeah. Like
Harry and Meghan's American dream has absolutely crumbled, and that's why they're crawling back on their hands and knees to daddy. But poor Thomas Markle, though, is saying, am I not good enough? Why are you going to be with King Charles and I still haven't met my grandchildren? But I felt like that article, that the leak that she was talking to Guy Ritchie about The Gentleman was just a diversion to distract from the fact that Hollywood has been a colossal failure for the pair. And then you get the line that she actually no longer has this offer, you know, available to her because the backlash was so harsh. And then her team comes back out and argues that that's not true. She's still in talks with them. And I believe it's the Times or the Telegraph, one saying it was never really that serious. She's just using it to try to drum up some acting roles for her in the United Kingdom. And you just think, like, if these two put this much energy in an actual 9 to 5, imagine what they could do. But instead, they're constantly trying to manipulate the media and generate headlines. And attention is Meghan's currency, but ultimately, it's not going to pay for a third house.
No, it really isn't. And meanwhile, of course, we still don't really know what the real reason is. We touched on it on Thursday. Is there a problem perhaps with his visa in the US? Is there a problem with them wanting to get out of America because they don't like Donald Trump anymore, which clearly is nonsense? And also, what about the security aspects of their return, if indeed it is a return? And the other story, which says they might not be coming back for a long time, they might just be coming back for a year.
Well, that's why I think that I don't believe that the British taxpayers should be forced to help contribute to Harry and Meghan's security, because they're so, in my opinion, entirely schizophrenic about everything. Remember, they were originally, well, if you want to go way back, Meghan Markle told the entire world that she was quitting her job and she was dedicating her life to the British royal family. So there is, lie number one, because she doesn't stay for I think she was a working member of the royal family for 17 months. Then they tell us they're going to Canada. Then they tell us they're going to the United States. Then we heard rumblings before the move to, or before they announced they were moving back to the UK, we heard rumblings that they could be looking at Australia. I still believe that there is an interest in Australia based on the amount of propaganda I'm seeing them feed to the Australian media. Why should the British taxpayer be expected to pay for these two people that aren't living a life of service, haven't dedicated themselves to something bigger than themselves, and are kind of like schizophrenic and where they're going next? Like, why should you pay for these people that aren't committing themselves to you and your country? And actions have consequences. You quit your job, you lost your security, and you have to navigate that difficulty. That's what I feel like they should have to accept.
Yes, exactly. Latest from the Telegraph this morning says that the chickens, famously made stars of the Netflix show, are going to be keeping themselves in. They're going to stay in California. They're not going to bring them to Britain. Well, that's a relief, I suppose. We've got enough chickens here. And we don't want chlorinated chickens from America coming here. As you know, we don't like that sort of thing. Apparently, they're going to be an international couple, they say, which is why they're leaving the chickens in California. I mean, what does it mean?
Well, thoughts and prayers to the chickens, because remember, Meghan left her dog behind in Canada.
Yes.
One of her dogs mysteriously broke its legs as soon as she got to England. Yeah, and we never heard the full details of who was irresponsible enough to allow that to happen. And she just dumped one of her rescue pets in Canada. I mean, I'm hoping that she occasionally checks in with this thing. But, it's my understanding that she didn't want the burden, in my opinion. She says the dog couldn't travel. When you are marrying Prince Harry, you're literally you're telling me you couldn't have had a private jet pick up that dog and give it the best care possible to get it over to the United Kingdom?
You remember, we didn't play it last week, but I saw the video. I was reminded, I'd forgotten about it, the Freedom Flight video where they're leaving the UK and he's kind of larking about, and there's her mother and there's Meghan and there's a dog on the plane, right? So they're on a private jet with a dog, so it can be done.
Right. Yeah, and let's not forget that's Tyler Perry offering them his private jet. Tyler Perry, I believe, allowed them to stay in his house for free for 3 months.
Yes.
When they first relocated to America. And I think that they are getting help in staying with someone for free in this instance too, at least initially. I have a name. I'll tell you offline because he's a prominent person. But I have been given a name of somebody that might be helping put them up for a little while when they first relocated to the UK. And you just sit back and think, how entitled are you to? Like, get a freaking job. Get a job. pay your own rent.
Yeah.
Why do you think that everything should be given to you and free? Like, that's not the reality of life, especially for quitters.
No, exactly right. And it's almost like they're being sort of, 40-something-year-old sofa surfers, right? You're supposed to have got your own house by this time. You're supposed to, especially when you've been left several tens of millions of pounds by, your family. But the other story, of course, today is Harry parting ways with that charity Sensibali in the, is it Sensibali or is it the other one? He first got involved in a few years ago. And that's all happening sort of quietly beneath the radar, isn't it?
Well, what we anticipate with that is Sensibali suing Prince Harry for defamation and libel. So over the next few weeks, we could get a better understanding of if that will actually go to trial or if Harry will break his back to settle it, because it's my understanding that the discovery in a defamation case like that could absolutely destroy Prince Harry reputation-wise. Don't forget, Dr. Sophie Shandaka accusing Prince Harry of racism throughout this process.
And bullying,
misogynoir, I think is how the word that I'd learned for the first time in my life. And she said she felt like he was treating her differently, treating her poorly because she was a Black woman. And, there could potentially be WhatsApp messages, text messages, or emails that could help her build that case against him. So he's going to want to settle this case. He doesn't want another Daily Mail on his hands where he's having to cough up millions of dollars, millions of pounds. But he will likely want to settle that case to avoid the humiliation of what could come out evidence-wise.
Well, quite. And I mean, he's only got a week, I think, to come up with his portion of the $9.5 million that has to be paid out to the Daily Mail. And I'm sure they won't be waiting long for that. They'll be knocking on the door. But there's another operation that he was associated with called African Parks, which he was, I think, a director of, a charity. He's parting ways with them as well.
Oh, well, I mean, this is a long time coming. I've been talking about this. I've been trying to talk to African Parks, or to Survivors International about this, because Survivors International has been calling for Prince Harry to step down from this charity. This charity was investigated by Sherry Blair, Tony Blair's wife. She's told us that she's not allowed to define exactly what her investigation discovered. However, this organization has been accused of sexual assault. They've been accused of physical abuse. One woman says she was trampled to death by some of these rangers and lost her baby. I mean, there are so many scandals involving this charity that it's been, Harry, you should have done this years ago. Honestly, I'd say too little too late in trying to separate yourself now from this scandal-plagued organization.
It really is extraordinary. So, I mean, we're told they're supposed to be coming here before the end of this week. Is that still the time frame, as far as you know?
I never know with these two weirdos. they love to pop up out of nowhere and give everybody a scare. So we'll have to see when they show up. But school starts pretty soon, and they won't want their children to be late getting into school. I imagine it's already going to be such a traumatic transition going from American schools to a British school, far away, without your friends, without your familiar, teachers and places. So without Meghan Markle, remember when she claimed in that article that she kept snacks and lunches in her back seat to stop and give the homeless people in Montecito on the way to drop her kids off at school, because there's so many homeless people in Montecito waiting for Meghan's snacks. But
especially after a mudslide.
Yeah. So life's going to be very different for them. Hopefully they get there soon enough to give the children a chance to settle in. But, I was surprised to see Thomas Markle quoted in the Daily Mail just about how upset and devastated he is. He really feels he's been in the United States recovering from his amputation. And he said he really thought when he went back to the United States that Harry and Meghan might reach out and try to see him or give him some sort of comfort. And he is devastated now to realize, learning on CNN, by the way, that they are moving to the UK, and he is worried that he'll never meet his grandchildren. He said one day they're going to ask about me and they're going to wonder why they didn't meet the not king grandpa.
Right. I know, isn't it weird? It's the whole thing is just very weird. The Mail today's got quite a funny spread about Team Sussex versus Team Wales and the various celebrities that line up on either side. I have to say, I think Team Wales wins by about 100%, doesn't it? I mean, the people on Harry's side are just kind of, pretty low rent characters.
I mean, I think about it, this is the worst example I probably could say out loud, but it's all I got right now. Bill Clinton and Hillary versus Roger Clinton. Harry's giving Roger Clinton vibes.
Yeah, he is. It's very true. Yeah. And for those of you who don't remember Roger Clinton, he was not known for anything good. Let's put it that way, shall we say? Perhaps leave it at that. But yeah, extraordinary times. Let's play this just to take us away for a moment from the world of the royals. I don't know if you saw this clip. I just thought we'd play it because it's quite funny. John Barrowman was on a plane, apparently, I think it's a new service, travelling business class, wasn't happy. He's a former Doctor Who star. Have a look at this.
Hi, American. We have paid for the flagship service, 3 of us, 1, 2, 3, my father and my husband behind, and the tickets were very expensive, and we get on thinking we'd get pajamas with the flagship service, then you apparently only give them to the first 2 rows in business class flagship service. What's that all about? So far you're not batting very high, meal order wrong, then told we don't have exactly what everybody else is getting on the flight when we all have flagship service. Can you explain? Thank you.
I don't know if you know John Barrowman, but he's getting a lot of abuse for moaning. Because I can understand why he's moaning, but just don't do it in public,
Exactly. You're the type of person that has a team that can pick up the phone and make a call that handles this quietly and privately. The fact that you want to put this on social media and that you want this to be, I guess you're looking for headlines. I don't know. I would not complain about, I could complain. I didn't get personalized micro pajamas today and I know Emma did.
Well, it's a T-shirt, but we can't send them to America. But you'll have to, next time you come in, we'll save one for you.
But yeah, that's just absolutely ridiculous. It makes him look so small. And he should behave himself. Meghan Markle's gunning for his Doctor Who job.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she turns up as a Cyberman or possibly a Dalek.
You never know.
We could get old Harry in as Davros, couldn't we? Be half man, half Dalek. We're quite fun. Now, we've also got the start of the football season this weekend, and we were asking people if you enjoyed having the football season back, what else have you missed? And according to our poll today, the top of it actually is good manners, and I know you'll probably be one of those who would agree with that. Keir Starmer, only 3%. The 1970s, so long ago you won't remember them, 28%. And the 3-day week, which we used to have here when we didn't have any power back in the 70s, 2%. So the return of good manners, I think we would all like that, wouldn't we?
I love good manners. I try to have good manners. I thought you were asking what people miss about the football season, and I was going to say the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. I was a junior Dallas Cowboy cheerleader.
Were you?
I used to cheer. Yes. I used to cheer on the field with the big cheerleaders when it was Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin, and Emmett Smith.
Oh, wow. I remember
Deion
Troy Aikman.
Sanders.
Wow. I was going to say, have you got any pictures, but I thought it might sound a bit creepy. But Poochie just said, is there any video of it?
There might be video of me dancing to Toby Keith, so I should have been a cowboy during halftime, but I definitely have pictures.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll have to show us those next time you're over. Which is going to be when, by the way? When are you coming to stay for an extended period?
When I find out when Prince Harry's on his way, that's when I'll be on my way, because he's my beat, but he's being very secretive about this. I'm trying to build my trip around Wellchild, and Wellchild won't announce the award ceremony until a few days before the award ceremony. So my bags are packed. They're ready to go.
Excellent. Brilliant. Fantastic. Well, listen, kids, you can't wait to see you again. Hopefully it will be sooner rather than later. And lovely to see you this morning. Thank you so much. Kinsey Schofield, ladies and gentlemen, giving us the lowdown.
He's had to go to another vet. From the vet, he's got to go to another vet. Vet.
Why?
Who will charge as well.
Yeah, so the 1,500 wasn't enough then?
4 a.m., 1,500.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be whatever the other vet.
Oh, look at him. He doesn't look happy, does he? Poor boy. Well, we're sending him our best vibes that we can. And I don't mean the kind that Andy Burnham's got. I mean proper vibes. Really good ones. We've got Colonel Bob Stewart to talk to in a moment. Let's get some news, though, first up with Edward Hughes.
Hello tributes are pouring in for 2 police officers killed in a tragic A66 crash near Middlesbrough over the weekend. PC Matthew Blades and PC Tom Clough died when a car driving the wrong way collided with their vehicle, also claiming the lives of 5 young men. Families have described the officers as heroes, and fundraising for the bereaved has already topped £250,000. The Knob of the North is heading to Kiev on his first foreign trip, reaffirming UK support for Ukraine and offering help with long-range missiles, despite Russian warnings of consequences. Elsewhere, Iran-linked hackers are reported to have shut down a small UK power plant earlier this summer after a long dry spell, rain and possible thunderstorms are returning this week. And graduates face the toughest jobs market on record as the new university year approaches. Laters, Tigers.
Edward Hughes there with the news. Thank you very much indeed. We've got loads coming up. By the way, got a nice message here from somebody who calls himself SRU 1974. Doesn't have a name, but he's just arrived in Paphos in Cyprus, believe it or not. And a very good omen has made an appearance in the hotel lobby. He's standing in the hotel lobby and there's a picture of a heron on the wall.
Nice.
Looking forward to the show. That's another win. I'll be in time to start the show with you, so that's very nice. And lots of really nice messages coming in actually on Substack from yesterday, because we did. If you haven't joined our Substack yet, you can of course do so. It's very easy. You sign up and become a subscriber. If you're a paid subscriber, you get even more delights than you would otherwise get. And so yesterday, in addition to Ask Mike, which is where Ziggy and I sit around answering questions for you in the living room, we also sent out the weekend a kind of a best of clips of the week type thing, which we're hoping to do sort of every second week probably at the moment, because it's quite sort of labour intensive, as you say. Now here's one from where are we? Julie. Who said this? I'm one of the old diehards of Britain. I worked all my life for peanuts. I'm now approaching my 64th year. I don't mind various races, religions sharing my country as long as they respect it and pay their way, but not all of them feel the need to do so. All I want is fairness for all and a strong government, but I'm so damn sure we're failing with this ridiculous Labour government and Andy Burnham's obsession with nothing more than buses. I think that's right. I think a lot of people feel the same way. Absolutely. We got lots of other messages coming on Substack, which we'll read as well. And keep the messages coming on the YouTube chat too, which is currently running at around about 12,500 people. So do hit that like button as well. Let's get the likes up to, is it 13 now? 13. Yeah, I'm running slightly behind. But we've got Colonel Bob Stewart to speak to on this very auspicious Monday, the 24th of August. Colonel Bob, very good morning to you.
Hello, Mike. Good morning.
Good to see you.
Monday.
Happy Monday indeed to you. Now, you might say I'm a bit of a Philistine when it comes to military matters, and I bow to your obviously superior knowledge, but it seems to me when I read the front page of the Times today that if we're handing blueprints for long-range missiles to Ukraine, doesn't that sound slightly like an odd thing to do, given that, you know, they might be our friends now, but what if they're not our friends in the future and they've now got a blueprint from our military to give either to our current enemies or to have stolen from them by our current enemies?
I don't know. To be honest, I would have thought they would have preferred for us to give them, long-range missiles rather than blueprints. But yeah. They've got a big problem with getting enough missiles, that's for sure.
Right. But I mean, isn't there a danger of the blueprints falling into the wrong hands, or them, and if the wrong hands discover how our missiles work, that they can then figure out how to stop them working?
Well, yes, you're absolutely right. We don't really want any blueprints of any of our technology getting to the Russian hands, for example, or Chinese hands, or Iranian hands, and that is a possibility. If they lose. If Ukraine loses, heaven forbid, they might well lose all the blueprints as well. We would lose the blueprints.
Yes. I mean, the thing is as well, with what is going on today, we've got Andy Burnham pretending, sort of cosplaying as an international statesman, going out to Ukraine, where he's going to host a coalition of the willing meeting. It doesn't fill me with joy, that, I'm afraid. He doesn't strike me as a man who understands international affairs or indeed military strategy.
No, the situation now with the government is pretty appalling, actually, in my view. I mean, Andy Burnham's been dealing with fluff since he's become Prime Minister. The real problem is that, we've got a real economic crisis in this country. In addition, we've got to sort out how we can deal with welfare. It's got to be cut hugely. And Burnham has not just addressed the elephant in the room, which is exactly that. That's what the people want. They want our standard of living to be increased much better than it is now, because it's pretty appalling compared with what it used to be. And Burnham's just avoiding it. And he's saying things like, we're going to have to make some pretty harsh decisions. Well, when? You should actually start making them now, because actually that's what's required.
Well, doesn't it seem clear at the moment that his speciality is to kind of kick everything into the long grass? He more or less kicked his Prime Minister's appointment into the long grass. He waited until Parliament was shut down for the summer before he kind of officially took over. He didn't want to have any scrutiny on his policies. Almost all of the difficult decisions that he says he wants to make, he keeps putting off, like the North Sea, like the contribution to the defence budget, like welfare. Every single major issue that he seems to have to deal with has been sort of put off for months, and instead he just keeps giving away free bus passes.
I mean, frankly, this is just, as I mentioned earlier, fluff. Yeah. We actually require a Prime Minister that's prepared to make some pretty hard decisions and get his party in line. He's absolutely terrified, I presume, by the backbenchers who will refuse to allow him to reduce the amount of money spent on welfare. Yeah. Goodness me. I mean, the rest of us actually have to pay for that. And it's wrong. We require a Prime Minister now that's actually going to grab the reins properly, sit in the seat, and make some decisions that will actually affect all our lives.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? And you mentioned Iran a little while ago. There's a story at the weekend saying that there was a cyber attack which shut down a small power facility in the UK last month. Security officials say it was a warning shot by Iran that sent a message about its ability to attack critical British national infrastructure. That sounds a bit worrying to me.
Well, let's be quite clear. Russia, Iran, North Korea, are all these sort of nations are putting a huge amount of investment into actually attacking our country already. We really are at war by other means now. It's not armies facing one another. It's actually bringing down our infrastructure. And clearly, this happened. I think it was in Estonia in 2007. And the Russians brought down the entire country just by a cyber attack. The cyber attacks are very, very serious. And we are quite good, I understand. We are quite good at deterring or dealing with them when they occur, but they are occurring on a massive scale daily.
Yeah. And that is part of the problem, isn't it? Because they only, as they used to say in the old days of the IRA, they only have to be lucky once. We have to be lucky all the time.
Yes, well, that's exactly the way dealing with terrorism occurs. And these people have to be lucky once, so they could actually bring down the entire country. I mean, say, for example, they stopped electricity in the country somewhere. Everything would go to grinding halt, everything. And that would, from the hospitals to the railways, to the lights in our houses, to cooking, everything would go down. Yeah. And so protecting our sort of grid is a hugely important thing that our government must do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, do you feel confident that we have enough security around all of that sort of technology? Because it doesn't seem as though we have much security around anything. I remember hearing a story a few weeks back in terms of the defence of the realm, if you like, that if there were to be any kind of drone attack, for example, on our shores, we haven't really got the wherewithal to defend it for more than about a week.
Well, I'm not sure we've got the wherewithal to defend it at all, actually, because we require missiles to take these damn things out, and we haven't got them. Right. So I mean, we are just extremely weak in that respect. But we're weak in conventional forces. We're weak. My family, two of my own children are serving at the moment, right now. So I've got a sort of dog in this fight.
Yeah.
I'm not prepared to say what they say because they might get into trouble. But I
Right.
mean, I could tell you, our armed forces are in a parlous state. Our defences against things like cyber attacks aren't adequate. The only good thing I can say is that in that respect, is that I think our security services are world beating,
Yeah.
and GCHQ is magnificent, absolutely magnificent. But actually, we ain't got enough of it to deal with the threats that we're facing now, and they are increasing every single week.
Yeah, I mean, should we not be looking at doing something like they did in the UAE, which is to go to the Israelis and say, you know, that Iron Dome thing you've got, or whatever you want to call it, you know, can we have some of that, please? And how much would it cost? Should we not be trying to protect ourselves in the same way?
That'd be jolly good, but it would need a pretty big Iron Dome to cover the whole of the United Kingdom. I think it would be magnificent. The Israelis have got it pretty well, but even so, they get breaches. They get breaches all the time, and missiles do get through. But I personally think that the threat from cyber is probably the biggest threat we face at the moment.
Yeah. We were just watching as well, I don't know if you saw the footage from China, where they've got the World Humanoid Robot Games going on, which is something quite extraordinary, where they've got robots doing everything from running around a track. I think one of them ran faster than Usain Bolt. Some of them blow up, some of them fall over. They've got robots playing table tennis, boxing. Then the scariest ones at the end, walking in a kind of formation, like an army, like a robot army. I mean, we're not far away from that sort of thing, are we?
No, we're not, actually. In a way, I prefer robots to be killed than our soldiers. But I could quite see that we would have robots. The military have been playing with this idea for a very long time. You know, robot soldiers, etc. But I mean, the truth of the matter is, as I know from my experience, which is quite old now, in the end, you require to have human soldiers on the ground if you're going to do anything.
Yes. Well, we made that mistake, didn't we? Sort of in the say 10 years ago, or possibly in that kind of period, where people from the Ministry of Defence kept saying, you know, we won't really be needing any regular army personnel because it's all going to be cyber attacks, it's all going to be about robots. And they kind of stopped recruiting people and they stopped spending money on actual hardware, thinking that it was all going to be done in a computer room. And I'm afraid that's proved to be rather short-sighted, isn't it?
Yes, it has. But I mean, the truth of the matter is we need everything and we can't pay for much. That is the problem. We need soldiers, we need airmen, we need sailors, we need ships, aeroplanes, and armored vehicles. Even the tank, they actually suggested the tank was finished, but I don't see tanks disappearing from conflict in the world at the moment. They're still there.
Yeah.
Although I must say, if I was in a tank in Ukraine, I would not be particularly happy because they're so easily identified by these drones. And, you know, we've got drones in the Ukraine now that are apparently can identify individual people. So commanders' faces can be, and then the next thing is they have their head blown off. I mean, I'm told that that's happened. I haven't seen evidence of it, but that's what people are suggesting.
Yes, and I think with every month it goes past, more and more of these things are getting more and more sophisticated as well. And what's your kind of estimation of the power that Russia currently have? Is it because I was talking to someone who's been in Russia recently, saying that the whole kind of nation as a whole has become empowered in a way by this war because they've become much more self-reliant as an economy. They realise that they can't rely on Europe or any other part of the world really, apart from India and China, to make sure that their economy is running smoothly. They're making quite a lot of money selling oil, and there's no chance at the moment that they are using up all of their hardware militarily any faster than the Ukrainians are.
Well, people have been saying that the Russian economy is absolutely on its knees.
It's not,
and that of course it's not. It isn't. It's obviously not. And your point that it's slightly empowered the Russians, unlike us, are very used to having little and continuing under huge pressure. The Russian people are quite used to that sort of situation. And also, they're very, very nationalistic.
Yeah.
People say, get rid of Putin and we might solve the problem. I doubt it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the people in Russia support Putin, at least 50% more, maybe more. And
Yeah.
also the people that surround him. Actually, if we get rid of Putin, we just get a Putin Mark II.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, they're very proud, they're very nationalistic, and, you know, in many ways there's much we could learn from the Russian people, I think. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, the weekend that the Russian ambassador to the UK was withdrawn and taken back to America, taken back to the Kremlin, by the way. Andrei Kelin is his name. I wonder if you could throw up a picture of him. There you go. The reason I highlight this is because a lot of people think he looks exactly like me. And therefore, I could be mistaken for the Russian ambassador. And people have wondered whether, in fact, there's some connection. I can assure you that there is no connection. There's no Reds under the bed. I've not been offered any rubles to do anything anti-British. But is that significant, do you think, that they've withdrawn the ambassador?
Well, it clearly is. I mean, I met the Russian ambassador when I was an MP. He doesn't look in any way like you. Yeah, you're far better looking.
Thank you. Very kind.
But also, he, on the face of it, he's quite a reasonable guy,
Yeah.
and he argues his case well. But maybe he's said something or done something that the Kremlin doesn't like, and he's either been summoned back to have his wrist slapped and then
Yeah.
put back into position, or he's been summoned back and actually they're going to replace him.
Yeah.
Either way, let us be under no illusion that the Russian ambassador is a tool of Putin in this country.
Yeah.
So he thinks very carefully, and he always follows the party line.
Yes, absolutely. And so as we prepare to see Andy Burnham host his first international meeting, have you got any words of advice for him?
Have I got words of advice for Andy Burnham? Well, the only thing I can say is take advice from people that know what they're talking about.
Yes.
And I'm quite sure there are enough of those. In military terms, we've got some really first-rate senior officers running the military. Encourage them in the truth. Problems when I was in 30 years ago, too many senior officers became too political. And in consequence, they told politicians what they felt they wanted to know because they felt their advancement depended on it. Pray God that our senior officers now are more prepared to tell politicians the truth. And the truth is, our armed forces are in a perilous state. The truth is, our economy requires to be sorted out. And the actual real matter that's very, very important is that our Prime Minister requires to make some very, very difficult decisions for him and the Labour Party. Oh dear. Hello?
We sort of, Colonel Bob was there for a bit longer.
Now buckle up everyone, I'm going to tell you about one of the most blatant acts of deception right at the heart of government, and it involves stamp duty evader Angela Rayner. Listen carefully. Angela Rayner's department has destroyed evidence. Not accidentally misplaced it, I mean deliberately wiped everything. Every single submission that went to the working group which wrote Labour's new anti-Muslim hostility definition has been deleted. Now we only know this because Shadow Minister Nick Timothy forced an answer under the Freedom of Information Act, and they told him that there's nothing left. No documents, no names, no trail, nothing. Now when a government wipes the record clean on something as important as this, you definitely don't just accept it. You ask the question that they clearly don't want asked. What were they so desperately trying to hide that they had to get rid of the evidence? To give you a bit of background, Labour came into office promising an official definition of Islamophobia. Angela Rayner, as Community Secretary, set up a working group chaired by Tory Wet Dominic Grieve. The group was supposed to take evidence, listen to a range of voices and supposedly produce something balanced. What they produced was rebranded anti-Muslim hostility. It is non-statutory, which means it isn't actually law, but the government is still pushing public bodies, the police and private organisations to adopt it as official guidance. Now rightly, free speech campaigners have warned right from day one that it would function as a de facto blasphemy law, protecting Islam from criticism in a way that no other religion enjoys. Shadow Justice Secretary Nick Timothy submitted FOI requests. He asked for the names of organisations consulted, the evidence submitted, and the working group's final report. The department's response? The individual submissions no longer exist. This is a blatant cover-up.
Well, Lee Harris will be on with us later in the week, and we'll ask him about that. Angela Rayner, of course, who is now the Housing Secretary, yet again, it would seem, back in charge of the business that she was so badly in charge of the first time around. The story in the Times today, people who own a house or a flat that could be worth at least £2 million could have to open their doors to government inspectors who will decide if it is liable for the so-called mansion tax. Now, a lot of people might say, well, that's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Completely and utterly ridiculous. Let's talk to Charlie Lambdin, who is in the property business. I believe he's an agent for what you might call fairness in property, adventure in life, family business and aviation, founder of bestagent.co.uk. Charlie, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike.
Good to see you. Thank you for joining the show. I mean, this all sounds a bit arbitrary, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not sure I'd want a government inspector coming in to value a property on the basis of whatever they happen to think is their yardstick. How's that going to work?
I think that particular point, the invasion of privacy, has kicked the hornet's nest amongst people more than any other part of this idea. I think that up until now, most people have gone, I'm not that worried about people who've got a £2 million property. Whether it's fair or not, it's not really a concern for me. But suddenly people go, hang on a second, what, the government just turning up and coming into my house? Well, hang on, that's a different, that crosses a line. And I've polled my audience on the Moving Home with Charlie channel, where I give movers home advice, and it's pretty universally outraged. Like an Englishman's home is supposed to be his castle. You can't just have government inspectors turning up when they feel like it. And according to that Telegraph story, there will be criminal records and fines for anyone who resists it. But let's put that to one side for a second. Let's talk about the tax itself.
Right.
£2,500 a year to someone who owns a £2 million house is not going to be life-changing for them. I think, and actually this is what undermines the whole concept of this tax. The amounts they're talking about raising, which the OBR estimates at £400 million a year, isn't going to be enough to cover the administration of it. And what that suggests to me, because the government knows that, so it's actually going to it's an uncosted tax, if you like. It's going to cost more to collect it than it is that it's going to raise. That, I think, suggests that they're dipping their toe in the water. They're experimenting with it amongst a section of the population that the majority don't care about too much, before they then roll it out and lower the thresholds and lower the thresholds. And I think it's a bellwether of what's to come. Now, it's not supposed to be coming until 2028. It's not been legislated yet, but it's riddled with problems, Mike, absolutely riddled with problems. And the biggest problem it actually causes is yet more cliff edging and bunching and distorting of the housing market. And because most people moving house are part of a chain, even the homes at the higher end of the value, homes affected by this tax, become part of chains.
Right.
And so it will have a distorting ripple effect and hurt liquidity, or in other words, make it harder to move than it already is. And these are the kind of things that I find this Labour government is just not paying attention to. So it's honestly, if you were to ask me what I think about the proportional property tax, where they apply a flat 0.5% a year to everyone's houses, well, nobody wants that, but in many ways that would be better than what we have now. And it wouldn't distort the market because it would be one size fits all, and therefore you wouldn't get housing market distortions, which is what the government, all governments, not just Labour, all governments, every single time they muck around with the housing market or stamp duty thresholds, anything like that, it causes problems. And problems in the housing market have a far and wide ripple effect.
But doesn't the issue with, and I know there's so much there that you've mentioned that I wanted to talk to you about. One, you know, an awful lot of the taxes that governments want to impose tend to cost more than they'll actually receive back in benefit, which is why a lot of the times they talk about it and then they don't end up doing it because some bright spark in the Treasury goes, actually, do you know what? This is probably not worth the paper it's written on. Similarly, though, if you go with a flat tax, do you not penalise those who are perhaps living in different parts of the country where, for example, in the southeast, you've got a house that's worth 2 million, but up in, you know, the northeast of England, it might not be worth, you know, 700,000. And suddenly you've also got the older problem of perhaps people who have had a house for a long time who don't have an income really very much to speak of, but who live in a house that they either can't sell for one reason or another or whatever, and they get hit with the same, you know, property tax when it's a tax not on their income, if you like.
Yeah, well, there are certainly people who would be unfairly hit by that, not necessarily because of the, well, it is because of the value of their property, but as you point out, there are people who've owned a house for a very long time.
Yeah.
They bought it, it wasn't a rich house, and they aren't liquid, they don't have a lot of spare income,
Right.
and so this tax will hurt those people. But oddly enough, it's, I think, reading between the lines, the intention would be for that proportional property tax that it would replace stamp duty, and it would and possibly replace council tax. Now, if it replaces stamp duty, something they haven't thought through is it actually makes people buying multi-million-pound homes much better off. I've heard people in that market segment saying, I'd much rather pay 0.5% a year, 20 grand a year, you know, 10 grand a year on my £2 million place than pay 400 grand of stamp duty when I buy it.
Yeah.
So it's got all kinds of weird distortions that they haven't thought through yet. But this particular one is genuinely, it's obviously it's a people pleaser. You know, people of all political persuasions are not going to shed any tears for people who own houses that are worth £2 million, whether they bought them a long time ago or not. So you're right. It isn't fair for some of those people, but I think most people are going to say, yeah, but you know, in the grand scheme of problems we've got, that's not a big problem. But barging into someone's private home to have a government assessor tell you how much it's worth, that ruffles everyone's feathers.
It sounds a bit North Korean as well, doesn't it? You can imagine people walking around going, oh, look, he's got a book about Brexit. Better call the police. Oh, so they've got Mike Graham on the TV. Oh, my goodness me. You know, that's a bit unfortunate. You know, there's all kinds of information gathering that could be going on if you allow somebody into your house.
Well, the other thing about this is I just a few short weeks ago, I was invited into a government department in Whitehall to discuss property taxes with them, which was a fascinating insight. And one of the things that I learned was that the valuation office that's now become part of HMRC, its biggest problem at the moment is overvaluing for inheritance tax purposes. So somebody dies, their house is worth whatever it is, £2.5 million, and they have to pay the inheritance tax on that straight away. You can't wait until you sell the property to pay it. You have to pay it.
Yeah.
And if the house then sells for a lot less, and that's what has been happening, then a refund is due. And the refund, that's the most expensive part of operating that whole thing. So they're losing money because of overvaluing. Now, if it's happening already, for inheritance tax purposes, you can see exactly that happening. I know that everyone involved in the valuing of these properties is likely to go on the higher side for this purpose, and is therefore likely to open themselves up to appeals. And the OBR themselves, their initial report on this policy is that they expect 20% of homeowners to lodge appeals. So it's going to create a huge amount of extra admin and cost and I think they're underestimating that. I think it would be more than half of the people would. Because this is the other thing that a lot of people don't understand about that level of property value. Okay, there isn't, when you've got very large volumes of property for sale, you know, what I would call mainstream properties, semi-detached houses, terraced houses, that sort of thing, the values can be relatively accurately assessed because there's a reasonably high volume of recently completed sales of similar properties. But when a property is worth £2 million or more, it can be plus or minus 25% on what it will actually sell for. So they really are actually, I think, making themselves a very uncomfortable bed to sleep in if they go ahead with this. And I think they're going to need to rethink it a lot. It's a write-off. It's not even about the amount of tax it's going to raise, because it's £2,500 if it's £2 million, £3,500 if it's 2.5, £5,000 a year if it's a £3.5 million house. Honestly, to someone in a £3.5 million house, they won't notice £5,000 a year. They literally, their accountant will deal with it and they won't even notice.
Yeah.
So it's going to hurt those people, but it will cause a ripple effect in the housing market that hurts everyone because liquidity will get affected.
Yes. And also, nobody wants to pay any more tax. I mean, you know, apart from Gary Lineker, I haven't met anyone who wants to voluntarily pay more tax. And of course, he doesn't actually want to pay more tax because he could have done when he was being done by HMRC a few years ago and chose not to. But there we are. Yeah. Anyway, listen, great to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Interesting times for the property market. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm doing here. It's not very easy to do. Jeff Banks is back, by the way, so we'll be talking to him very shortly. Thank you very much indeed. That was a very interesting conversation, by the way, with our new property expert, Charlie Lambdin, who we haven't spoken to before. Time for some super chats, and here's the new whiz-bang super chat trigger, if you like. Pooch has invented some falling money from the sky. If only we could make that work in real terms. Super chat from Lou. Would Mike ever have George Galloway on the show? Yeah, I mentioned this earlier this morning. We're talking to George about a great many things. So yes is the answer to that. MLB says, no need to read X, please. What does that mean? No need to read Twitter. Aren't most vets owned by hedge fund companies, says Gina Maria. Yeah, we had a lot of you complaining about vets earlier on because of my meltdown about the ridiculous cost. We just heard an update from Pooch there on George. He's going to have to go to a second vet, despite the fact that the first vet charged £1,500. Apparently that wasn't good enough, so he's now got to go to a second vet. And the price goes up a bit more.
$375 minimum.
Another $375, possibly more. That's before they do anything as well, right?
Yeah.
Nobody has said, what is Doria going to do? Doria? Who's Doria?
Megan's mother.
Oh, right. Yeah, what is she going to do? Does that mean she moves here as well? I wonder if she's got the right to stay. Think I'm afraid you do look like the Russian ambassador. Are you sure you aren't an FSB agent? Preston journalist. I'm pretty sure I'm not an agent for the FSB. Yeah, I can say that without any fear or favour. Neither was I ever an agent for the KGB or the CIA or anybody else in that kind of area. Marilyn Hawes coming up very shortly. Got lots and lots of you getting in touch with us on the YouTube chat as well. Let's get those likes up to as high as we possibly can. Let's get up to 14,000 views. We got over 38 million views over the weekend, which is always nice. One story we haven't done, 100,000 North Sea jobs set to disappear by 2050, thanks to yet more ridiculous policy by this ridiculous government. And of course, for those of you who are wondering where Andy Burnham's going today, he's going to Kiev. And if you're watching the mainstream media channels, which you shouldn't be doing anyway, unless you've got no brains at all, there'll be loads of footage of Burnham meeting people like Emmanuel Macron, Merz, the German Chancellor, Vladimir Zelensky. I wonder if he'll hug him. You know, they'll give loads more money away. He's going to hand over the blueprints. Even Bob Stewart agrees with me. It's not a very good idea.
And they're meeting in Kyiv.
No, they're not meeting in Kyiv. I'm not having that.
On mainstream media, though.
No. I'm not saying. I refuse to say Kyiv. Kiev is where they're meeting. Yeah. Kiev, right? As in chicken Kiev. I mean, when was the last time you ordered chicken Kyiv? Exactly. Right? So I'm not calling it that. It's like Turkey, isn't it? Turkey. They've changed the name of Turkey to Turkey. How about this? So the technology they're sending over, right? They're designed to attack heavily fortified positions. 2-stage Storm Shadow warhead punctures external shells, then detonates inside a target. Right? Target size, they go for large compounds, military bunkers, command and control hubs, used in the 2003 invasion of Iraq and the 2011 Libya conflict, right? So it's not exactly cutting edge, but they're now giving the blueprints to Ukraine. The Ukrainians are going to have the ability to fire a long-range missile. What if they decide to fire them at us? Hey? What happens if we're no longer friends with Ukraine? And what happens if the Ukrainians suddenly get robbed and the Russians get their hands on these top-secret blueprints? That doesn't sound like a good idea to me. And the Chinese could get them as well. I mean, life was better before when we never heard of Kiev. See, I always thought of Kiev as Dynamo Kiev, as a football team, who used to always play in the European Cup before it was made the Champions League. Speaking of which, should we give a run out to the poll? The poll today is all about things that you may have missed that you'd like to see return, because, of course, the return of the football season happened at the weekend. What else did you miss? Good manners, 66%. Keir Starmer, nobody's missing him, 3%. The 1970s, 28%. And the 3-day week, just 2%. So good manners, definitely. The return of good manners would be very nice, wouldn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Now, shall we talk to Marilyn Hawes? She's here, I think. Marilyn, very good morning to you, darling.
Hello. Oh, no, sorry.
Oh,
It's got a doggy there.
it's got a dog there. You like Dags? Watch Snatch at the weekend as well. Such a great film. The size of that
I
fella.
have it with my dog. So sorry.
No, listen, I like it. No, he makes more sense than you, to be honest. You know.
Moment. Sorry.
Just, yeah, look after him. Love it. Bring him in. Bring him in.
I beg your pardon. Everything goes wrong when I come
It's
on your
fine.
show.
No, this is not what we call wrong. This is what we call right. This is why this is a great show. Because, you know, I'd like to see the dog on screen, to be honest. But where has he gone now? Where have you put him?
The trouble is, you said,
Oh,
hello,
she.
how are you? And it's like, oh, someone's woken me from my sleep.
Oh, dear. And what sort of dog?
My dog's a Labrador, black Labrador.
Oh, well, we've got to see him then. Because Pooch's black lab... George is having a bit of in the wars at the moment, in and out of vets, because he's eaten something.
He's gorgeous.
Isn't he lovely? He swallowed something he shouldn't have. He's 3 apparently.
Oh,
he's lovely. He's lovely.
Yeah, she's like Ziggy, to be honest. She's like, you know, a grumpy. She's a grumpy old woman. Must be like her mum.
Absolutely right.
But no, she's talking about vets before we go on to why I've actually come on here.
Yes.
My neighbour at the weekend paid £500 to have a rabbit put to sleep.
Oh, 500 quid. Crikey.
Unbelievable.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
It's a rip-off.
It is. It's criminal, actually. I mean, and apparently, one of the things that people have said, which is true, a lot of these now vet practices, particularly the chains, have been bought over by these bloody hedge funds in America and these big finance companies, and so they're not really interested at all in dogs. Here's one from Steve. Is it a xenophobic dog from the xenophobic village?
You have
Don't
no
answer
idea
that.
what happened in my village at the weekend. They're up in arms again.
Are they? Well, we'll come back to that. Because I'm told you want to talk about these new camera glasses which are out there, which I hadn't. It was Emma Wolf told me about this morning. I hadn't heard of them before. So tell us what's going on.
Well, they've come up with these smart glasses, right? Which I just, and there's a hooey about it. Fair enough, because you can like wear these glasses. You wouldn't know. I mean, you wouldn't know if I had them on now. But certain brands will have a recording little light, you know, like the thing that's on your webcam, right? But that will depend on the brand. But you know, what irritates me about all these things is you've got smart watches. I haven't. Some people have. All sorts of things that are smartphones, or they must have known this was coming down the track. I mean, the internet's been around since God was a boy. I mean, honestly, they must have known. No one's thought, oh, we need some safeguarding in place. Because they can. If I had this on, if I had my glasses on now, say they were smart ones, I could toddle off down to the park and I could record children. I could then, depending on any sort of database I might have, I can then identify that child. Now, how worrying is...
What, because of some kind of facial recognition thing?
Yes, exactly. So depending on what you've got on your database and alongside social media searches, and maybe you can pick some information up from local school information, local information. It has the ability to identify them, but it does depend You wouldn't get it from an ordinary AI assistant, but if you were in that market of wanting to be mischievous and not a regular kind of person, then you would have all the ways of doing this. You'd have all the ways of doing it. But I mean, it's all very well. Yes, all right. So venues are now sort of say what they want to do is they should automatically be built, these glasses, so that they can be disabled, if you like, in cinemas, schools, hospitals, changing rooms, that sort of thing. Right. That's what needs to be tightened up, because at the moment it's not there. But on the other hand, you could actually do the same to the perpetrator. If you've got smart glasses, you could actually video them, and that will be evidence in court. If you caught them thinking it's just ridiculous. It's cat and mouse sitting there. Oh, I think you're photographing me. I'll get some glasses and I'll photograph you.
Everyone's filming one another. But this is the trouble, isn't it? All these geeks that come up with all this stuff, they sit and they invented the internet and went, "Oh, this would be marvelous, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be fabulous for the humankind and for the advancement of science and all the rest of it?" But they never figured there might be some bad people out there who would find a bad thing to do with the internet that was invented for supposedly good things. And the same with these glasses. I'm sure that whoever decided to come up with the idea thought, instead of holding your phone like that and waiting for somebody to pinch it out of your hand, you could just have glasses that filmed everything, which again sounds reasonable, sounds fun, but until you give them to a paedophile.
Well, this is it. I mean, and I've looked at them. You wouldn't know the difference. They haven't got great big horns coming off them. Do you know what I mean? Or lights that go like. Some of them. But
you don't walk around looking like Elton John.
But if you're up to no good, you're not going to have the ones that has a recording light come on, are you? I mean, you're going to be as covert as you possibly can. Yeah. But all these things, I mean, it was going to happen. It was obviously going to happen. And this is what gets me. Nobody puts the thought process in place or the things in place or wants now to change it or put tougher measures in, which they should be doing. It's like everything else. It's like with these, all these people, with the platforms that should be fined if they've got anything that's dangerous to children. They could easily change the algorithms. They created the algorithms in the first place. Why can't they change the algorithms? They don't want to, because they like all the wonk that comes in.
Well, isn't it funny? I was talking at the weekend actually about this, that, if we run for example, we did it last week, I think it was Thursday's show or Thursday's show. We ran that clip of Oprah Winfrey interviewing Meghan Markle, and because it was on CBS or whatever it was, right? We get a strike on YouTube, right? Which means you have to take it out of the footage, otherwise it's a copyright infringement, because they won't give us permission to use it, right? Because these big American companies, they don't make enough money. So, little people like us, well, if you don't pay us, $1 million, you can't use the clip. And we've had the same problem with Universal, NBC Universal, where we try to use a clip of Stephen Colbert's show. We have the same problem with Question Time, BBC. If you try and use a clip, they demonetize you, they try and screw you over. So they're very capable, if they wish, of taking an isolated clip and removing it, right? I mean, they struck our entire show once, Universal, because they didn't like something that we'd used, right? And we had to fight to get it back on, so we lost money. But apparently they can't stop images of children, and they can't stop highly sexualized, pieces of video from being seen by people underage. Why not? They could if they wanted to.
Of course they could. And I mean, and this is all meta. We've got, is it Mark Zuckerberg all over again?
Yeah.
I mean, if I could send, anyone to the moon on a one-way ticket, it would be him, along with Andy Burnham and everybody else and all the lefties. And
it'd be a big rocket ship, wouldn't it? You need to be full of them.
Out the sky.
But this is the other thing, that Zuckerberg appeared, I remember, before a select committee, the effective equivalent of a select committee in America, a congressional committee, to talk about why on Instagram, despite the fact that there were supposedly safeguards in place, that the senator in question could access child porn, even though there was supposed to be a safeguard against it. And Zuckerberg actually said, well, the reason is that we do have a safeguard in place which asks the question, are you sure you want to view this? And that's it, right? And then so you just go, yes. And then he says, well, why don't you just stop people from viewing it? He says, well, because our algorithm might be wrong, and it might just be regular porn rather than child porn. So we just let it go.
There is no.
That's the argument.
Now I'd punch him in the face because it's not child porn. It is actually the rape and torture of little children. It's not porn. I hate it when they say that.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. And I mean, I would love to do a whole show talking to parents about ask your kids tonight if they're on Discord. Well, not you because you've got older kids, but anyone listening with young. Are they on Discord? Because Discord feeds, and lots of children are, even at 8 years old.
What is that? I don't even know what it is.
Pornhub.
Oh, is it?
It feeds into the Burnham. So when I go into schools, I say, how many of you are on Discord? And up go the little one's hands, and I go, whoa!
Oh, God.
Mrs. Wilson's
Well, have you seen this morning? I mean, this morning, I don't know if it was somebody in Daily Mail's sort of woken up after having a head injury of some kind, but they put a front page story in which it says, children are not safe on the internet. Whoop, whoop, breaking news, whoop, whoop, vortex of doom time. And but believe it or not, this is a bloke who's in charge of the National Crime Agency. He's worked out that the internet's not a very safe place for kids. His name's Graham Bigger.
I mean,
He's a bigger brain, I think. Graham Bigger.
But maybe the children will be getting these smart glasses, and they'll be able to buy them. I mean, honestly, it's just insane. I mean, I despair. I sometimes have seen things, even in DB News. I've seen things come out, and I go, "Oh my Lord! I've been talking about this in schools for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah,
no one's. It's like I've been talking about 20 years ago the exploitation gangs, and everybody said I was racist. No, I'm not."
Yeah.
But it is just another thing. These smart watches, smart glasses, just another thing that was going to come down the track, and no one could be bothered. Can somebody
invent a smart government? Maybe can somebody invent smart government? Can somebody invent smart government?
Oh God! I had to write. I had to write to my MP because I was so disgusted about something that's gone on with some local elderly people. And I mean, I'm like always fighting people's battles because I don't give a monkeys. And I actually said to him, this is Blake Stevenson, he's MP, and I said, could you give a message to the Knob of the North for me, please?
Right, excellent. They'll have you arrested for that.
That's your MP. I said, I can put what I want.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you got an answer yet?
Not yet. I will get one.
Yeah, you will.
I will get one. But then when people read the letter, I said, "This is what I've written," so that because I know I'll get a reply. I will get a reply because, funny enough, he knows me quite well.
Yes. Well, he'd be better advised giving you a reply than not. I can tell you that for a start. Now, are we seeing you tomorrow? You're coming down tomorrow, aren't you?
I'm coming tomorrow. But I must tell you about my xenophobic village. All hell has broken loose.
Go on.
One of the parishioners was seen peeing behind a bush.
Oh dear! You sure it wasn't Peter Mandelson?
No.
Eh? He likes it. He likes a bit of outdoor peeing.
Make it up, honestly.
That is shocking. Had drink been taken? Hey?
Honestly, I do just say it does make a. I mean, you could write a book. Actually, I could actually do a sort of a something like Gavin and Stacey on my xenophobic village.
Yeah, right.
Yes,
Pooch is asking if it was a man or a woman. He's not listening to me, so he's not listening to a word I'm saying. Yeah, I said Pooch is asking if it was a man or a woman.
It was a woman.
No!
Yes!
Crikey. No, I wasn't expecting that answer. Blimey. Christ. Anyway, listen, so you're coming down tomorrow. We're going to do a little episode of That Was My Life, which is going to be very exciting.
Well, I don't know how long you've got, but it'll take you till Christmas. You might need a gin or so afterwards, believe me.
Yeah, we've got 45 minutes is what we've got.
Well, you'll actually realise that then you'll understand why I am actually insane.
Yes, no, I know. Well, you've told me some of it already, so I'm quite looking forward to hearing the rest of it. But I should look forward to seeing you, darling. Have a good trip down. Hopefully the trains will be working.
Well, I'll walk all the way otherwise.
Yeah, all right, no problem.
They wouldn't dare go on strike.
No, let's hope not. They don't need to go on strike these days, just don't work. Marilyn, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Marilyn Hall's there. Some very good messages coming in. We're going to see her tomorrow. Yeah, second episode of This Was My Life, which is a story of Marilyn's travails throughout the course of her life, because the issue is that we're going to try and find really interesting people who have had extraordinary things happen to them, quite often bad things, but which they've come back from. And it's going to be a story of inspiration. I'm sure you will find that it'll be great. Now, coming up, Damien Pudner is here. We got news first?
Yeah, we got news.
Did we not do it before? We didn't, did we? Let's get news with Edward Hughes.
Hello tributes are pouring in for 2 police officers killed in a tragic A66 crash near Middlesbrough over the weekend. PC Matthew Blades and PC Tom Clough died when a car driving the wrong way collided with their vehicle, also claiming the lives of 5 young men. Families have described the officers as heroes, and fundraising for the bereaved has already topped £250,000. The Knob of the North is heading to Kiev on his first foreign trip, reaffirming UK support for Ukraine and offering help with long-range missiles, despite Russian warnings of consequences. Elsewhere, Iran-linked hackers are reported to have shut down a small UK power plant earlier this summer after a long dry spell, rain, and possible thunderstorms are returning this week. And graduates face the toughest jobs market on record as the new university year approaches. Laters, Tigers.
Welcome back to the Mike Graham Show. It's coming up to very nearly 10 minutes to 9. The time is flying this morning, Pooch. I don't know about you, but it's got Jeff Banks is here. Jeff, very good to see you.
Good
Welcome
to see you.
back. A regular basis now, Jeff's here. We've got a lovely little vignette for you, which we're going to play in a moment. But before we do any of that, we have got our first of 2 economists coming up in the next hour to talk to us about the terrible, dreadful state of this economy of ours and what is going to be put right by Andy Burnham. Not very much, I think, is probably the straight answer. Damien Pudner is here. Damien, very good morning to you.
Morning, Mike. How are you?
Yeah, very well, very well. Welcome to the show. Great to have you on. I saw you on UK Live with Mark Littlewood, I think, the other day, and I thought, he's good.
Yes.
Why have we never had Daniel Pudner on before? Is it Pudner or Pudner?
Pudner.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've been watching a couple of the things on your Twitter account, and you seem to, like me, believe that we are not in a very good place economically, and unless something changes drastically, we are just going to kind of hurtle further and further into the vortex of doom, are we not?
Well, it's this, managed decline, isn't it? Britain's not a poor country. We're a rich country just being run very, very badly. And that's been the case for about 20 years now. And if this continues, we really will be up the creek without a paddle. And, I keep reading all these stories about Andy Burnham, effectively fixing the cracked tiles on the roof when the foundations are crumbling, and it's completely pointless. Fix the foundations first, and then you can worry about what's going on with the roof. So we need to have this complete and utter reset, economically, monetary, politically, and societal as well. People need to understand that things are going to get worse before they get better. There's going to be some pain involved to put things right, because we're in such a terrible state that the only way out of it is with some radical reforms, and those reforms are going to be painful.
Yeah. And so it's easy to say this, and I'm not being critical of you here, but it's easy to say we need radical reforms, and I say the same thing without any of your qualifications, to be honest. But so how does it happen, though? Where do you start, and where would you start if you were advising Andy Burnham today?
Well, the first thing to do is just to be honest with the public and say it's going to be painful and it's going to take time. This is not a 3 or 5 year plan. This is a generational plan. It's going to take a long time to put right. Such is, the condition of the economy. So what will we do? Right. Well, we do need to cut spending. We absolutely must cut spending. And the one thing I will say about reform, whatever you think about the rest of their policies, they are the only party that I can see that are taking the situation seriously. This 50 billion of welfare cuts that they've come out with this week, that is the order of magnitude that we require. We do need to cut welfare. We do need to cut spending. So we need to take that chainsaw to government budgets. And that's the only way we're going to do it. And then we need to look at, cutting regulation, increasing the ability to plan and build houses and invest in the UK. We need to cut taxation. We need to reward wealth and wealth generators. If you were bringing employment to this country and if you were creating jobs, you should be rewarded for that, not penalized. Wealth in this country has become a dirty word. It's a case of, you do well, you make some money. Oh, let's tax you to death, and then tax you after death.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's,
well, they tax you coming in,
wrong,
tax you going out, tax you while you're here, tax you on money you've already paid tax on, tax you on your pension, tax you on your inheritance. It's just unbelievable, isn't it?
It is. And, I've been banging on, I sound like a broken record. I've been banging on about this for years, the things that need to be to be done, the radical changes. I know that Reform might like to think that they have cornered the market on radical change. I've been talking about this for about 5 years, and no one in Westminster has called me once, whether from the government or from the opposition. And I joked on X the other day that as a result I had to set up my own think tank. Well, that's actually true. I wasn't kidding. We've set up the Great British Think Tank because nobody is listening in Westminster, and the mainstream media, who are non-existent these days in the proper debate, they're not listening either.
No.
Try to get something published in the Telegraph or the Times or the FT. It's impossible.
Yeah. Well, this brings me to my new book, Fake News, which is worth buying because it tells you all about the unholy alliance between the mainstream sort of, establishment media and the government, because they're all in it together, effectively. They've all been to the same universities, they've all been to the same schools, they've all been taught the same thing. They're all kind of slightly liberal with a kind of socialist bent. They all come from wealthy families. They don't need any money. And the only thing that's happened, as far as I can see, over the past 30 years of my life, is the state has got bigger and the public sector has got bigger, and they've hired more and more people to do less and less.
Well, there's two things there, right? So you're right. We need far fewer career politicians who did the Oxbridge PPE researcher SPAD into MP conveyor belt. Those days are gone. It's finished, right? What we need are more business people in government, and that's the only way we're going to sort out the mess that we've got ourselves into. So career politicians, get rid of them. Forget it. It's finished. It's over. It's similar with the, the OG, as my kids would say, think tanks, the ones that have been around for the last few decades. They're finished. They're too in hoc to politicians. We need honesty. We need different thinking. So unless we have this reset, honest to God, Mike, my kids, their kids, it's going to be a disaster. And I've said this before, it's morally wrong. We need to draw a line in the sand. And there's going to be a revolution otherwise. And I'm not kidding about this. There will be a point very, very soon, and I'm talking years, not decades, where there will be a revolution because people have lost patience. They've had enough. They want change. They are fed up of politicians procrastinating, not changing anything, making policy decisions that destroy the economy rather than fix it. So, I don't want to be the harbinger of doom, but the reality is that if nothing changes very soon, and we're talking years, then there will be a revolution. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, we were just talking this morning about the rip-off of things like vets nowadays, and the kind of ludicrous spiralling costs of everything. Pooch's dog has got a little problem this morning. Took him to a vet overnight, 4 a.m, 1,500 quid later. They've said, we can't do anything more for him, so we'll send him to another vet for another 400 quid. 600. It's another 600. It's like literally going up. So he's now spending literally upwards of £2,100. The dog's basically eaten or swallowed some bad water. I'm no vet, obviously, so I wouldn't say, but hopefully he can be cleaned out in the usual way and everything will be fine. But 2,000 quid, most people haven't got that kind of money to spend.
No. And you're right. I mean, it's an insane. How have we got to that point? And this is where capitalism fails. Where's the competition to drive down those prices? Something has gone materially wrong here in relation to the vet industry and pet care. And, we need more competition. We need to sort out, we need to put caps on this kind of stuff because you're right. Animals are part of the family. I've had a dog in the past and, it's devastating when something happens to them. And, to pay,
and you're already
person doesn't have that kind of money.
No, and you're already vulnerable and you're already upset and you're already, in a terrible state. And to have your bank account kind of emptied for you is really not the thing to be doing, I don't think. I think it's immoral.
Well, it's just another kick in the,
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. Damien, listen, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Damien Pudler, we'd like to talk to you a lot more in the future, I think. It talks a lot of sense.
Excellent.
Jeff Banks is here. He's right, isn't he? I mean, we are in a bad place. You've been saying it for a while.
Well, I think one of the things I read this morning was that this James Heaver Brick, is now talking about our debt rising from 3 trillion to 4 trillion.
Wow.
And it's like, which is absolutely balmy.
And most people, when they hear that figure, they can't even get their head around it.
No, it's like,
what does that even mean?
Yeah.
You know, if you stood, you know, £5 notes on from the base to the top of the tree, you probably reach space or something, wouldn't you?
And what nobody seems to be talking about to me is how you actually generate wealth in the country.
Yeah.
So it's like any household. You go out, you earn your wages, you come home, put it on the kitchen table, and you figure out what you've got to spend.
Yes.
Nobody's talking about how we generate more wealth in this country.
Yeah.
And
because
that really
I think
is
the
critical.
trouble with the Labour government and the Labour kind of individual ministers is that they don't understand growth. They think it comes from government. They think if the government hands out money to you to have a grant to start some kind of, you know, jumble sale business, that's a great thing. Well, it isn't, because one, they're giving money to somebody who probably should be finding the money for themselves, right? And two, they're subsidising a business which otherwise wouldn't work. And so, you know...
It's really fundamental. If you're a household, somebody goes out and earns the wages. If you've got money to spare, you can look after a friend, you can give something to a relative. If you haven't got that spare money, you just haven't got it.
Right.
And that's the situation that we're in, that we're actually not bringing any wealth into the country, but we're spending more and more on welfare, being generous, that we actually haven't got.
Well, there's a story in the paper today. It's costing us £500,000 a day, right? A day, to move, not to house migrants, to move them around the country. So, you know, if they bring them in to Dover, to put them on a bus to take them to, I don't know, Norwich, you know, that's a cost. If you take them to the doctors in Norwich, that's another cost. If you move them from Norwich to Ipswich, that's another cost. So all of this movement around, which is going on, because they're going from hotel to HMO to the doctors to the football to whatever it is they're getting, £500,000 a day.
Each migrant costs us at least £41,000 per year per head. And they're coming in by the boatload.
Yes.
You know, we've already seen over 41,000 arrive this year. So
41,000 times 41. What did you say it cost us? 41,000 times 41,000. Is that?
You're looking at 4 billion.
He's already done it. He says 16 billion.
So
you're too quick for me. I haven't even managed to find a calculator yet. You know, I'm still looking. Listen, we're going to come back because we've got a great graphic that I want to play everybody. So this is almost a preamble to the proper chat we're going to have with Jeff Banks. Also, I don't know whether you've seen Pooch. I've just put a little video in to the live studio. Andy Burnham arriving in Kiev, right? It's a Sky video. I don't know whether you can find it for us and play it out. But have a look at what he's wearing, first of all, and tell me that this is how you would like your Prime Minister to represent. In fact, Jeff can tell us because he's a man of great sartorial significance, right?
Let's play Jeff's little jingle.
Let's play Jeff. Yeah, Charlotte, can you clip it if you're watching? And it's basically because he's wearing something that I would not expect a Prime Minister to wear. It's a sort of, it looks like a sort of one of those, it's not a roll neck, not quite a roll neck sweater, but it's got a zip on it down to about here. It's black.
A half zip.
Yeah, it's a half
zip turtle.
There you go. Half zip turtle. See, I knew he'd know what it is. But he shouldn't be wearing. He's going. There he is. Oh, here he's coming out. Oh, you can just about see him behind the guy's shoulder. It's got short sleeves. He's coming off a train. I mean, he looks like he's going to Southend for the weekend. He's going to Kiev to supposedly present a blueprint. This is another thing I said this morning. He's giving a blueprint to the Ukrainians so that they can make long-range missiles. They can fire them at us. Right.
Let's hope we stay friends with them.
Well, exactly. And what if the Russians nick the blueprint?
And they suddenly don't turn around and think, oh, we're not your friend anymore.
I know.
And we've given them the blueprint of what they can actually fire at us.
It's insane, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely incredible. Just ridiculous. So we've got all sorts of things to talk about this morning in terms of... you said you've not been away anywhere, but you haven't been here for a couple of weeks. What have you been doing?
I've been painting and decorating.
Really?
So, I got a quote to paint the outside of my house. Right. Which was a fortune, and I thought I'd do it myself. It's like
good for you. We were just talking about the outrageousness now of the cost of things like you've heard the story about Pooch's dog. So George this morning, so far £2,100. And they haven't fixed him yet.
Well, I've got 2 Bassets, and like
the ones that keep running away, and coming back.
The cost of those at the vet, you know, I'm scared of actually even clipping their nails. So I take them to the vet to have their nails clipped. 80 quid.
I know.
Just have their nails done.
Like, scaffold a ladder when you're painting your house.
Did you use scaffolding or did you have a ladder?
Ladders and scaffolding.
What?
So I'll send you a picture, Podge. So it's like,
So did you put this? You had presumably had somebody put the scaffolding up for you.
The ladders I do myself. I've got a guy that actually works for me that puts the tower up.
Right.
So I had a quote to do the outside of the house. It was 28 grand, I think.
Right.
And I thought, you know, to actually earn 28 grand, you've got to earn 60 grand.
Yes.
So I thought, instead of going away on holiday for the summer, I'll actually do a bit of house painting.
Nice. Right.
So that's what I've been doing. And I actually find it really soporific to actually get into the detail of it, really do it properly. You know, priming it, then 3 coats of paint, then cleaning off all the bit afterwards. And each window is a work
And you
of
had
art.
a good term to do it, a good season to do it as well, because there wasn't any rain.
Yeah, that's
Because
right.
that's sort of the enemy of outside painting, isn't it? Is the rain.
No, I actually started the process in April when the weather wasn't so good.
Okay.
So, I had to tog up for bad weather.
But that's brilliant, though. You saved yourself 28 grand.
Absolutely.
Superb.
Well,
there is something very cathartic. I remember once, one of the occasions, many occasions when I got fired from a job. I just got fired from the Daily Express. And it was a kind of, must have been summertime, I think. And we were having a guy come in to put a patio down. I just bought a house in Wiltshire, quite a small little cottage, but the garden was a disaster. So we hired this local guy who actually cut my hair. It was one of these, these local characters in these villages, you know.
Well, he did it with a lawnmower by the look of it.
Thank you. No, I wish he was around. I haven't had it cut for a while. Because every time I go,
is that what's called a strimmer cut?
Every time I think about getting it cut, I go, I actually quite like it. I quite like the way it looks. So I'm not taking any of your nonsense. He said, I'll do your patio, because he was a builder as well. And so I came home, and in fact, he turned up on the first Saturday to do it. And I said, well, I've just been made redundant. I said, so I think I'll join you. So we used to, down on hands and knees, showed me about the string and how you put it along and, you keep it all straight and all of this. And I found it really great, because I'm not very good with my hands particularly, And we used to stop every lunchtime, go up the pub for a pint, walk up there, come back down, finish it. It was great. We spent about 3 months doing it. And the patio was perfect.
Yeah, I find it the same. It's like, stand back and job well done.
Pooch will think I'm being a total kind of, sort of miscreant, sort of middle class Wally here, because he's a builder as well by trade. He can build you anything you like. I mean, he did his whole studio in about 3 hours, so it's extraordinary stuff. So now that you're back at the coalface, as it were, listening to what we just heard there from our Charlie Landon, the economist, he's right, isn't he? That there is no way that we can continue to live like this without some kind of drastic action.
I mean, one of the things I wanted to talk about today was what is great about Britain, some of the great things that we actually do. And it's a guideline. And one of the things that sprang to mind over the weekend was JCB. And JCB is an amazing British company. And it was started by a bloke called Joe Bamford in 1945.
It's now James Bamford, I think, isn't it?
No, it's Anthony as the son.
Oh, okay.
But James was the father. James Cyril Bamford, JCB. And he actually built a tip-up truck for his mate, who was a farmer, that actually started the whole thing going.
Right.
And then in 1953, he discovered hydraulics and actually built a thing called the backhoe digger, which sounds very ordinary, but using hydraulics to lift, and what hydraulics does, it multiplies the pressure by 10 to 100-fold. So he created a machine that could dig a hole. And if you think before 1953, every foundation of building, every canal, every railroad was dug by hand with a shovel. Back in the sort of like 20s and 30s, we brought loads of Irish people over. They were called navvies, navigators, and they actually did all the digging. So
my father used to refer to Irish navvies all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
When I was growing up.
There was an Irish navvy.
He had a theory, by the way, that he said every time one of them comes to Britain, they have to bring a cone with them. He said that's why there's so many cones in Britain, coning everything off. You can't do anything, But anyway.
So then Joe really changed the whole of the building and agricultural business. This very ordinary British guy. Well, not so ordinary. So everything that changed in America, it changed here in the UK. And that was really the development of the whole building industry. Today, JCB still exists. It does a turnover.
You still see them everywhere you go. You see a JCB.
$6.5 billion a year turnover. Makes profits of about 860 million. Employs 19,000 people that are all paying tax.
And they're all in Britain.
And they're all mainly all
Mostly,
in Britain. In Uttoxeter, the factory there is like staggering. It's absolutely beautiful. And all of that is, to me, a great British success. And we need more of those.
Exactly.
And not less of them. And what scares me...
But we were one of the great... I mean, there's a message just there, if I can get it back, Pooch, about Britain. British creators and inventors need to be elevated. We have lost great innovators to illegals. It's true. You know, we used to be the great innovator of everything. You know, how many things were invented in the British, in the Great British Isles? You know, I remember there was a program, and one of my son, who's now in his 30s, was fascinated by JCBs and diggers and things. There was a program that was made, and I think it was made by James Bamford, but it was about the sort of the history of all of these incredible machines. And my son, when he was about 4 or 5, was fascinated by it, and he used to play with them. And there was these things like this thing called a drag line, which I don't know if you've ever seen. It's like this massive crane type thing that moves earth.
That's right.
And all of these incredible industrial machines, which we invented and we made. You know.
Well, JCB are probably the 8th or 9th biggest in the world. The biggest is Caterpillar in America. And that peculiarly came, the guy that started Caterpillar, he was actually making farm tractors. And he wanted to get a farm tractor across muddy things. So he started putting planks down so that he could drive the tractor across muddy ground with a plank. And then he figured, if I put the planks on the wheels instead of laying them down, it saves me keep on doing it. And the bloke that was standing next to him turned around and said, wow, that looks like a Caterpillar the way that's going. And that's where Caterpillar came from.
It's a fantastic
amazing
name,
stories.
I love those kind of stories where, you know, how did you get to find a name for that particular thing? Like with the JCB, it's just his name.
It's his name.
It's like people said to me, I was doing a thing the other day, it was like, it's not all about you, Mike. And you've seen the sign. It says it's the Mike Graham Show. Actually, it is all about me.
It is.
You know, and the same with you. Jeff Banks is the name of your brand.
But what scares me is Anthony Bamford, the son who now runs it. A lot of people threw bricks at him because he gave himself a dividend last year of £800 million.
Why not?
Some wage packet. To be fair, he paid about 340 million in tax on that dividend. Now, Anthony could easily move to Monaco and save himself a load of tax, save himself inheritance and all the rest of it. And what frightens me are we are scaring people like Anthony away.
Because why should he stay?
Why should he stay? To lob into the arena, to see it actually just wasted. So I think we need to be very careful there. So for me, the JCB story is not just about JCB. It's what should be happening to this country. We need more Anthony Bamfords. We need more people like that generate wealth. And then you've actually got the money to be able to give away, wealth or whatever.
To believe that they don't get it in government, that, the more they tax, the less tax they collect. We just heard there from Charlie Lambden saying this new mansion tax will probably end up costing more to administrate than it will in terms of getting receipts into the Treasury. And we already know that receipts are down because at the end of the day, you cannot continue to milk people. They'll just stop paying. A lot of people, for example, when we had somebody last week, a woman who had a clothes shop. Did she say where it was, Pooch? I can't remember. But she's been in business for 20 or 30 odd years, employed maybe 60 people, particularly youngsters coming out of school. And they're now closing the high street shop because they can't afford to run it. They're going to go online only. And she said they made modal trousers. You'll know what they are. Do you know what they are?
Modal is like It's a viscose fibre.
Oh, okay.
So
because I didn't know, I didn't know what Model trousers are.
Viscose is actually made from wood pulp,
Yes,
and it's like an extruded yarn.
Right.
So
it's quite soft.
It's natural. It's very soft.
Yeah.
Very easy to wear.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what Modal is.
Well, she said they specialise in those.
Yeah.
But, you know, a business which would have been in the high street for decades is now no longer going to be there.
Yeah.
So the council's going to miss out on business rates. You know, the business will pay probably fewer taxes, generally speaking, because they won't employ anyone, so less national insurance. You know, the whole thing is a roll-on disaster.
Yeah, it's a downward spiral, and it's all based on this obsession of actually welfare and giving everything away and looking after everybody, and all of that is great if you've actually got the money coming in the front door.
Yes.
And as a nation, we're not doing that anymore. You know, when even now, under the Mayor of London, I think our business city activity has shrunk enormously. We're no longer the go-to stock exchange.
No, the only things that are growing, as I said to Damien, is the public sector. You know, so if you go and look at Sadiq Khan and how many people he now employs compared to his first term, you'll probably find that it's gone up by a factor of 50 or 60% because there are more people now working for him in City Hall than ever.
Well, in the last
decade,
decade,
not creating any growth.
In the last decade, the civil service has grown by 100,000 people. So it's now over 700,000 people employed in the civil service. And a lot of the time, you actually wonder what the heck they're doing. And not only that, they've all got gold-plated pensions. So the financing of that going forward, as you increase the workforce, you've then got a pension liability that's coming up because a lot of them are on full pay as a pension.
Yes. So final salary pension.
Absolutely.
And also they retire earlier.
Retire
so
early,
it means we've got to pay the pension. I mean, I used to joke, I've said this to you before, I think, but I used to joke with my mother who had a teacher's pension because she lived till she was 99, right? And she actually ended up getting paid a pension longer than she worked. Because she was fortunate enough to live that long. But I used to make fun of her. I said, you know, you've taken £1 million out of the bleeding exchequer while you've been living abroad, taking this pension. And she was like, well, what else am I supposed to do? And, you know, it's not her fault. But that people are living longer. You know, you're buying into a system which is unsustainable. And originally it was meant to be that you could save enough money during your lifetime for a pension to be paid to you. But it doesn't work like that anymore.
No.
You know?
It didn't go anywhere.
No.
So it's like, and then you become a burden. So I think Damien was right when he was on the show earlier on, saying that probably Reform as a political party are the only ones that are actually talking about, you know, three things. How you generate wealth in the country, one. Two, how you actually cut the expenditure on the civil part of the employment, civil service, and how you actually stem this welfare that is now spinning out of control.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, and unless we do all of those things, and we're lurching. I mean, our population has grown by 13 million in the last decade.
Right.
So we've got 13 million more people that we've actually got to look after. Most of whom are not actually, that have come and are not actually contributing anything.
No, of course they're not, because many of them come with families. Many of them are coming, I mean, there's plenty of already homegrown people who don't contribute anything. It's not like we need any more. We had this argument last week about, you know, these lefties who say, oh, but, you know, you can't keep blaming all the sexual attacks and rapes on foreigners because there's plenty of people doing it who live here. Well, yes, there are, but it doesn't mean we have to import any more. You know, we don't need to do that.
There's an article in one of your papers this morning, one of the papers you got on the desk, about at the end, when we left the EU, there was an agreement that for 1 year after us leaving the EU, that people were in the EU, they could actually come and get settlement in Great Britain. We should have actually shut the door at the end of 2021. We've left it open. So people, because the government said it can be deferred for a later date, the people are still arriving. Last year, 50,000 Indians actually came into Britain on that basis and brought their families with them.
So they've got at least 3 to 4 to 5 members of those families, generally speaking.
Absolutely.
So that's you know,
and all of them get absolute, you know, free rights of everything, including the National Health Service. So you wonder why the NHS is under pressure because it's having to deal with all of these extra people that are given that privilege when they actually come
here. And also,
here.
did you hear all the squealing when Reform came out and said, look, we're going to we're going to stop people getting benefits if they're not British, right?
Yeah.
And all these people who came here many years ago who said, well, hang on a minute, we've been working in the UK for decades. We've got we pay tax here and all of that, but they've never become British citizens.
Yeah.
And Reform said, well, sorry, if you're not if you haven't become a British citizen, then you can go home.
Yeah.
So I don't understand quite the mentality there. If you want to come and live in Britain and you want to work in Britain and you want to have kids in Britain, why wouldn't you become British?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they?
Well, I think, again, being British, it's like this question mark, challenge about, I think it was Rupert Lowe said, oh, you're only British if it goes back 2 generations, which would mean the king is no longer British because his dad was Greek.
I mean, that's just daft,
I think that's stretching it a bit too far.
That's just daft, because, I mean, if you want to take that logically to the nth degree, then you could go, well, unless you were born here for several generations, you're not British. That just doesn't work. But what I'm saying is that if you want to live in this country for a long period of time and you want to pay tax, then surely it would make sense for you to be British. Why would you want to have another nationality? But what are you doing here otherwise?
I work with a wonderful Indian family in the north of England, the Rui family. Their fathers came when they had to exit Kenya back in about the mid-1950s. They are truly British. And they, again, have built a wonderful business here. There's now 8 brothers that run different divisions of the business. They employ hundreds and hundreds of people, and they are real gross contributors. And they pay a lot of tax, presumably. And they pay a lot of tax, and they're happy to be British, they're happy living here. So they are a great example of how, when it's done properly, it can work and you can benefit. What bothers me...
And that should really be the criteria in a way, shouldn't it? It should be, right, if you're going to come in, obviously we're not going to expect you necessarily to be an employer immediately, but you shouldn't be able to bring 6 members of your family in until you've been proven to be, I would say, a contributor to the exchequer.
A net contributor. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Because, I mean, you see these families walking around all the time, and it's not. I don't think it's racist to point out that you can tell quite often if they're from Somalia or from Ethiopia or something like that. I saw a group of women yesterday. I was driving back through Deptford, and there was 8 women, all wearing various different forms of head coverings and outfits, and it was sort of Somalian looking. And there was 8 of them. All the way from obviously somebody in their late 20s all the way down to about 4 kids. And they were just walking down the road, and I thought, now I can't imagine, I could be completely wrong, they might all be entrepreneurs, they might all be running their own businesses, they might all be paying more tax than I am, but I doubt it somehow, And I just thought, well, that's 8 people there that are probably having to be provided for by the state who are from somewhere else.
Well, I think one of the other facts is that if you take, for instance, Nigerian women that are coming to this country, they are likely to have 2.6 times more likelihood of having children than British national white-born people. So they're actually breeding quicker than the intrinsic British population.
Well, I think the ratio in Nigeria, I think it's the highest in the world of children, is 5 to 1, isn't it? Whereas here it's less than 2 to 1.
And it's
less than 2 children per
family. The nuclear family used to be 2 to, but it's
2.4.
No longer
it's now 1.8 or something. Whereas in Nigeria it's 5.1.
So that's the difference. So coming here, they're actually we're not only coming to Britain, they're breeding faster than local British people. So therefore we are going to get outnumbered. So by the time you actually get to...
Well, it's a mathematical necessity, isn't it?
2050, 2060. And I think the other frightening fact is that a lot of the inclinations are that by 2060 we could actually become a Muslim country. And I think that is even more dangerous when you're actually looking at Sharia law. And again, one of the downsides are these people that we're importing that would actually do us harm because of Sharia law.
But people don't want to talk about it, do they?
No,
I mean,
they
you
want
won't
to
find
ignore
very many politicians that are willing to even entertain that type of conversation. They just don't want to do it. They're frightened. They're frightened of being labelled racist. They're frightened of being labelled right-wing. They're frightened of reality.
I'm a practicing Buddhist. I've been a Buddhist for 48 years. So I recognise the fact that I live in a Christian country with Christian law, and I bow to that. That's my homeland. That might be my choice religiously. I'm sure there are a lot of good, well-meaning Muslims that are moderates. But there are a bigger number that are immoderate and would actually do this country harm.
Yes.
That we are seen as infidels.
And certainly who don't believe themselves to be British. And they're not interested in being British.
No, absolutely.
You know?
In fact, what surprises me...
We had a piece of footage the other day, right in the middle of the emergency alert nonsense. You know, I don't know if you got one of those.
Yes.
I didn't, because I already switched my phone off from all of those alerts back in COVID days. But
I did. I was up a ladder. I nearly fell off.
Yeah, I was going to say, you were working late then, because it came in at 7 o'clock. But yeah, so it was all about, you know, possibility of wildfires, you know, be very careful with you know, barbecues. On the same Friday night, I think it was in Leicester, there was a massive firework display for Pakistan Independence Day.
That's right.
And Putin was saying, well, if you're celebrating Pakistan Independence Day, great, in Pakistan, what are you celebrating it here for? And how are you getting away with firing a lot of fireworks up into the air when there's supposed to be some kind of wildfire warning going on? I mean, because nobody would go and say, sorry, you can't do that.
Sorry, you can't do that.
Because they'd be like, well, that's discrimination.
Yeah.
Right? It's mad. It's insane. Shall we have a look at that Burnham video? Because I think we've got it now. I want your considered fashion eye on this one.
They're stepping off the train. He is being greeted by the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, Andrei Sybiha. And as Ivor was saying there, this is the first foreign trip that Andy Burnham has made as Prime Minister. So symbolic that he's chosen Ukraine as his destination, again, reassuring Ukrainians of the UK's backing and reiterating.
And somebody would have picked that for him, right? Somebody would have gone, this will look really cool. He's zipped it all the way up, which is probably, we should be thankful for that. What do you make of that?
I think it's absolutely appalling. One of the things, and I used to do a lot of corporate clothing design, and it always incorporated a tie.
Yes.
Because I believe if you're going to go anywhere, to dress appropriately, wear a tie is a sign of respect.
Yes.
So I believe somebody representing our country, and the interesting thing is, I don't think he's getting them free, but there's a wonderful Manchester company called Private White that make wonderful suits, and especially wonderful overcoats.
This has been written about. I read about this.
And they're a really good company. They make everything in-house. It's
quite expensive though, isn't it?
It's very expensive because it's, again, British labour.
Bespoke.
Semi-bespoke. In fact, it was named after the founder's, I think, grandfather, Private White, that fought in the Second World War.
Okay.
And they were making suits for Andy Burnham.
I saw that.
So it means he has got a suit of clothes. He could have actually dressed respectfully. He could have actually presented our country in the manner that people actually view us as. That we were the founder of men's tailoring. We were the beginning of it all, before the Italians.
And he's a relatively young man. You know, he could dress more
appropriately,
but he could also dress more kind of snappily as well.
You know, again, I think just appropriately would be enough for me.
But like a decent suit,
shirt,
which would make him look better anyway. As somebody just said, you know, the train driver's probably better dressed than that. But it's just, I don't know what's in his head, because you know very well that they will be getting advice. There will have been a conversation about what will I wear when I step off the train, and somebody would have suggested that. And I think it's embarrassing. I just think it makes Britain look shabby. Looks like a bus driver there, says Lorna. He does.
Well, when you
never wear short sleeves unless you're on holiday at the beach.
When you actually look at what's his name from Ukraine turning up at the White House.
Zelensky, yeah. Well, he's the same.
Zelensky turning up, you know,
turns up in combat fatigues. He's never been near the front line.
And then the inappropriate commentary that came out of America because he didn't show respect when he was actually coming to the White House. And he changed his tune. The second time he went, he actually wore a suit and tie.
And Trump was right, to be honest.
Out of deference. We should be doing exactly the same thing. So I think, for me, Burnham is trying to be this kind of like Jack the Lad, lefty, you know, I'm one of the boys kind of thing.
Yeah, but he isn't.
And he isn't. No. It's fake.
Right. Also, you don't want the Prime Minister to be one of the boys. You would like the Prime Minister to be a step
leader.
ahead. Yeah,
absolutely.
A leader. Yeah.
So, you know, when somebody is actually leading the country, you want them to be able to step up to the plate and actually look the part, take control, that you believe in what they're saying, and he doesn't do any of that. It's almost like he's running the country as if it was a village fete.
I know.
So it's all these little snappy sound bites, you know, that it's almost as if he's judging a cake show at a local kind of like garden centre.
I know.
And not actually getting a grip of running a country properly.
Absolutely shocking.
Yeah.
Now, as you might expect, we've got this new feature that Jeff's going to be doing for us every week, and it's what we thought of. This is
every other week.
Kind of a snub. Every other week. Sorry, my apologies. Every other week, and it's going to be the things that he likes, the things that he doesn't like. So we thought of a way of doing that. So we're going to have banked and we're going to have tanked, and you can figure out for yourself which one is which. I'm not sure if we haven't rehearsed this because we don't rehearse anything. But here you go, banked or tanked. You've got banked Ethel Caterham and tanked, obviously, those ridiculous leaflets that went out last week. So should we start with Ethel Caterham? Why is she in the good books for you?
Well, to me, Ethel this week turned 117 years of age. And she is the oldest living person in the world.
Right.
Which I find amazing.
That is amazing.
And there we are, we can't win the World Cup or do anything like that, but we can propagate the oldest person in the world.
Which means there must be something right about the English diet, right?
And it's like, and Ethel, she started off family of 8. She went to India and worked as an au pair. This was in the reign of Edward VII.
Wow.
I mean, she goes back that far. She's been to 2 world wars. She was probably 7 or 8 during the Second World War. She got married to a lieutenant colonel, moved to Hong Kong, started a business in Hong Kong, outlived 2 of her daughters. Her sister lived to 104.
Amazing.
But there's Ethel at 117, now living in Surrey. And I think top marks to her.
Brilliant.
I think she really is...
Because normally the oldest person in the world lives in somewhere like Nepal, don't they? With the sort of the high altitude has managed to keep them safe.
And she...
1909. Wow, look at that. Fantastic.
So she
was 7 during the First World War.
That's right, absolutely.
World War,
So
amazing.
Yeah, my mother would be 110. She was born during the Second World War. She lived. So Ethel has outlived everybody. And I think that I haven't seen her on the front page of any national newspaper.
I haven't.
No commendation about it. I don't know where I picked it up from, but I thought this lady deserves absolute recognition and is something great about Britain, that we can actually look after people to the ripe old age of 117.
And normally what happens in those situations, if you get sent to interview them, is you have to ask them, what's the secret? And it's usually a glass of whiskey every night or something like that.
When I read what her secret is, she said that I never argue with anybody.
Really?
Yeah, and that was her secret.
Bad news for me then.
So yeah, I'm afraid, Mike, your numbers limited.
Well, my mother, as I say, did a fair bit of arguing at the time, mostly with my dad, and she lived to be 99. She was 3 months shy of 100.
Oh, right. Okay.
So she did well.
Yeah, she's good.
Now, so obviously the tanked, along with everybody else in the country. Well, I couldn't quite believe it when I saw this story.
Neither could I. When I saw this document, that first of all is written in English, aimed at potential asylum seekers.
Yes.
The majority of whom are coming across in small boats, slinging their documents in the water and their telephones, arriving on the shores of Great Britain.
And being given new telephones, by the way, by Vodafone, who I just cancelled my account with this weekend.
Right. So because they were giving out free SIM cards?
Because they hand SIM cards out and phones to
absolutely.
these characters.
Yeah.
For free. Yeah. And they said, can you tell us why you're ending your account? We've had an account with you since 2006. I said, because I don't think you should be giving free phones to illegal migrants.
Yeah. So now, but this document really got my back up because it's explaining how women should be treated, that sex should be consensual. It outlines what consent is. It outlines that any sexual relationship with anybody under the age of 16 is an offence in this country. All of these things, which actually almost give a kind of handbook as to how you potentially can treat people and get away with it. Because the byline at the bottom of it is, if you offend in any of these situations, it could affect your asylum entry. Now, first of all, and then to cap it all, whoever dreamt this one up at the Home Office, and again, it must be under the Home Secretary, she must have known about it, Shababa Mahmood, that what it actually does, it prints it in English. Now, none of these people that are arriving by small boats, we know they don't speak English when they arrive.
Although we're told by some people that one of the reasons that they come to this country is because they speak English and or because they've got a friend or a relative who already lives here.
Yeah.
So they can't have it both ways, can they?
Well, why is it that we're actually spending a fortune on translators to actually translate for them when they arrive?
Yeah.
When you see interviews of them outside hotels that they've been accommodated in, none of them speak English.
No.
So then, to print this document in English and think that it's going to do any good.
Right.
So I find it absolutely appalling that this government should even contemplate doing it.
But Andy Burnham defended it, didn't he? Because he was asked about it, I think, on Friday. And he defended it, saying, well, the thing is, it's good that we give people coming here from other countries the rundown of what our laws are. Well, I'm sorry, if you don't know that it's illegal in a country, or certainly unwise, or you shouldn't do it, to either molest children or to have sex with people against their will, if you don't know that that's wrong, then why are we letting you in?
Yeah, if I go to Dubai, I know that you can't drink there in public.
Yeah.
And so...
Well, I mean, you can, but there are things that you don't do.
You don't... It's frowned on, you don't do it.
Yeah.
It's like, there are certain other countries that you go to where it's customary before you go into somebody's house, you take your shoes off.
Yeah, right.
So you know all that stuff before you go.
Yeah.
It's no excuse to say I've arrived somewhere and, I didn't realise it was
but also
offence.
there's a moral thing here. There's a moral imperative here, which is I would have thought universal. I don't care whether you came from Afghanistan where you think it's okay to stone women to death. That's not right. Even if you're doing it, even if your religion tells you it's okay, in your brain, surely to God, you must know it's wrong. So you don't need to be told it's wrong.
I don't know if that's true, Mike. I think it's so ingrained with a lot of these people.
Well, in which case we should have a ban on those people coming to this country.
Well, I don't disagree with you there, but I think it's ingrained in them that they actually think, because it says in the Quran that this is the correct thing to do, you take it that is okay. And so I think there's a complete re-education required that would take many, many years. It's not going to be something that a leaflet is going to be able to correct all of that, in the space of a couple of days. That means you can be integrated into this society where all of those things are frowned on.
Maybe you could do a leaflet for Andy Burnham on how to dress properly when you're the Prime Minister. Don't wear a zip-up, what did you call it? A zip-up tercel.
I wouldn't waste my
short
time.
Sleeves. No, I know.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely shocking. Anyway, Jeff, listen, great to see you.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Fantastic. And that was Jeff Banked and Tanked. Brilliant. And we'll see you in 2 weeks' time.
Yes, absolutely.
For the same again.
Yeah.
Jeff Banks, ladies and gentlemen, what a guy. Just spent the last couple of days painting his own house. Why not? Well, a few months, actually. Right now, is it news time?
Yes.
We've got Liam Halligan coming up. We'll have some wise words on the economy to tell us about. And, of course, we'll be talking to Paul Cox coming up, because after this, at 10 o'clock, we've got Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox, fresh from the first weekend's football entertainment. I'm sure Mark will have plenty to say about that. And, of course, a bit about Andy Burnham going to Everton, once again telling a lie that he would only sit with the hoi polloi and he would never go into the director's box. Well, guess where he sat? In the director's box. Let's get some news with Edward Hughes.
Tributes are pouring in for 2 police officers killed in a tragic A66 crash near Middlesbrough over the weekend. PC Matthew Blades and PC Tom Clough died when a car driving the wrong way collided with their vehicle, also claiming the lives of 5 young men. Families have described the officers as heroes, and fundraising for the bereaved has already topped £250,000. The Knob of the North is heading to Kiev on his first foreign trip, reaffirming UK support for Ukraine and offering help with long-range missiles, despite Russian warnings of consequences. Elsewhere, Iran-linked hackers are reported to have shut down a small UK power plant earlier this summer after a long dry spell. Rain and possible thunderstorms are returning this week. And graduates face the toughest jobs market on record as the new university year approaches. Laters, Tigers.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward Hughes there with the news. We're here with you, of course, until 10 o'clock, as I said, and then it's Littlewood and Cox. Ellie Hodge is away at the moment. She's on holiday, so you won't have the pleasure of her company at midday, as we did all last week, but she'll be back very, very soon, so keep an eye out for that. And, of course, Will Geddes, whose show went out on Friday and Saturday, did terribly well. So many of you were very complimentary about it, so thank you for that. Fantastic. It's called Frontline, and he's going to be looking at all of the big stories in the world of security, bodyguards, celebrities, and also he'll no doubt be talking about these glasses that you can now get, which can film things without people knowing. Shocking. Anyway, right now, though, let's talk to Liam Halligan, who is, of course, one half of one of the greatest podcasts of all time, Planet Normal. Thank you very much. Jeff Banks is leaving. Liam, very good morning to you.
Great to be with you, Mike.
Really good to see you. It's been too long, but we haven't got any better off. I feel poorer since I last saw you. I don't know whether that's just my own personal situation or whether it's the economy. Stupid, as they say, but it's not going well, is it?
It isn't, Mike. I think there's a pervading sense that something's not right across the British economy. We're business sentiment is low, investment is low, the housing market's on its knees, and there's an increasing sense that we're facing some kind of financial crisis, living beyond our means. I mean, since I last saw you, of course, Andy Burnham has come in. He's well to the left of Keir Starmer. The Labour backbenchers, activists and trade unions who got rid of Starmer did so because they didn't think he was borrowing and spending enough. They wanted him to make the state even bigger. And in Andy Burnham, they've got a man who seems to be going down that route. We've got a budget at the end of October. And just as in 2024 and 2025, ahead of a Labour budget, there's an awful lot of speculation that there's going to be a lot of pain in terms of taxation, not just personal taxation, but also corporate taxation. And that really is casting a shadow, if you like, at the moment over the British economy, because as Churchill said, Mike, trying to tax your way to prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket trying to lift himself up. Yeah, absolutely right. Well, I mean, one of the things that we were talking about a bit earlier with Damien Pudner was this ridiculous mansion tax idea that might, as he says, cost actually more money to administrate than it will in terms of what they collect from it. You know, and they seem to not have a clue about what new taxes they can put on and where more money can come into the exchequer. It just isn't working for them, is it? There's a lot of areas where Labour's put up taxes and they're actually ending up with, if not less tax revenue, then certainly bad side effects. Have a think about their £25 billion increase in employer national insurance. They announced that in the autumn of 2024. It came in April 2025. And pretty much every month since then, Mike, pretty much every month, the amount of people actually employed, payroll employment, a regular job, has fallen pretty much every single month. And for that to happen outside a recession is really, really rare, but Labour have managed it. They've increased capital gains tax and they've ended up with much lower capital gains tax receipts. And if they increase this mansion tax, it's unlikely to raise any revenue because, as you say, to administer it will cost so much. And on top of that, they're thinking of bringing in some kind of wealth tax, taxing you on money that you've already made and paid tax on. And pretty much everywhere in the world where they've tried a wealth tax off the back of kind of populist left-wing sentiment, the answer to every single question is more tax. We need to tax the rich, even though wealthy people in this country, the top 1% of people in this country pay 30% of all tax receipts in terms of the income distribution. It's absolutely incredible. Pretty much every country has ended up abandoning a wealth tax after the initial kind of populist spasm because it just doesn't generate any money. It puts a sign over your economy. We are not open for business. Please do not invest here. But for a lot of people on the left, I think just the idea of taxing wealthy people is the end in itself. It's also some kind of spite. But we're way over what we call the peak of the Laffer curve in this country. The Laffer curve is the idea that sometimes taxation gets so high that the more you raise taxes, the less revenue you actually get because you undermine incentives and you push people away and so on. Well, the tax burden in this country is heading for 40% of GDP in this parliament, well over 40% of GDP into the 2030s, according to the International Monetary Fund. This is beyond where Britain usually goes, and it's starting to show because it's making the economy really sluggish.
Yeah, and front page of the Telegraph, I haven't really mentioned much this morning because there's been other stuff going on, but graduates facing the worst job market on record, vacancies disappearing under pressure from tax and technology. And we're looking at graduates facing the worst job market on record, 45% down on vacancies. And I know this because I've got a son who's just come out of uni. There's literally nothing even to apply to do, never mind to want to do.
Yeah, I got 3 kids in their early and mid-20s as well, Mike, and it's really tough out there. It's not only as if they can't, find somewhere to rent. Certainly in the southeast, it's not only as if they're everything's so expensive, and their sense that older people have taken all the money, and we can come on to that, welfare reforms and so on. It's also the sense that AI is going to take their jobs. There seems to be no leadership, no strategy here in order to give young people a fair crack of the whip. And that's why, just as in the 70s, we're losing so many of our good young people. It's not just the kind of, tech entrepreneurs. It's all kinds of entrepreneurial people who are going abroad because they feel they can't make a decent go of it here in the UK. And that is how to destroy an economy. It's how to destroy a society. But is it any wonder, Mike, when we're spending more money each year, the government spending more money each year servicing its massive national debt on debt interest? It's paying more money on debt interest each year than it's spending on education. Think of the morality of that. We're spending more money coping with our own fiscal incontinence than we are trying to equip a young generation to grow up in a world, let's be fair, Mike, that seems to me to be a lot tougher than the world we grew up in.
Yeah, it does. And I think it's partly because everything's so much more expensive. Because I think we were talking, we had a poll today now with the return of the football season. I don't know if you're a football fan, but, what else would you like to see returning? Bizarrely, Keir Starmer comes very low. We don't want to see him back. Good manners seems to be winning. But also, the 1970s, because I sort of came of age in the 70s. I was a teenager in the 70s. And even though it was tough, there was always something you could find to do. We didn't have much money. We didn't really need any money. It was kind of, you could get by on a few quid a week. And as long as you had something left at the end of the week to go for a drink, it didn't seem like you needed much money. Whereas now, the kids, maybe they just want to do more things. I don't know. But they seem to need a lot more money.
It's interesting you're engaging in 1970s nostalgia, Mike. You were kind enough to mention Planet Normal, the podcast I do each week with Alison Pearson, and we often engage in this as well. Maybe it's just because the demographics of the Planet Normal audience and of your show, with huge respect, we were young and beautiful and thrusting in the 70s, weren't we? So maybe, but look, joking aside, the 70s were a time of high inflation. They were a time of massive economic insecurity and uncertainty. Yes, we were young, and the world looked better. But I agree with you. There was a sense, at least, that young people had some kind of hope. But a lot of those people did go abroad. I know a lot of my own big Irish family
went
abroad during the 70s. It's also worth saying, Mike, I did an interview with Robert Jenrick over the weekend for my When the Facts Change podcast. And it was my Substack, and it was written up in the Telegraph because it was quite an important interview, because he was saying that unless we do proper welfare reform, and of course Reform unveiled some chunky welfare proposals last week. They reckon they can save 50 billion quid a year out of the welfare budget. The welfare budget is something like 340 billion, so a big chunk. The Tories said recently that they reckon they could save 23 billion pounds a year out of the welfare budget. And Jenrick saying, unless we do those reforms, unless we save that money, then we are going back to the 70s in the sense that Britain's going to need a bailout from the International Monetary Fund, which is what happened in the 70s, of course. We remember it. We were sort of young lads. I don't know about you, Mike. In my family, I saw the economic carnage that bailout, that big spasm, that big financial crisis in the mid-70s for Britain caused. And a lot of serious people, not just people like your leading opposition politicians, but also a lot of people across the world of finance and central banking are saying the same thing now. Britain is living beyond its means. Labour are borrowing and spending too much. Our creditors, the big institutions, the pension funds, insurance companies that lend government serious money, they are going to start charging us a lot more to borrow. And already government borrowing costs are way above what they were at the peak of that Liz Truss mini budget crisis back in October 2022. And that's why the government's got no money, because it's spending so much money on debt interest. And that's why it increases taxes all the time. What it actually needs to do is make the state smaller, lower taxes, spend less in all, because as Keith Joseph said, the Tory thinker, of course, who influenced Margaret Thatcher to such a degree back in the 70s, the public sector is now, completely engulfing the private sector that makes all the money and keeps the economy moving. The rider, the public sector, is heavier than the horse.
Yes.
The public sector, the private sector. And that is the problem. The rider is heavier than the horse. We're being engulfed by a massive state that's getting bigger all the time. It's crushing enterprise.
Well, did you see, I can't remember his name, but there was a Labour MP over the weekend who got ridiculed ridiculously. I'm just trying to find it now. Who put out this ludicrous idea. I think it was, here we go. Jonathan Brash, right? In a now deleted post, Labour's Hartlepool MP Jonathan Brash said that public sector workers use their income to pay for the private sector. And he actually said, and this is the level of economic understanding in this Labour government, that the private sector wouldn't exist without taxpayers.
It's just moronic, brash is rash. But I'm afraid the lack of nous, I wouldn't even call it savvy, the lack of actual basic nous and common sense in this government is just jaw-dropping. I'm not having a particular go at Labour as a party because, during the Blair years, for all you might want to say about Tony Blair, there were, people who knew about economics on the front bench. There were people who knew about economics advising the government. It seems that Andy Burnham, because his policies are so left-wing and set to get even more left-wing, any decent economist doesn't want to be known as his advisor. Look at what's happened with, Jim O'Neill, Lord O'Neill, the former chief economist of Goldman Sachs. I don't always agree with him, but he's obviously a pretty bright bloke, and he isn't an advisor. He was being mooted as an advisor to Andy Burnham, but now he's not doing it. Andy Haldane, another very bright guy who used to be chief economist of the Bank of England, he was pitched as an advisor, but now he's not an advisor, it seems. The financial markets are looking at Downing Street and thinking, is there anyone in there who actually has any understanding of economics, financial markets, business? And the answer seems to be no.
Right.
It's not just idiotic backbenchers coming up with student politics economics, the idea that the public sector leads the private sector. It's complete nonsense. In your dreams, that's not how economies work. The private sector generates all the wealth, all the tax, everything that makes everything else possible. And I'm afraid in this country, for a long time, increasingly in recent years, we keep saying that the private sector is a bad thing. People starting businesses is a bad thing. We're just taxing them out of existence. And I'm afraid with this Labour front bench, it's even worse than Starmer's front bench. Absolutely no business acumen, experience at all. This is a government, this is a Labour Party of one-term MPs. They know they're not going to get back in again, a lot of them, so they're absolutely determined to make the state as big as possible, to borrow and spend as much public money, because it's the right thing to do, they say, before they get turfed out on their ear at the next election. And financial markets know that.
Yeah.
They know that they just waste a load of money, and that's why the UK government's paying so much now to borrow. The danger is, as Robert Jenrick warned in that interview with me over the weekend on When the Facts Change, that we're in such a bad situation now, I'm afraid, that more borrowing and spending by Labour will spark a proper financial crisis. Then inflation spikes, interest rates spike, and everyone suffers, but the poor suffer most during those situations. That's how it always is. There's nothing progressive, Mike, about borrowing and spending a load of money and driving the economy off a cliff. And these Labour MPs who keep saying, but it's the right thing to do. The markets won't mind if we're borrowing for breakfast clubs. They don't give a monkeys.
No, exactly. And neither should they, by the way.
Monkeys.
But neither should they.
They'll lend you money if it's for nice, cuddly, progressive causes. That's not how the world works.
No. This one from Catherine. Liam looks like a good-looking version of Burnham. Couldn't we just swap them and then the UK would be saved? Good idea. I'd go for that. Also, have you seen what he's wearing today in Ukraine? And I know that people will say this is not political. This is all about just, you slagging him off for the sake of it. But no, he's wearing... I had Jeff Banks here, fortunately, who is a fashion icon. And so he was able to describe this thing, which is apparently a half-zip turtle. Now, anyone that even thinks of wearing something called a half-zip turtle with short sleeves is an idiot enough at his age. But he's actually
You've been up in the pubs where I grew up, Mike. That's all I can say.
Well, let's have a look at this. Check this out, right?
Him there stepping off the train. He is being greeted by the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andrei Sadia. And as Ivor was saying there, this is the first foreign trip that Andy Burnham has made as Prime Minister.
I mean, he just looks like he's the driver, doesn't he, getting off there? I mean...
Well, look, you know, so I've known Andy Burnham many years, as you know. We used to play in a football team together. He's a smart guy. He's an empathetic guy. I think there's a lot of decency within him. I've often said he'd make a good fair weather prime minister. You know, rousing dust and putting his arms around people, bringing the country together, and so on. A fair weather prime minister when Britain's growing well and the economy's fine. But this isn't fair weather. We need a really tough, hard-nosed prime minister. I'm afraid we need a leader now, rather than a sort of, you know, local mayor who's operating on the national stage. And in terms of his attire, again, I wouldn't call myself an old-fashioned person, Mike, but when you're entering a theatre of war, when you're coming to, you know, talk about in serious terms a situation where people are dying all the time, where Britain now is being dragged into this war, obviously with Moscow suggesting that because British-made ordnance is being used on Russian targets by the Ukrainians, that implicates the UK. Look, this is a really serious situation. This is the biggest war on the European mainland, right, since the Second World War. You don't turn up, you know, looking like you're going down the pub.
Right.
Put a shirt and tie on, put a jacket on, if only to...
I wouldn't go down the pub dressed
the
like
human
that.
sacrifice that's happening here. It just doesn't look good.
I wouldn't go down the pub
If
dressed
you're turning
like
up
that.
at a fete in your constituency at the weekend, maybe look as if you've got a life and maybe you're going on to some family event or something afterwards. But when you turn up on the international stage, particularly when the discussion is war, conflict, geopolitics, you know, major world events, the whole world is watching. I don't think it looks good. And I think a lot of people in our armed services are going to look at that and think, really?
Yeah, I know. Short sleeves, always a no-no for a start. And secondly, you just, you know, wear a collar, for heaven's sake. You know, hasn't even got a collar. It's
well, that attire wouldn't get you into a crap golf club, would it?
No, it wouldn't. And
let alone representing, you know, what's meant to be one of Europe's major powers, one of the world's leading military powers on the world stage. It just demeans us.
I know.
And I don't think I'm an old-fashioned guy. I don't think you're an old-fashioned guy.
No, but the point is this, Liam, that there will be someone in his entourage or in his immediate environs who's recommended that that's what he should wear, because they'll have had a conversation about it and they'll have gone, yeah, wear this, and he's gone, okay then, and that'll be good.
But that's terrible judgment on the person of the person on the part of the person that advised it. It's even worse judgment for him to accept the advice. Again, these things are important. We sound like old gits. Well, I guess we are old gits, Mike.
Yeah.
But actually, I would bet the ranch on the fact that the majority of British people, even if they won't admit it to a pollster because they don't want to come across as being curmudgeonly, they will look at that and go, have a word.
Yeah, really. Seriously. Absolutely horrendous. Great. Listen, Liam, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Cheers, Mike. Well done with the show.
Thank you.
Keep trucking on.
I will indeed. You've seen my book, I take it. It's now on the Sunday Times bestseller list. Fake news. Pick it up. We can't be stopped.
You're out of control.
I know. It's shocking. See you soon. Take it easy. Liam Halligan there. Thank you very much indeed. Talking to us from the headquarters of his podcast, When the Facts Change, but also Planet Normal that he does with Alison Pearson, which is terrific. Very, very good indeed. Are we in a position to do Pooch's Pooch?
Yes, I think we are.
Oh, let's do a bit of Pooch's Pooch, and then we'll be talking to the man himself, who is, of course, Paul Cox.
There isn't Pooch's Pooch, sorry.
No? Well, how can we have another? Can we have another picture of George then?
Yeah.
Just to show, so people can have a kind word and a little. I don't know if you want people to pray for him, but I'm sure he'll be fine. But there he is, George. Look, he's not happy. He swallowed some bad water. Poor thing. Poor boy.
Yeah, the vet said it's happening loads because of the.
Oh really? Yeah. So you've got to be careful what they drink. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something to think
sure
about.
If this is going to work, Mike. So we're going to try.
Okay.
Paul Cox.
All right. We're going to try and do a handover with Paul Cox. If it doesn't work, I'll just have to talk incessantly for another couple of minutes, which I'm sure I can do. Paul Cox, of course, I can see.
Hey, Mike. Look,
hello.
I probably can't hear you. I definitely can't hear you, Mike. But what I'm going to do is pretend I can, because I am a world-leading broadcaster. Mike, how are you? What a great show. We have got a great show for you too, sir.
Well, you see, this is what makes you a pro, because even though you can't hear what I'm saying, and unfortunately your face is giving away the fact that you can't hear what I'm saying, because you're trying desperately to work out what I'm saying by lip reading me. And I don't know how good you are at lip reading, but if you are any good at lip reading, I'm just going to say, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, common sensors. How are we doing? It's Monday morning. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. Thank you to everybody staying tuned in from the Mike Graham Show.
Go on.
He's ended the show.
You ended the show. You haven't started yet.
Oh, okay. Well, so what does that mean? Do I carry on?
I can't hear him. How can I?
I'm still here. Well, I thought he was just going to say this is what's coming up.
Yeah, no, I did as well.
Well, how can he end the show?
He didn't end the show. He thought he'd started his show.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I just thought he wanted. I thought he was just giving us a flavour of what he was going to be doing.
The down the line's not going to work.
Oh well. Never mind. Well, listen. Coming next, as you can see. Oh, we've got some super chats before the end of the show. Coming next, it is of course Paul Cox, the one and only. Mark Littlewood, I think, away, but Coxie will be handling it all himself. Any super chats to show? Let's have a look. One from Mark who says, "Can you use the in-betweeners bus wanker as the new Burnham alert?" That would be good, actually.
Can we play it out loud?
The Shepherd says, "Morning, Mike and team. Great show. We're all bang on about the surveillance state, and now we are spying on each other. And Meta sell the data to whom?" Well, that's a good question as well. One more. All the best people have Labradors, says Russell. I think that's very true. I couldn't agree with you more. And best wishes, of course, to George, who I'm sure hopefully will be feeling better by this time tomorrow. It's now 10 o'clock, though. Time to hand over to Paul Cox. We will see you at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Don't do anything stupid.
Go.
Good morning, common sensors. Paul Cox here. Great advice there from Mike right at the end of the show. Don't do anything stupid. Well, actually, for the next 2 hours, if you want to do something stupid, you're in the perfect place to do it. Welcome to the Littlewood and Cox Show. I'm Paul Cox. I am flying solo this week. I'll tell you a little bit more about what's happened to Mark Littlewood in a moment, but let me tell you what's coming up on the show today. So we've got Keith Tordoff, MBE, ex-police officer, CID, Special Force, guns, the lot. We're going to talk to him about the fact that Nottingham are looking at banning balaclavas and the state of policing in the UK in 2026. My presenter buddy will be Jess Kane. Jess Kane will be here from 10:30 to sit in with me, talk to my guests. I'll talk to her. Jess Kane's wonderful. Most of you know who she is, and I'm sure you're looking forward to her coming in the studio. And then, after 11, I've got Young Bob. Many of you will know who Young Bob is. Young Conservative, very outspoken, made a career for himself already, talking about making Britain great in the image that he sees is right for our future. I've got lots of questions for Young Bob. Why does a man so young become so interested in politics, for instance? Why does he feel like he wants to change the way things are now? I think we know some of the answers to that, but I look forward to speaking to Young Bob later. And then later on the show, Leo Kearse will be down the line talking to me about anything I can think of at the time, and who doesn't want to talk to Leo Kearse? It's Monday, so we've had a whole weekend of stories. And usually I'd be sat here with Mark Littlewood talking to Mark. Well, he'd be talking to me. But unfortunately, as I alluded to last Friday, Mark, legend that he is, got himself caught up in some shenanigans, some rather exuberant special alone times. And in those special alone times, he'd done himself a little bit of a mischief. I don't want to go into too much detail. He's going to tell you the story. You can believe what you want to believe. But let's play clip number 1, Luke.
Well, hello Coxie, hello Common Sensors. Thought I should give you just a little bit of an update on my personal situation. It is a little bit personal as well, but I thought I'd share it with you. I'm sure Cox hasn't shared any of the details with you at all yet. He's far too much of a trusted friend and a gentleman, but I've headed back out to Calador, the beautiful Calador in Mallorca, because I've got a bit of a medical issue I'm having to deal with, Common Sensors. You know, for a man of my age, even just a few minutes of intense ecstasy or, you know, orgasmic extremism, it can do you a little bit of a mischief, truth be told. And yeah, I have done myself a little bit of a mischief. It was only a few minutes of orgasmic ecstasy, I hasten to add, only a few minutes, but you know, it can cause a few problems, can't it? Those few minutes were, of course, before you think any differently, the last few minutes of the Southampton versus Stoke City game, where Saints managed to eke out a win right at the death, beating Stoke City 3-1. But, you know, obviously that sort of level of excitement, as like I say, it can do you a mischief. So here I am. I've headed out to Calador. I don't really trust the National Health Service to treat me. So here I am in Calador, and I'm told the surgery shouldn't be too complicated, and the rehab and the physiotherapy should probably only take a few days. So I'll definitely be back with you all as soon as I can be. And I'll definitely be checking in and keeping you updated. Meanwhile, Cox, make sure that the revolution continues to be televised. This is Mark Littlewood checking in. Roger, over, out.
Well, Roger, indeed, Mark. I'm going to take Mark's word for it. Mark is a gentleman. I'm sure that what he's telling us is the truth, and it has absolutely nothing to do with his special alone times, ladies and gentlemen. But there you go. Good morning, Coxie. My, you're busy. You're every bloody where. How do you do it? I have a special tunnel. We have right-wing tunnels all across London, which I have access to, and a number of other right-wing commentators have access to. We make sure we are everywhere so that the revolution can be televised. Look, I'm going to try something this week as I'm on my own. Hey, no one here to tell me what to do. Littlewood's having surgery for his injury. So I'm going to ask everybody a question each day. And my question to you all today is, has anything in the last 20 years improved? Now, put in the comments if you believe anything in the last 20 years improved. I've put it on my X account at Paul Cox Comedy. That's also been shared by UK Live Online. Follow both, please do. And I'll read out some of the answers there later on in the show. We have got an absolutely jam-packed show for you today. Over the weekend, I spent some time ruminating on what it was that interested me in the previous week, and it had to be the pamphlet. It really did have to be the pamphlet. And I wrote a tweet on Saturday morning, which kind of reflected that. Luke, do we have that image?
Yes, we do.
Brilliant. Let's put that up. So, growing up, at no point did they mention that our future government... I watched a lot of Tomorrow's World growing up, and at no point did they mention our future government would be releasing a pamphlet advising the migrants not to wank on the bus. Sorry for the language at this time of day, but I think you know what I mean. And then I have the pamphlet there. Travelling Together, a guide to public transport in the UK. Please don't masturbate on the bus. It's not appropriate and may cause offence. May cause offence. Anyone who's going to get too upset about that, I created that pamphlet myself on AI. But I think that pretty much sums up what we learnt last week, didn't it? I mean, what sort of country needs to advise its visitors not to sexually abuse or touch women, or remind them that women have their own identity and can make their own choices. And just because they've gone to the beach and they're wearing slightly less clothes because it's really warm, it doesn't mean you can walk up to them and do as you please. What a ridiculous place to find ourselves in, which is partly why I asked the question, what has improved over the last 20 years? Let me know in the comments. Let me know on X, and I'll be reading them out through the show. Before I do, let's interesting. Let's read some of the comments, and I'll read them all. I don't mind, even if they say things against me. But what we got here? We've got L. Sid Barrett. Please say the pamphlet in the voice of Dolores Umbridge, Coxie. I don't have Dolores Umbridge, unfortunately. I don't have that voice in me. Rob Rees 3026, and I think unemployment has thrived during the last 20 years. Well, very cynical there, Rob, but I think you're right. Unemployment has risen. Actually, there's a bit of a left winger in my X comments who says completely the opposite to what we all believe. I don't know what these left wingers are seeing, by the way. What are they seeing? Does anyone know a left winger out there? And by the way, this is from someone like myself who in 1997, when I turned 18, actually voted for New Labour because I thought that was the future. And I don't think my political opinions have changed much, but the world certainly has, and I'm sure that's the same for many of you too. Red Black says, oh no, that's responding to Lou D63. Good morning, Red Black. Good morning, Lou D63. Catherine, sorry, they're so difficult. Catherine Pratt, oh my God, Mark, what on earth have you been up to? Exactly, what a question. What has Mark Littlewood been up to, and has he been playing with his little wood? And is it
a super chat?
A super chat already? Wow! Us Hull City supporters. So this is from Panda28. Us Hull City supporters are basking in the glory of beating Man United over the weekend, which has put some ex-players disparaging remarks about our beloved team and city. Left with red faces. Sorry, absolutely. Yeah, what a great result. I don't know how many of the common senses out there are very much into the football, but it was the opening weekend. Coffee from Poochie. Yeah, thank you very much. He's looking very smart today, by the way.
Got a meeting later, mate.
Oh, right. Yeah, he normally just wears his pants around the office. It's very off-putting. But he's in charge. He's in charge. Normally he leaves a little fly open so you can see maybe one dangly nut just to keep us all entertained. But that's Pooch's place, so he can do what he likes, I guess. And we're all for free speech and free testicles here at UK Live Online. What else have we got in the comments? What else has improved in the last 20 years? Mary Kane, my waistline. You and me both, Mary. Look, we've got our first guest, and I'd like to get him on. His name is Keith Tordoff. He's an many of you know him, by the way, but if you don't, he's an ex-Yorkshire police officer of 20 years. He was CID, he was Special Branch, he was Vice Squad and Firearms. He served on the Sutcliffe inquiry, and I want to talk to him about all things policing. Keith, and good morning, sir.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Keith. Thanks so much for joining us. Where are you this morning?
I'm in North Yorkshire in our original film poster gallery in Little Old Paisley Bridge in North Yorkshire. But I did police in West Yorkshire. I policed in West Yorkshire.
And you also owned a very famous sweet shop as well in your retirement, didn't you?
We did. We had the oldest sweet shop, which is also on this high street in Paisley Bridge in North Yorkshire for 25 years as a family, and it celebrates its 200th being open next year. Continuous trading since 1827 next year, but we sold it in 2021.
Yorkshire, God's own country. I mean, what a wonderful place. I'm obviously a soft southerner, but I've been to Yorkshire. They can barely understand me, but they've always been incredibly accommodating, and I think they've been very nice to me. I don't know, because I don't understand anything you guys are saying up there. But Keith, look, to serious matters. I've got so much to talk to you about today, but Nottingham are looking at banning the balaclava because of obvious reasons. Now, Why would people want to wear the balaclava anyway, just wandering around? And what do you make of this story, Keith?
Well, obviously, certain people wear a balaclava in winter time for motorcycling, for going on the moors when they're walking, etc. So clearly, there are legitimate reasons for having a balaclava. It's obviously been adopted by what I've described most probably as a lot of people would, feral youths on electric bikes or city centre hanging around with them on. And clearly it's causing issues, problems, although, it does also open up the question, if balaclavas are removed or people have to remove them, does it get abused by the authorities, police, for facial recognition, which is being rolled out in most major cities?
This opens a wider question for me. And of course, as a small boy in the 80s, my mum would actually knit me a balaclava, I remember, and I would wear one to keep warm, as you said. But they are being used for sort of nefarious and somewhat malicious reasons more often than not now. But if we're going to ban face coverings for people that could be up to no good, do you think that maybe banning face coverings for religious reasons as well could be a possibility, or should be a possibility, Keith?
Well, I think it opens up a can of worms, and I think this possibly plays into the present, what I would describe as agenda of whichever party is in power. And that's what I say. I think we've got to be careful regarding civil liberties and the fact that, there's the rollout of cameras and things. And I know people say I have nothing to hide, just as I have nothing to hide. But the problem is our freedom and our freedom to go about our business privately suddenly changes, and the technology, as we know, regularly fails. They identify the wrong people, computers crash, systems get hacked, etc. So I think we haven't had a wide enough debate about all this, but certainly in relation to young people, people older as well who are wearing balaclavas, there should be a right to stop them and certainly ask the question. And if there's a reasonable doubt, then yes, they should be requested to remove it so they can be see who we're dealing with.
Yeah, stop and search is a very interesting method of policing that proved very fruitful for many police forces across the UK, and of course got embroiled in the identitarianism of modern policing. Which I mean, basically, it was seen as racist because a disproportionate number of black people were stopped and searched, largely because a disproportionate number of black people were committing the crimes that they were stopping and searching for. Do you believe that bringing back stop and search is the right thing to do, Keith?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, stop and search worked, and it certainly, in my times as a police officer, obviously it's historic service, but service. In West Yorkshire, we had areas which clearly we had problems with knife crime going back then, a certain amount of gun crime. That's why I was an authorised firearms officer and team leader. And we had those problems. So yes, it definitely worked. We used to go and raid the shebeen parties in some of our areas, and the amount of knives and meat cleavers and things that were dropped on the floor when we used to go into the premises was phenomenal. So it's been there, but we could deal with it, control it, police it. DEI, politicization of the police force have all helped destroy the actual way that the police officers can work. And obviously, without going on to other subjects, rushed recruitment, no retention of experienced police officers, the training rushed, not particularly good. We can see that in the police officers quite often, unfortunately, on the street, who are ill prepared and can't talk to people quite often. So this is the problem. I'm not criticising police officers because they've got a hell of a difficult job, and they are me and you at the end of the day. They are our children, our grandchildren, who we need to do this, carry out this role, a horrendous role, as we've seen in the last few days. So unfortunately, it's a tough job, but yes, stop and search definitely works. But we're too much worried about DI and the politicisation of the police. I actually stood in 2021 in North Yorkshire, where I now live, compared to West Yorkshire, where I policed for Police Fire Crime Commissioner of North Yorkshire as an independent candidate, and also for Mayor of York and North Yorkshire as an independent candidate a couple of years ago, who took on the role of the Police Fire Crime Commissioner, because I wanted to work with the Chief Constable to bring back common sense, help them police, and not be looking over the shoulder all the time, worried about a political figure, which the majority of the Police Fire Crime Commissioners or Police Crime Commissioners are throughout the country. And the politicians have too much say. Policing should be done without fear or favour. It doesn't matter who you're dealing with. And at the moment, there's a lot of criminals, believe it or not, in charge of our country.
Yeah, Keith, I couldn't agree more. Look, With regards to policing, I think modern policing has kind of got rid of discrimination and just allowed too much tolerance. Now, unfortunately, I understand why people don't like discrimination, but it's very important, and particularly in the policing world, to discriminate between a goodie and a baddie, for the want of a much more intelligent set of words. But why are they so obsessed with taking away? Because you have to discriminate. When you were out, as a working police officer, you discriminated between someone like me, a good boy, and someone who wasn't like me, a bad boy. And you had to do so in order to complete your job. Why do you think they stick with it, even though it's putting civilians at risk?
I think because they're undermining the police service. I think they're undermining a lot of things in society for their own agenda, which is to bring about more controls, with the police being looked at, ridiculed to some degree. Obviously, with the advent of phones, of cameras on phones and social media, it's caused policing to operate a lot differently to an eye police, because everything is now filmed by other people while the police are trying to get on with the job. So it's changed the way that police can handle situations, deal with situations. And I think that ultimately, as it comes back to this, the police have been politicised through the College of Policing. It's senior officers, quite often, putting it quite bluntly, aren't really capable people. They've certainly not got the policing experience, which you gain over many, many years and many experiences working in different areas, different fields, different departments, building up that knowledge and expertise. A lot of the senior officers, some have been recruited straight from industry and business, which is fine, but I don't know necessarily to run a police force. They also, as a rapid promotion through the system. Some are very good who've been to university and get rapid promotion, but ultimately a lot of them aren't that capable, and they go along with the system because nobody is challenging. And it's all right saying you can be a whistleblower, but we've seen what happens, unfortunately, to whistleblowers. They're usually the ones who end up punished rather than the people they've complained about. And the system needs root and branch reform. It needs a proper independent review of how it's being done, how the recruitment, training, and the way that police officers are getting promoted in the ranks. It's a farce at the moment, and I don't blame the officers, because they are what the product has created.
Yeah, look, I agree with not blaming the officers, particularly at ground level. And unfortunately, there's sort of collateral damage in this political debate at the moment. And we saw, obviously, this weekend, and may they rest in peace, the 2 police officers up in Cleveland that lost their life, And whilst we have to remember that there were another 5 guys that died, and their families are very much very sad about what's happened there. Those police officers were put at danger by those guys, and they are put in danger every day of the week. So we should stop every now and again, just whilst we're having this debate, and say, look, well done to all the police officers out there, men and women, that are putting their lives at risk, and to the families of those police officers as well, that have to every day wonder what on earth is going to happen and will they come back. But talking about the politicization of policing, I think that's a really interesting point, because I don't know if you've seen this, Keith, but the Green Party now are looking at putting forward a policy which would remove the lasers and pepper spray from police. This would virtually disarm them entirely. What do you make of this, Keith?
Yeah, it's the tasers and pepper spray. And clearly, I have read that obviously Zach Polanski, who is the joint leader of the Green Party, is actually to some degree distanced himself, saying this is just a local, I think, part of the party who've proposed this. So that's the balance to it. But obviously it would be, in this day and age, an absolute farce if they did that, because you might as well take off the uniform and just say let everybody police themselves, because it will. The police officers they've recruited, unfortunately, a lot aren't the one of the breed that certainly in my era were, where they got them from labourers, ex-military, people who had grafted and who, got used to the rough and tumble of it into the fights and stuff. We had a wooden truncheon, and we had lacking numbers in those days, where I would end up going to nightclubs when they were throwing out at 2 o'clock, and I'd be the only person there trying to sort out various fights and things. Ended up in hospital myself twice, and that wasn't unusual in my police area, but you learned how to deal with things and certainly how to talk your way out of situations rather than necessarily having to battle. And that's why the taser and I think the pepper spray have come in, because the training, again, I come back to this, it's lacking to some degree, because I do come across police officers and say nice people doing a great job, but they haven't had the training. You can tell because they can't talk to people. They resort too easily, I suspect, to something that's available to them. As a firearms trained officer, I carried a gun, and to carry a gun, you've got to obviously not be drawing it just for the sake of it, i.e. pointing at people, and we didn't. That comes down to being able to talk, deal with situations. I think we've lost that. So the idea by the part of the Green Party that have suggested this is absolutely nonsensical in this day and age, because the police officers, and of course with DEI, a lot of the balance of the police force has been proportionately now towards women joining, which is fine. Very capable women. I worked, with some very capable women. In fact, senior officers above me who were very, very capable. But we've got a lot who physically, we see it on social media where they can't detain people, hold people down physically, and that therefore they most probably do need to have the pepper spray, the taser as a backup. And somebody carrying a great big machete, and the amount of, unfortunately, illegal immigrants that have come into the country who look at culturally things different, carrying all the knives and weapons and using them, then clearly we need to keep, at this present time, the tasers, the pepper spray to use to protect the police officers who are trying to deal with very difficult circumstances, quite often arriving at a situation, having seconds to think who is the goodie, who's the baddie, in effect. It's very difficult.
Yeah, it is. It is. And Keith, we're very lucky to have people like you to talk to that have got experience of both now and then. What do you think has changed most since when you were a police officer and what police officers have to do now?
I think obviously the advent of the mobile phone, because it's clearly a camera for everybody to carry, record everything that's going on. As a police officer, if you were detaining somebody, it wasn't being filmed. If you were restraining somebody, it wasn't being filmed. And it's very easy for people to say, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't hit them here, you shouldn't hold them there, etc. But when you're actually in that situation and you're being attacked and you've got people who are thumping you, kicking you on the floor, throwing things at you, all the things certainly that I went through in my service, and I'm quite a reasonable guy, so I wanted to talk my way out of things, and I was also a very fast runner if it came to it, I suppose. But I didn't. As a police officer, that's the difference. When you're there in that uniform, you can't run away. Now, I could run fast, but even if I knew I was outnumbered and outfaced, I had to stand my ground, and that's why I've ended up with my nose broken and in hospital for an operation. So, that's what it's about, and you come through it a different character. You have to learn from it. But I don't hold grudges against the people who did things, where I got attacked, etc. It's society, it's what you join for. And unfortunately, cameras, the mobile phone restrict, I think, what officers, they're frightened of what they say in a situation. I wouldn't be frightened of using quite, I suppose, abusive, aggressive language when I was rolling around on the floor with somebody who's grabbed all my nuts.
Yeah, you'd be very entitled to, Keith. It's a very good point, though. It's a very good point, because we expect police officers to behave in a completely, unobtainable way. That if you're involved in a physical situation with a couple of guys that really want to hurt you, you're supposed to say, "Oh, blimey, please stop, chaps." You want your police officer to be rough and ready and tough, don't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I did one radio interview. I won't name the interviewer, but he actually said, you should really call them sir when you deal with these people. Well, I'm sorry, I actually disagreed at that time. No, you don't, because at the end of the day, you've dashed somewhere. You've maybe had the adrenaline flowing with the blue lights going. You've got a call. You don't know what the circumstances are, other than somebody's possibly injured or there's a massive fight. The adrenaline. You get out of that vehicle, that car. You don't know what you're facing. As an authorised firearms officer, when I was getting out, I didn't know whether I was going to be shot at or not. You know what I mean? You've got a second.
Yeah, terrible.
So I'm not going to be calling people sir and madam in those situations. I'm going to literally, if necessary, show leadership and character by taking command. And that might be by raising my voice. It might be swearing at somebody. It might be coming across as aggressive. But that's how you can control situations. And we've become so weak and woolly about everything. Everything's so wishy-washy that's why I say when I have come across police officers, and I have obviously in the last few years, and certainly standing for Police Fire Crime Commissioner, and I wasn't successful, of course, because if I had been, North Yorkshire Force would be run a lot more efficiently, I'm confident to say, because ultimately I wouldn't have taken over policing again as a police officer. I wanted to work with the Chief Constable to show him that he would have full support to operationally maintain an efficient area for people to live, work and visit. And that's what it should be about. But we've got politicians instructing how it should operate, who they can arrest, who they can't arrest. People who've done wrong, it doesn't matter what tier in society, if they have committed criminal offences or suspicion of it, they should be dealt with. Yeah. And we're not dealing with that because we've got people above us in government, in the police, who are doing things which they're not investigating. They're not actually putting files forward to the Crown Prosecution Service. And the whole system is skewed at the moment so that there's no deterrent. There's no detection. I mean, the detection rates are horrendous. As a working detective, I worked and I was arresting burglars, people who'd carried out various degrees of assaults. I worked on major inquiries, murder inquiries. As you mentioned, one of them, the Sutcliffe era, which I did from 1975 to 1980. We investigated and we arrested people all the time. Some police officers now have been in the service for months or even years and not arrested anybody. I was arresting a few people a week.
Yeah. Well, Keith, look, one last question for you. I could speak to you all day long, and perhaps one day we will, but one last question for you. Let's just say, Keith, you're in charge. What's the first thing you would do or change on day one?
I would speak to the grassroots police officers, as many as possible, get round the stations, give them confidence that they're going to have a leader who's going to do things, tell them that I will support them wholeheartedly, 100%, as the Chief Constable would, providing they do things lawfully and correctly. But where there's some element of doubt over something that's relatively minor because they've said or done something, that would not be followed up, because there's got to be some common sense brought back to back our officers so they feel confident to do the job. Most experienced ones are trying to get out as fast as they can and get the pensions. Most of the ones who are coming in aren't trained well enough, and therefore that's why we're seeing the situations on the street where people are taking advantage. But these young people who think they can film everything, get away with everything, it's all social media, they need actually clamping down on and, if necessary, arrested.
Yeah, look, Keith, very wise words, and we could do with more men like you involved in policing, and it's a shame that you haven't become police commissioner up where you are, and hopefully maybe, I don't know if you're thinking you're doing it, but if you are, hopefully you can. We need some common sense injected back into policing. Keith, tell everybody where they can find you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm in little old Pateley Bridge on the high street, so they can actually physically usually find me there, as you see in this little gallery behind us on the high street. But also, I'm mainly on Twitter, to be quite honest with you, and that's Keith Tordoff, MBE, X, basically, Twitter, Keith Tordoff, MBE, if you look that up, and you can look me up on Google and see what I've been involved in business-wise, community-wise, and, I do hope to do something which keeps on helping society. We need to protect the vulnerable, the young, the elderly, and our young people. We really need to help. And finally, I just say, please, everybody, there's a GoFundMe by the Cleveland Police Federation for the two officers who in effect were brutally killed, and we need to support that for the wife of one with his children and the other with his family. We need to support them because that shows that the public are behind the police, and that is the danger. Every time they go out, as you mentioned, we must think of the side of the right rather than the wrong.
Very well said, Keith. What a wonderful way to end this interview. Thank you so much for your time today, Keith. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you again very soon, my friend. Keith Tordoff. Let's go to the news now.
Hello tributes are pouring in for two police officers killed in a tragic A66 crash near Middlesbrough over the weekend. PC Matthew Blades and PC Tom Clough died when a car driving the wrong way collided with their vehicle. also claiming the lives of 5 young men. Families have described the officers as heroes, and fundraising for the bereaved has already topped £250,000. The Knob of the North is heading to Kiev on his first foreign trip, reaffirming UK support for Ukraine and offering help with long-range missiles, despite Russian warnings of consequences. Elsewhere, Iran-linked hackers are reported to have shut down a small UK power plant earlier this summer after a long dry spell, rain, and possible thunderstorms are returning this week. And graduates face the toughest jobs market on record as the new university year approaches. Laters, Tigers.
Oh, that's the news there with Edward Hughes. What a guy. Nothing to worry about with Edward, that's for sure. Look, I'm joined in the studio now with my presenter buddy for the rest of the show, Jess Kane. Hello, Jess. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Have you had a good weekend?
Oh, I had a lovely weekend.
Did you? That sounds amazing. What did you do?
I was in Westminster a lot.
Oh, really? Fantastic.
Yeah. I'll tell you after.
Okay, absolutely wonderful. I cannot wait for that. Look, Jess, thanks very much for joining us. You're going to be with us for the rest of the show. We just saw Keith Tordoff there. Now, that's the first time I've ever spoken to Keith, but what a guy.
Really, really, really phenomenal guy, and he knows exactly what we need in this country. We need our police officers to be equipped to deal with danger and crime. At the moment, we're seeing our police officers basically become eunuchs because they're not able to do anything. They've got no power. And I think a lot of civil unrest comes with, well, I know me and another whole group of working people, they're just like, well, the police can't do anything. They've got no power. So what are we doing? Stripping them of even more power? Well, that's the Green Party's proposals anyway, which I think are totally absurd.
Yeah, you have to wonder with the Green Party in particular and these ultra-progressive left-wing parties what their final goal is. Because you don't do that without an objective in mind. And the objective to me, as cynical as it sounds, although most people in the comments I'm sure would agree, that they seem to want to destroy the fabric of Western society as we know it, as you and I would want to protect. And what comes after that?
Well, I think that they want the state to wither away and for us to enter a communist state, which we all know doesn't work. But it is just so concerning, especially when you think of what the Green Party want to do going forward. At their conference, they're going to be voting on going against Prevent, which is an anti-terrorism part of our sort of policing. Yeah. And I just think that's totally outrageous because in local councils, we're already seeing, we've spoken about this before, that Green council groups are trying to go against counter-terrorism work in our country. And it comes to a point, you just wonder, when are they going to stop? When are they going to realise that this is damaging our country?
I just don't think that they do realise that. Look, Jess, not everybody knows who you are. I can't believe this. There's a lot of love for you in the comments. No one in the comments is saying, who the hell's Jess, by the way. Everyone in the comments going, morning, Jess, how you doing, Jess? Oh. Beautiful, Jess, and all that stuff. Well said. Too much. What about me? I'm here as well. Look, Jess, tell everybody a little bit about yourself, because you're a young woman. You're now quite political, and you know that's kind of unusual. I think it's fantastic, by the way. But how did you arrive to this point? What happened to you? What did you know? What shaped your political views?
So I went into foster care at the age of 13, and being in foster care, it's a political state. Your whole life is controlled by people you've never even met. Wow. And for someone who is a bit of a rebel, me, I could not stand it. I was kicking off, I was crashing out, and I was like, why can't I do anything? Why can't I do anything? And my social services eventually turned around to me and they said, oh, it's the council's fault. Well, why is that? Why is that? Oh, it's from national government. And from there, I joined the Labour Party when I was 13.
Wow. I mean, we all say that people, do start off as, but not at 13.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to, from the very start, I wanted to totally reform the care system because I was treated very unfairly and I had a horrible experience in foster care. And I know so many girls and boys who had awful experiences in foster care. And I wanted to change it from the very start. I learnt by about 15 the Labour Party wasn't for me, and I joined the Conservative Party. And
that was a strong 2 years. 13 to 15, you decided politically you were going to change.
I was always more of a Blairite, more of a Blue Labour, that's what they're called.
Yeah.
Definitely I was always on that scale. And I remember there was so much tension around Brexit building up around that time, because I was born in 2000. So 2014, 2015, there was massive tension around Brexit. The soon-to-be Brexit.
Yeah.
And I remember going to my local CLPs, I don't know what that stands for, but it's a monthly Labour meeting, and arguing with these people so much older than me who were calling me fascists for wanting to leave the European Union. Even though I was a member of the Labour Party, I'd been quite
So this
taken.
is a 15-year-old Jess Kane arguing with
like 60, 70.
dyed-in-the-wool socialists about leaving the European Union.
Yeah, and I was totally taken with Nigel Farage as well, and which is really...
Did you actually have a poster of Nigel Farage?
No, but
right.
I probably could have. I probably could have, because I went on about him so much, which is crazy because I was actually in Labour at the time when I sort of was like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. But he was the first person I ever heard talking about grooming gangs in Rotherham on... it was either on the radio or on the telly, but I was totally inspired because I'd never heard anyone outside of the foster care machine talk about grooming gangs and abuse that girls were facing within care, and that we as girls in care were being exploited and, you know, almost being sent away to go into these gangs. And that was the first time I'd ever heard someone on telly talk about it. So he sort of had me from the start, basically. I loved him from then.
That's incredible. And it's actually quite harrowing to sit here and listen to a young woman have to describe how they went through the care system in our country. And it feels to me how you weren't really looked after. Everything you said there was you talking about you finding your own way through. Your political views were shaped by your experience, but it wasn't as if anyone was sitting down and looking after you. Was there anyone looking after you?
So when I went into foster care, I was under a Section 20 agreement, which means that your parents willingly sign you over. So they did have these meetings in place. I can't remember what they're called from the top of my head now. It's been so many years.
Yeah.
I'm so old now.
You're not. If you are, then there's a lot of us in this room in trouble.
But I was having all of these, they were dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. But there was so much that was being missed through the cracks. And compared to so many other girls, I actually had you could say that I was a success story, because I came out, I went to university, and now I've been, getting into politics and stuff. People would look at me and say I'm a success story. But that's definitely not from foster care. I've had to sort of crawl and scratch and fight for that myself, because so many girls and boys that I knew who were in care as well, they've gone down the most awful paths. They went to drugs, they turned to crime, a lot of them are in prison, a lot of them actually cost the taxpayer more money because they're just sat on the dole all day. They don't even think that they can work. And I know that because when I was younger, I thought there's no way that someone like me you're treated like you're a piece of scum. There's no way that someone like me would ever be worthy enough to have a job. Your whole idea of self-worth is stripped from you. And you think you would never be able to contribute to society because you're scum.
That's very, very sad to hear. Well, I'm very glad that for you it's worked out, but for many, like you say, it hasn't. And what I find intriguing about that is we're always told, particularly from the left, that it's the state that will look after you. Well, as a child, you were actually being looked after by the state, and what you've described there is the vast majority of children looked after by the state are not very well looked after, and their chance of success is very low. And you actually said something there that I found quite upsetting to hear, actually. You said that somebody like you wouldn't be able to. So at some point, you were led to believe in your life, because you're in the care system, no doubt, that you were only entitled to very little in life. Is there nothing going on in the care system that tells everybody? Because we're told that asylum seekers are more equal than us.
Well, this is why actually I feel kind of so passionate about the asylum seeker issue, because I do feel like they get treated so much better than I did when I was a kid growing up in care. They're granted a free phone, pocket money to go and spend on whatever they want, free bills, a roof over their head, a lovely cooked dinner, and they're just given it, no questions asked. And also, despite causing a lot of crime in our country, they're still sort of, waved through, fine, whatever. But for us, because I was in foster care, I'm treated as a crime risk today. If I was to have a child right now, and when I went into doctors and said I'm having a child, they would be obliged to tell social services, and social services would get involved in my life and potentially take my child away from me if they assessed me to not be a good mother. So that is a really, really, really horrible ongoing stigma that is associated with care leavers, and it will stay with us for the rest of our lives.
So because you were in care, you will be seen as someone that is high risk to being essentially what they're saying, a bad parent, a bad mother.
Basically, yeah.
On what basis?
Well, I guess a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
And I do kind of get where they're coming from, because you do see a lot of this behaviour repeated over the years in the family, but maybe it wouldn't be repeated if they treated their children better. We only become so chavvy, is how they used to describe us, because they led us to believe that's all we could ever amount to. We could never be better than that.
Great, that is absolutely terrible. That is genuinely heartbreaking to hear that. You know, children that have got possibly one of the worst starts in life. I know there's a lot of good work done by foster carers, but the fact that, what did you say? No.
Oh, I think no.
Breaking story. All foster carers are terrible.
No, they are some of the greatest people ever, and I do think having foster placements where you as a child go and live in the family home, that is so much better. My last foster placement, I was so lucky. I went into a private fostering institution afterwards, because the first half of my care experience, which was under the state, was so bad. They put me into a private one called Blue Sky, and that was in Shilram near Brighton.
Right, yeah.
And my last placement with my last carer was really good, and I made loads of girlfriends, and I definitely came out of my shell because I was so shy. I couldn't even speak to someone, couldn't look someone in the eye.
Wow.
So that was really, really good. And the work and effort put into children by foster carers is just amazing, and they deserve a clap on the back.
Yeah, well done to you. I don't want to patronise you, because I know
It's all right.
I really don't. You know, saying like, "Oh, well done." That's not really what I mean. What I mean is, despite all the adversity you faced, you stand here today, or sit here today, and I think you've got an incredibly bright future ahead of you. And talking about young people, I asked a question at the beginning of the show to our audience and on X, and I said, what has improved in the last 20 years? Now, 20 years is the vast majority of your life. Do you think anything's improved in the last 20 years?
No.
Great.
No, it's just got worse.
People are struggling. So I'm just going to read from my X comments here, and then I'll go to the comments in the show. Mark Littlewood, actually, never heard of him.
Oh, who is that?
He said football's improved in the last 20 years. I think that's debatable, Mark. I think that I enjoy football now. Your club, Southampton, Mark, certainly has improved. You were perennial Premier Leaguers 20 years ago. Now you're fighting it out in the Championship with big teams like Portsmouth. Councillor Kevin Asplin said AI and data access. That's probably something that has improved. And there's a debate, I'm sure, about whether AI is good for us, and I don't think we've got to the bottom of that yet. Pixie said, if I was left-wing, I'd have lots of things to suggest, although none good. Unfortunately, being right-wing, I can't think of any. Most people would suggest AI, but in my honest opinion, AI will ultimately be our downfall. Yes, thanks, Pixie. That is a very interesting point there. Nanny Lulu, who's a huge fan of the show. Thank you, Nanny Lulu. Our tolerance, unfortunately. So our tolerance has improved over the last 20 years, although it now seems to be people are waking up. Nanny Lulu, that's a very good point.
I agree, massively.
Barney Davis says, loving the natural interaction between these two. This is very natural. They haven't worked on it at all. Very natural. I like it. Well, I just want to talk to, same as Jess does. Jess and I are actually from a similar background. I wasn't in foster care, but I grew up in a very working class family. I lived on a council estate for the first 7 years of my life. But by your description of your upbringing, growing up on a council estate near Portsmouth in the 1980s actually sounds
tough.
Well, yeah, but it sounds quite luxurious. My parents were together. They looked after me the best they could. But I think it's difficult in life, and we often find, particularly on the left wing, that a lot of the people that are telling people like yourself and me to some extent, that how we should live our lives and how we should think and how we should behave, have no real experience of the tough life. They lived in middle class areas, were well looked after, went on a couple of holidays a year. One of them would have been skiing, and
pampered pusses. They've never had to sort of struggle so much in their life.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, I do genuinely agree. What I don't want to do is do what they do to us. I don't want to, patronise them because they were fortunate enough to have that upbringing. Fair play. I'm bringing up a daughter now. She's 17. I've given her a much more middle class existence than I could have ever have thought of. In fact, I didn't know the upbringing that she's having really existed. But I don't begrudge her that. I think that. It's good. We all aim to progress, and I'm sure that when you have children, you won't want them to be in foster care.
No, of course.
So we all want to aim. Let's go back to the comments here. So Kez K, morning Kez K, how are you doing? I'm never sure if you're male or female, but I'm going to guess with male. No, I'm not. I'm going to guess with female. Who cares? It's all gender fluid here. It's not. There's only two of them. What does Kez K say? Money for freeloaders has improved over the last 20 years. Angry face emoji. I think you're right. I think that's part of the state growing larger. The state is much, much larger now than it was when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s. And I would say much less effective too.
Quite.
It's not that it was brilliant back then, but I would say that it was more effective.
Well, they're not utilising the money that they're taking, far more money now that they're taking, and they're not utilising it effectively. For example, my mother is on PIP now, but she used to be on DLA. She used to be on a whole variety of benefits. And I think it's a good thing that the government streamlined benefits into universal credits and, what's it called? Not DLA anymore, PIP.
PIP, yeah.
But so many people can now claim PIP, which sort of negates it. And my mum has to go through humiliating assessments annually when she's never going to get better. She is really autistic. She's got cerebral palsy. She's got epilepsy. She's got a host of lifelong conditions. She's in a wheelchair mostly. She can walk, but she can't walk very far. She will never be able to work ever, and yet she has to undergo, and so many people who have lifelong disabilities have to undergo humiliating disability assessments annually because we're let down by people in our system exploiting the PIP system, like ADHD. And I've got ADHD, but I would never claim PIP for ADHD.
No, that's such an interesting point, because we do forget when we're having these debates that there are many people out there that totally rely on the welfare system to live what most people would take for granted as a regular or normal existence. And for those people, I've always thought that welfare is a wonderful thing. I have no issue, despite being considered now as a right-winger, I have no issue with the welfare system for the most needy.
No,
we
quite.
should, as a wealthy first world country, and my goodness, are we clinging on to that status by our fingertips. We should be able to support the most vulnerable in our life. We should support children better. We should support the elderly better. And we should support people like your mum who clearly aren't able to support themselves. Right. And there's nothing wrong with that.
But we need to get the leeches off.
Yeah.
We need to flick the leeches, get them off. I have had enough of an inflated welfare state personally. We need to totally reduce it. I actually think we should scrap universal credits altogether and come up with a whole new system. In America they have food stamps, and I think we should just get rid of that altogether in terms of universal credits and just give out vouchers for bills, cover rent again, cover food, because I'm sick of benefits going on stuff like booze and fags.
Yeah, really interesting. Would you restrict how benefits could be spent?
Yes,
because
I
at the
would.
moment, benefits are, and I consider myself quite fortunate. I've never claimed any benefits, and the reason I say fortunate is because I think they should be used as and when I require it. I've paid taxes all my working life. I even pay some now occasionally. If the Inland Revenue are watching this, yes, last year I did only work 14 hours, and that's all I'll be paying for. But at the moment, it's just cash into accounts and then they can use it freely. Now, as kind of a libertarian right-winger, the idea that people are told what to spend their money on to me, I'm a bit uncomfortable with. However, if that's state
It's not
money,
their money, exactly.
yeah, it's taxpayers' money. So would you generate some sort of system where they could just have a card that could only be spent in a shop on certain things?
Yeah, definitely. I would. I have a very strong opinion that if you are spending money that's not your money, if you're spending taxpayer money, it should not be going on anything that you think is fun and fairy, sprinkles, rainbows, booze, fags, gambling. No, get rid of it. You know, why is my taxpayer money going towards that? I don't want to pay for that. I think millions of people would agree with me that they don't want to pay for that.
That's really interesting. Stephen Girling said, I agree with Jess about a voucher system, and that's what you're describing. By the way, viewers, Kezke, if you're wondering, is a girl. She said she's a girl. I assume...
Don't misgender her.
No, I won't misgender her. There's only two, so you can only get it right. But also, when she says girl, I assume she means a fully grown one, because I've interacted with Kezke several times on the show, and if she's 8, it's still the school holidays, then I am in big trouble. So, Kez, just please do confirm you're an adult. That would be great. If you are children watching this, what on earth are you doing?
Yeah, get out.
But thank you. And please send super chats. If your parents give you money, send it straight to us and we'll spend it wisely. Catherine Villette says, food stamps are a great idea for the UK. That's essentially what you're saying. Lou D63, thanks Lou, you're a regular. Lou said, go back to the old DHS and unemployment system. I vaguely remember family members being on that. Did you would have been, there would have been a time for you when you would have been young adult into adult where I assume you were getting some benefits because nothing.
No. So when I left foster care, I left at 18 with all my stuff and I basically went, I went and stayed with my mother for a bit actually, and then I went into university and I just got a job.
What did you study at university?
Politics.
Politics, wow.
And I went to university when it was COVID. So I went to university between September 2019 and January 2020.
Oh, you really missed out.
And I didn't go to any more university after that. I needed those 3 months. So halls of residence shut in, I can't remember when it was, but they shut pretty early on in 2020. And I thought, oh my God, I've got nowhere to go. Luckily, I had a boyfriend at the time and his family were so kind. They just took me in and they were really like my second parents. They were really good. And I went and lived with them over the summer until I got my own flat. So, and I've lived in that flat now since 2020.
Wow.
My little studio flat with my little cat. But it was really hard during COVID because especially with my status, there was no sort of support given. Rishi Sunak actually was the only person that I really recall. He gave some financial help to care leavers. We got, I think, a bursary of like £500 over COVID, which really helped me pay my lecky bill. And I was really grateful for that. And yeah, that was really good. But other than that, it was a real struggle and we were totally forgotten about.
See, this is what I was saying earlier. They want to make the state bigger, but the state is so ineffective and doesn't look after anyone. I've got some news, ladies and gentlemen. Kezke has said, I'm as old as my little finger and a little bit older than my teeth. So very funny, Kez. I think I know what that means. That's certainly old enough to be watching this show. Debbie Langton says, why do you think traffic wardens were hated? I'm not sure what that's about, Debbie, but I think it's because they fine us. I managed to dodge one this morning, actually. Some of you will be aware that I was not just on this station. There are no other stations, really, but I went somewhere else just to see what it was like this morning. And I didn't have a chance to pay for parking. Got in and out just as the warden was coming. Coxie's on the run. Didn't get caught. So Lou D63 says, don't say that, Paul. My 7-year-old grandson knows my PIN number and he's watching. Oh well, I don't know who your grandson is. Obviously, what a weird thing to say. What I mean is I don't know what his name is. I don't know who imagine if I said, I know who your grandson is. What a lad. But thanks so much for watching. Sorry, you was expecting a tough political debate, weren't you? But then you got me. Lou D63, thank you. Hope your grand is well, certainly after watching this and watching this with me. Dodgy Git, hello Dodgy Git. Dodgy Git, cameras on traffic ward. Oh, cameras or traffic ward. So there seems to be a debate going on in the group here that I'm entirely unaware of. Oh my God. Debbie Langton, all city town halls hold this information and What?
What?
All city town halls hold information well, did King Charles knows Blair. So I understand all of those words, but when you put them in that order, I have absolutely no idea what that meant. But thank you. And please do put things in the comments. I will read them out, obviously, even if they don't make sense. Jess, we'll be going to news very shortly. But tell me something. You've seen the news today. Is there anything that's really getting on your nerves at the moment? Is there anything in the news that's... Because we're in silly season. And is there anything that you're thinking, why is this still happening?
Well, I think for me, actually, I've looked at a news day and it's been a lot of policy dropping, which I've been very pleased with myself. Reform of social housing policy has dropped. But what I have found irritating are the people critiquing it already and just saying it's a racist policy because it's a policy that puts Britons first. And I just think that's ridiculous. How are we in 2026 still using the same woke liberal arguments from 2016? I just think that is something that really grinds my gears. A party, look, there's no secret I'm a Reform supporter, right? But a party that is actually putting the British people first in terms of social housing in an era where it's so difficult to have a family right now, to settle down, have kids, it's so expensive. The government, or the Reform future government, will make it easier for Britons to have families and to live cheaper, and people are saying it's racist.
That's incredible, isn't it? You think that putting the incumbent culture and incumbent people of a country first is now framed by the left as racist. But that has worked, Jess. Trust me, that has worked for maybe 10 or 20 years now. And I think we're just starting to see the chink
people are
in that armour. Even people of colour, right? It's not just people like you and I who are just by happenstance of birth happen to have the shade of skin that we do. I think even people of colour, because the whole thing is racist. The idea that we have to lower expectations. I saw the other day there was I think Afghan or Sudanese refugee, 20 years old, had got his GCSE results. I'm going to talk to Leo Curse about this later. And they were banging on about what this marvellous achievement was. He's a 20-year-old who just got, who just did fairly well at a children's assessment. And it's like, look, we don't need to hold these people in such low regards. I'm in agreement with you. I'm not a member of any party, and I think they'll probably stay that way because I like to commentate. But I'm definitely a fan of Reform. Do you see yourself working with Reform? Are you doing anything? Is there anything coming up in the future?
I don't know yet.
Would you like to?
I think I would like to. I really do agree with a lot of their policies. There isn't one really that I can think of that I disagree with. And I am so passionate about our country changing and getting rid of this wokeness that's overtaken us for the last, 20 years, I'd say 10 years even. And I think Reform are the only party that can do that.
Yeah.
So I'm fully behind them, and I would like to work with them, but who knows? I'm at the very start of my career.
Here you are, but I think it's going to be quite a break. There were lots more to come from you, Jess. We're going to go to the news now, and we'll be back shortly.
Hello tributes are pouring in for 2 police officers killed in a tragic A66 crash near Middlesbrough over the weekend. PC Matthew Blades and PC Tom Clough died when a car driving the wrong way collided with their vehicle, also claiming the lives of 5 young men. Families have described the officers as heroes, and fundraising for the bereaved has already topped £250,000. The Knob of the North is heading to Kiev on his first foreign trip, reaffirming UK support for Ukraine and offering help with long-range missiles, despite Russian warnings of consequences. Elsewhere, Iran-linked hackers are reported to have shut down a small UK power plant earlier this summer after a long dry spell. Rain and possible thunderstorms are returning this week, and graduates face the toughest jobs market on record as the new university year approaches. Laters, Tigers.
Well, I'm very pleased to say that in the studio with me is another young, conservative, politically engaged man. Not that Jess was a man. I'm getting very confused with genders this morning. Jess is clearly not a man. But I've got young Bob with me. Morning, Bob. Am I okay to call you Bob?
Yeah, well, you call me whatever you want. Hope not hate. Always get my name wrong. So
what does what I hope not hate call you?
So my real name's Thomas, but my baptismal name's Gregory, and then Bob is obviously another name. So that it's interchanged them, but my legal name's Thomas.
So do they think that they're sort of dead naming you when they call you by Gregory or Thomas? Or because I mean, hope not hate. I think we can mutually agree. are a malicious outlet.
Yeah, like even protesters now, they read my file and they'll sell the name as if I've got a problem with it. But I got my name from Speaker's Corner, so it's just sort of a tradition to go by a pseudonym. But when you engage more into politics, when people interview you, they don't want to put you down as young Bob. So
Bob, you don't know what I'm asking. How old are you?
18.
18, wow. Yeah. So you were born in 2009?
8.
2008. I've got a daughter who was born in 2009, and I'm not sure that she's ever been as politically engaged as you are. I'm not sure she will ever be as politically engaged as you are now. What, as a young man, brought you to the point where you became so politically engaged?
Well, first of all, just being around it. So, of course, people are called vocationally to do different things, which for me was politics. So just being engaged and surrounded by political figures all throughout my life. There's the clip bite if the left want to accuse me of being indoctrinated. But I also just believe as well, because I'm a Christian, that we should go out into the public and call out error where we see it. And nowhere else do you see error but then the woke left. So when I was in secondary school, I was part of several different theatre productions, and I sort of saw the wokeness and the degeneracy for myself. And the lack of them being diplomatic with their views, the fact that they ostracize people immediately if they move away from their orthodoxy, sort of showed me that you can't be diplomatic with these people and you need to engage with these ideas and sort of destroy them.
Yeah, what have you learned from talking to essentially strangers? Now, I've watched a lot of your videos. We've never met. It's a pleasure to meet you. But I've always been incredibly intrigued by your videos. I don't see your videos as clickbait. Now, people on the left, ultra-progressives, will go, this is just clickbait. He's saying the first outrageous thing that comes to his head to try and trigger people into getting clicks online. I don't get that sense from you. I get the sense that actually you passionately believe in this and that you are doing it for what you believe is a greater good. What have you, we'll get back to that, but what have you learned from talking to essentially strangers on the street?
Well, people always say that, and in retort what I would say is that we're just simply drawing the line where we disagree. The British people are quite polite, we're becoming slowly but surely quite more political.
Yes.
So we're drawing the battle lines, so to speak, not to sound too violent here. Which means if I say something that offends you, that's just because you've never heard it before, because right-wingers for too long have been too polite to actually give the blunt messages of our beliefs.
That's incredible. And you talked about not talking too violently, but you have actually been involved in physical altercations. Not that you've instigated.
Yeah, God forbid.
But that have happened to you. I saw a couple of curry thrown over you at one point.
Yeah, I've been culturally enriched. So they can't accuse me of racism. So I've had a barrage of different food items thrown at me, beans, eggs, curry, a bottle of Chardonnay once from a drunk woman outside of Camden Town.
What a waste.
Yeah, I know. That's literally every single person I say says that. So
you've sat outside a Camden Town tube station, probably the epicentre of woke in London, actually, I would say, and debated people.
That was when I was like 15. That was actually the first time that I was ever viral on social media. It was me outside of Camden Town talking about migration, and a man, an edgelord, chucked eggs at my head, and that was when people was exposed to me on the internet.
And what, by the way, at 15, what made you? What did you? Was it because this is not too dissimilar to Charlie Kirk? May God rest his soul. But was it Charlie Kirk that inspired you? Because, or did you just go, I just want to do something about this? I mean, you were a Christian. Was there something in your upbringing? Were your parents politically motivated? Or did you just go, do you know what? I'm just going to set a table up outside of Camden. I'm going to ask people with purple hair what they think about right-wing politics.
Well, interestingly, I was at a Christian conference for the last 2 days, and one of the speakers, Dr. Aaron Edwards, he said that the rabble is fixing the rubble. And what he meant is that God is currently calling up very weird and strange people. And I think I fit into that category because I don't think there's any real explanation, just outside of the fact that one day on a Sunday I found my way into Speaker's Corner and started debating with people. And I really feel like, especially in politics now, due to it being so incredibly accessible due to social media, you're going to see more interesting characters come into the fray and contribute to the fight.
You have a platform that's huge. How many followers do you have across your platforms?
I haven't counted.
Well, there's a man who
should boast. Eh?
There's a man who isn't totally involved in his own ego. I know exactly. No, I don't actually know exactly how many I've got. But you have a platform larger than most journalists. Some journalists will be very envious of your platform. What do you plan to do with that? How do you see? We'll get on to party politics in a minute, but how do you see young Bob or Thomas or Gregory? What do you see you using this platform for?
Literally my own self-interests.
Brilliant.
It sounds so selfish, but it's like I do whatever I want, and this is why. So I was speaking to older Bob the other day, and he was like, who are you and what do you do? Because I barely ever speak to him, and he doesn't really know my angle when it comes to content
There's an
creation.
older Bob. I'm not aware of this.
Yeah, he's of Speaker's Corner, yeah. And you know what? This is the funny thing. Because you don't know him, shows that I've outgrown in terms of platform.
That is brilliant. Older Bob is going to be disgusted.
Well, he will be. But I only do this for my own self-pleasure. So whatever, if I want to post certain content, I will. You know?
So earlier on, I was saying to you, perhaps you're not doing this for clickbait, but maybe you are. Maybe you're doing this just purely for your own benefit. That would ask the question, though, mate. Are you because you're doing it for your own benefit? There will be people out there that will say, well, what about the greater good? Because you can make a change at your age, you can really influence people. Surely it's not just all for self-pleasure, is it?
Oh, obviously not. And when I said my own self-pleasure, what I mean is I'm not going to fit into a particular niche because I believe in several overarching principles, right? So where a lot of nationalists try to move away from the discussion of Christianity, because of course it's notoriously said that this country doesn't do God, I'm going to speak about Christianity. When it comes to a lot of Christians not wanting to speak about politics because they want to be quiet and they don't want to be scandalous for their church, I'll speak about politics.
Yeah.
So I'm really saying when I do this for my own self-pleasure, I just don't fit into an exact mold. I'm not exactly looking at an exact map of already established pathways and then going down that particular path. And on asking your question, because I always get this question, like, do you model yourself after Charlie Kirk? And as much as that's a compliment, the mere suggestion, because he's a fantastic guy, I never actually really watched him when I was young. I was more of a Stephen Crowder guy. And then people have caught onto that who've watched more of my videos. I hardly take myself too seriously at all. I take myself with a degree of humour around with me, which means I would never have the grace and reverence of Charlie Kirk, because after he was assassinated, and there was a period of time where I was working for Turning Point UK, I was told, watch as much videos and consume as much videos of him as possible. And that was really the only time that I began to start watching his videos. I watched them before when I was about 14, 13, but I mostly watched other American influencers at the time. And what you could see is slowly but surely the grace and reverence of how he was speaking to people. Because he started out, actually just wanting to troll liberals. I spoke to many people that
Which is fun.
Which is good fun.
Yeah.
But then I feel like as more and more he was receiving spiritual guidance, as more and more he actually got more of a three-dimensional understanding of the people he was speaking to, he sort of came to the conclusion that these aren't people you should just debate with as if they're your enemy. These are potential voters, these are potential people that could be your friends and ultimately believe in what you can believe in. So come at it not trying to destroy them, but convince them.
Yeah, I like that. I really do. And you're a Christian. Were you brought up a Christian, or did you come to your faith as part of this political journey, or did the political journey start because of your faith?
So I started out as an evangelist at Speaker's Corner. I was cradily born Catholic, then fervently received and baptised into the Eastern Orthodox Church about a year and a half ago on the day that Lazarus rose from the dead. I was never intending to do politics, had a great admiration for a lot of political pundits, wasn't really engaged into the political scene here in Britain. And it was really where a few people from Speaker's Corner that started inviting me speaking at these little street demos as the Migrant Hotel protests were starting up, that one of the particular speeches that I simultaneously did at the Southern Britannia International Hotel got quite big, and people just kept on inviting me from there, and then it was that slow transition from doing solely Christian content to doing Christian and political content. But I've always had my Christianity as my ground. I say to people who ask me, what is my advice? You should never take my advice to anyone but me. But I would say, would you rather go to hell or would you rather do this? And obviously the question should be, well, whether we want to be saved or not.
So is Britain a Christian country?
Constitutionally, absolutely. But I am more than happy to admit that most of the people in this country are not. And I feel like that is, for many Christians that want to force Christianity down people's throats, we have to understand that you have to examine the country that you're evangelizing before coming towards an actual solution, right? So I'm assuming when St. Augustine was baptizing pagans, he had to make an assessment of, well, what does this country actually look like? Well, it was a pagan nation at the time. So in the same way, we have to identify the fact that most people are secular. Even in America, secularism is creeping up. Over 22% of people who are born into Christian households in America deconvert and no longer identify as Christian. So I think there's a large apostasy in the West, people moving away from Christianity, even amongst young people. Pew Research have shown that we have a record high amount of cultural Christians no longer identifying with the Christian faith.
It's interesting. Secularism is taking over, and I think that's part of apathy. I think that's part of big state. I think people are starting to look towards the state as their guidance. And of course, that's, we were talking to Jess Gain, who's still with us actually, and I'll bring her back in a second. But Jess was talking about her upbringing within the care system, and that's just an extension of the state. And it felt to me like the state really failed Jess, and all of Jess's successes are as a result of her hard work. Do you believe that people have sort of given up on Christianity or faith because they don't believe in it, or do you believe that successive governments after successive governments have essentially said, you don't need God, you just need our version of faith?
I certainly think that big corporations and big states have sort of made an idol of their own individual self, especially looking at the post-Enlightenment era. I also think as well there's a fear of hyper-individualism also doing that as well. I do think we need involuntary communities that people can find themselves in. Even in the care system, it used to be Christian institutions. Christians were the ones to found orphanages. So, we have all these institutions that used to be with God, but no longer with God, and look at the fruits that they bear.
Yeah, I do happen to agree with that. So that leads me on to Islam.
Yes.
Now, Islam is a very persuasive group of people. There's politicized Islam, which often leads to the terror attacks that we've seen. There is a more passive version of Islam that are leading us to believe that they wish us no harm whatsoever. My personal view is that this should never become an Islamic country. Do you believe it should become an Islamic country at all?
Absolutely not. However, what I would say is, with like many religions, when they come into a new country, there's this distinctive form of Islam forming, which is extremely apathetical to the Islam that you may see in the Middle East. So I want to move away from the sort of intellectual sloppiness, AI-generated memes of like what Islam looks like, or it's all the Muslims, and rather say that I detest Orthodox Islam and what it's looked like historically. I think a lot of the morals are easily explainable within the 7th century. I don't think you should have a 7th century set of moral systems in today's country. However, what you're now seeing in a lot of communities in Britain is a liberal form of Islam. People like Layla Cunningham or Zia Yusuf, right? Mm-hmm. I think they're pretty good examples of a form of liberal Islam that is unique to Britain, which doesn't exactly possess any of the problems that we now see today. And quite comedically, going back to my Speaker's Corner routes, an apologist called Ali Dawah, he's a Muslim, he's receiving a lot of flack now for calling this stuff out. Because a lot of Muslim converts especially, they're no longer wearing the hijab. They're no longer fulfilling the obligations that need to be fulfilled for women in Islam. So there's that moving away and creating this new branch. In the same way that Anglicanism was formed from the West, from Rome, you're now seeing Islam forming a new form of like Quranist-only liberal Islam in the West. And if in small portions of the country that exists, I don't really care. But if we have like Muslim hate preachers that believe that you can have intercourse with children, or they don't believe in consent laws when it comes to women, or they don't give women the same rights than men do, that's where we should probably be blocking visas and not allowing these people into this country.
Yeah, look, it's a very divisive subject, but I think it's very simple, actually. You make a binary choice, and this leads me on to reform, the right wing, conservatism, restore. You mentioned Zia Yusuf, you mentioned Layla Cunningham. They're obviously very much part of the infrastructure within what Nigel Farage has created in reform. Are reform going far enough for you?
I wouldn't say so, but I would say that I understand like tent building, coalition building, but what I would say is that you have to assume a degree of trust, right? So most right-wing figures won't give what they ultimately fully want, or they won't communicate fully what a right-wing government would do. Because if you communicate it in the wrong way, we see this with Keir Starmer, you completely fail, right? Because people won't resonate with your message too well. And you need coalition building, especially a lot of the old Labour seats and Lib Dem seats. But there has to be that degree of trust. Now, I don't think polled amongst the electorate, especially considering the £5 million scandal with Nigel Farage, there is that current degree of trust that reform can be tent building whilst also keeping to its true right-wing principles. So the way I've always dealt with reform is that they're the best out of the worst bunch electorally. If you consider all of the current candidates who could potentially form a government. However, I don't trust them to fully be a right-wing entity that could be principled enough for what I would actually, be fully supportive of.
And who would that be if it's not them?
It would definitely be Restore. But I understand that currently the only seats that they are viable in is in seats like Great Yarmouth.
But Rupert Lowe is an influential character.
Yeah.
He has a legitimate place in British politics, does he not?
Absolutely.
Many people would argue, perhaps reform voters, especially dyed-in-the-wool reform voters, would say that he doesn't. My opinion is that it's unequivocal that he's carved out his niche in British politics and that he has something to contribute. However, I agree with you that Reform are the most solidly reliable, likely party from the right to perhaps form a government. Can you see a Reform Tory Restore pact?
I don't think. I think that it's purely optical, and I think that pacts are actually quite informal. So if you look at elections, right, if you have like a strong Reform seat, Tories and Restore, they probably just run a paper candidate that doesn't pick up a lot of votes to split the vote. And you see this with every single party. Do you really think during Makefield, for example, the Greens made an official pact with the Labour Party? Of course not. The Greens just didn't throw a lot of resources at the election, which meant that they didn't pick up a lot of votes. So for many people, they see on X like, potential for a pact being shot down by one party or another. I would say, of course they wouldn't, because it would upset their donors, it would upset the members of the party who maybe came from the Conservatives, maybe came from Reform to Restore, or vice versa. But these things are informal and happen during a general election, because then they just run paper candidates. Because you don't want to waste money on elections, that's unwinnable.
So, with all that in mind, does Thomas see himself, I don't know why I'm asking this in the third person, it doesn't make me look very clever, but do you see yourself as somebody who can influence politics in the future? I mean, you're 18 years old. You've got forever in front of you, God willing. And do you see yourself as becoming someone more influential? Do you see yourself joining a political party or standing for office?
I don't think so. Decided going into more ministry, like training into the diaconate within a church. But by God's grace, I'm open to nearly everything, to be honest with you. I didn't know that when I was like 15, I'd be doing this.
No.
Whatever happens. I'm just going to keep on going forth with the ideas that I believe in, hold them to the chest, protect my heart, go out into public square, promote them. And if that helps a certain party that agrees with me, that's fantastic. Glory be to God. And if that means at some point I'm invited to stand in an election, it'll happen.
Look, I genuinely believe that you are someone who has created a platform for yourself. You are very persuasive, and that there should actually be a legitimate space for you. There are many, I've seen interviews with you where people are trying to catch you out or trying to persuade you away from one path and onto their path. And that's not something I would ever do. It's entirely up to you what you choose to do. But because I'm on the right wing, and because I believe in freedom and for the individual, I believe that someone like you definitely should be heard. We don't have young right-wing voices that are as prevalent as yourself and Jess, and there's Ellie Hodges and there's Anna McGovern. Outside of that, there aren't very many people, and you're not all the same view. You are shades of that spectrum. Do you think it's possible to win over young people? Are you seeing any change whatsoever?
Definitely, but I just don't think the young people that agree with us are politically active. Like we say, we're like the school of thought of common sense, but that's pretty true with the people that support us. I was up in Morecambe doing a Christian conference, and I was with Father Brett Murphy, the priest of the church that was hosting the event, and we were walking out after going to a Wetherspoons, and it was quite late at night, and 20 young people all came up to us knowing who I was, and they wanted to take pictures. none of them seemed like they were really interested in politics. They just found some of our videos quite amusing, and they could tell that I was winning a lot of discussions over, which means they were very sympathetic to my worldview. So I think that when a young person's on the left, they're really active, which means that you see them on show and display a lot. But when someone's on the right, besides from a few margins of people who are outspoken on the right, many of them just live normal lives, you know?
Yeah, I dare say one of the reasons you see them more active is because they're encouraged more. They're more when they share their views, they don't see the vitriol that you see. I've never seen curry being chucked over a young left winger sharing views about socialism or hashtag kindness. I think people are squashed into little boxes and told this is what you must think and this is what you must say, which is why I think your opinions are incredibly valid in this discourse. Thanks so much for coming on, mate. I really, really do appreciate
Absolute
it.
pleasure.
I wish you all the very best, and please do come back again. Let's go to the news quickly.
Hello tributes are pouring in for 2 police officers killed in a tragic A66 crash near Middlesbrough over the weekend. PC Matthew Blades and PC Tom Clough died when a car driving the wrong way collided with their vehicle, also claiming the lives of 5 young men. Families have described the officers as heroes, and fundraising for the bereaved has already topped £250,000. The Knob of the North is heading to Kiev on his first foreign trip, reaffirming UK support for Ukraine and offering help with long-range missiles, despite Russian warnings of consequences. Elsewhere, Iran-linked hackers are reported to have shut down a small UK power plant earlier this summer after a long dry spell. Rain and possible thunderstorms are returning this week. And graduates face the toughest jobs market on record as the new university year approaches. Laters, Tigers.
Ready. Well, so I think that was a thoroughly interesting interview with young Bob. Charlotte's brilliant. Obviously, we all love Charlotte. Charlotte sorted out that interview. When she said young Bob is free and would like to come on, I jumped at the chance. I think that young people in politics have to be able to be heard. And that includes left-wingers too. But what I would say, as I said towards the end of Bob's interview there, they've had the platform forever. It's entirely acceptable to be left-wing and come out and say socialism is great and everyone should get welfare and everyone, no matter what their religion or where they've come from, should be welcomed into the country and none of it ever be challenged. Bob, Thomas, Gregory, however he wishes to refer to himself, is a legitimate voice and has carved out a platform for himself. I don't agree with everything he said, and you may think, oh, Paul wasn't very tough with him on that interview. Well, why would I be tough with him? You can go be tough with him on any other platform. I want to hear what young Bob has to say and why he wants to say it. Jess is back with me now. Jess, what did you make of that?
I thought that was really good. I think young Bob is a really measured and reasonable guy. I've actually got a lot of time for him. He's really lovely, and he does approach all of his commentary from a school of thought, and no matter what political affiliation you are, you can't help but respect that. I've also just seen the amount of abuse that he has received and continues to receive, and he is very brave for continuing despite continuous abuse. Things being thrown at him, his signs being taken and run away with. People, like he went to Bristol and he had demonstrators screaming in his face. It must have been quite intimidating.
Yes, none of that is good. And I think, but all of that is good to see in the sense that I think what young Bob is doing there is showing the rest of the country, in fact, the rest of the world, how people behave. I don't actually think he's that antagonistic. When he talked about Stephen Crowder, who is a comedian and very much likes poking the wasp's nest to see what comes out, making fun of...
He is not a rage baiter. He does not go out there with the intention to upset anyone. He just sets out his thoughts respectfully as well. He's never rude. I have had many debates, nothing obviously televised or official or anything like that, but I have had conversations with young Bob and it's always been really pleasant. I've personally got a lot of time for him. I think he's a really nice guy and he does think things through rationally.
Obviously he was coming on UK Live Online. He knows who Mike Graham is. I'm pretty sure that Bob didn't know who I was, he never came with an agenda there. He didn't know if I was going to be pro young Bob or, you know, anti young Bob, or if I was going to say a young man like you should be doing better things with his life and you should be careful, my son, because out there it's very dangerous, and if you do things and say things, people are going to attack you. I don't say that. The man is 18. Okay, there is a sort of a parental aspect about this, but he's a man, he's a young adult, he can make his choices and he's making them. And I think we should absolutely encourage people to do that. Would you consider going out and sitting in public though and challenging the strangers in public in the way that young Bob does?
To be honest, I don't think I would, purely because I would just get frustrated with the fact that people, they do not want to listen and they don't use reason when they talk to young Bob. I do think his method is effective, but I personally don't have the patience for it. When I've watched his debates many times, he will always go ahead with reasoned, measured commentary, and he will just get, oh no, I just don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that. And it's like, why? For instance, defining what a woman is. And you'll just get these nutters who refuse to even engage, and they're just trying to clip farm. They're trying to have their own viral moment. And I think sometimes it doesn't help platforming these idiots.
No.
But I think he's doing some great work.
He is doing some great work, I think, and you don't have to agree with him to be able to say that. Look, there's lots of comments coming in here. Red Black said, young Bob can stand his ground in this crazy world. Yes, I'm sure he can. And, you know, by which I mean in terms of intellectual debate, I hope he doesn't get any more physical interactions, but I fear there will be many more. Molly Darcy said, wonderful young guests. The future is bright. And 3 kisses there from Molly. 1 each, I assume, for me, you and Bob. I'm taking one of them anyway. Lou D, no, sorry, she was answering. I'm always ringing out Lou D. Lou, you get loads of coverage, but that's because you interact so much. And I do encourage everybody else to interact as well. Chris W was saying you can't reason with stupid, but Bob gets very close to it. Yeah, demonising the left as stupid for me is something I'm not comfortable with, because one of the things that brought me onto this side of politics was the reaction to Brexit. Now, when Brexit came around, I was in my mid-30s. I was living in London, essentially, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to vote for Remain. I had big questions about the European Union, but within a day, the reaction to it and the idea that the people have spoken and then the authority were going to overturn it. Yeah. I was like, no. And then obviously Trump happened and COVID happened. And I remember thinking, there's something not right about this. I really don't like it. David said, exactly, Coxie. He's a man. We all make our own decisions. As long as he ain't assaulting people, it's all good. Yeah, look. Of course. Open for Worship says we need more Christian conversations and opinions. Tony Swift said, I was talking to Charlotte. Charlotte's in the comments saying, good, glad he has. Charlotte is wonderful, by the way. And I'm not just going to say this because I'm on air. She does a tremendous job behind the scenes. Really, really good job. We got Luke the Duke on the buttons today. He does a good job as well, but he's no Charlotte. He's over there at the moment. I think he's asleep, actually. He appears to be drinking. Is he drinking? Yeah, he's drinking again. Look, we found Duke the Luke. He was outside one of the establishments here in Vauxhall, and we know what that means. And, we've brought him in. We brought him in, and we're doing him a favour, but he still drinks and sleeps on the job. But Charlotte does a fantastic job, as does the Duke, of course. Jeanette says, wow, I didn't know that about Thomas. Now, I'm not sure what that's related to. There's an angry face, and then there's a looky-uppy face. I don't know what any of that means. I don't know what emojis mean. Really, I don't. I'm 46, ladies and gentlemen. Greta became a legend in her own mind and never had anyone to ground her. Unfortunately, her beliefs change with the weather, no pun intended. And that's from Newsbreaker. That's a really good point. Now, you could be chucked into the same bracket as Greta Thunberg. You're a young woman. Bob, I'm sure, gets that sometimes too. Very, very, very different. Do you think that Greta has had a remarkably easy ride in life? Are you going to get the ride that Greta Thunberg got?
Well, she has this gigantic platform, right? And she is demonised a lot, actually, by voices on the right, which I disagree with. I don't like Greta and her politics, but I would say I don't like it because of my own personal views, as opposed to I hate all lefties, she's just really woke, I hate her, rah, 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 rah. And I'm sure that I, or young Bob, or other young voices on the right, we get the same sort of treatment and abuse from the left. I know I've seen an article written about me saying, GB News commentator, taken down a peg, ha ha, stupid right-winger, boomer, and I was like, whoa, out of literally nowhere, no substance, no argument. So we do get a lot of disproportionate abuse, but then in a way we do get such great opportunity, because I think when you're young, there's not a lot of young people involved in politics, so you are just more recognisable. And I think because there are older people in politics who look at us and see potential, they do want to help us along the way and guide us into where we may potentially end up.
Yeah, look, I've no guidance at all, and if I start giving you any, just go, look, you definitely shouldn't be. You definitely shouldn't be advising anyone, let alone me. I think it's wonderful to have young voices for the very reason that it inspires other young voices. Even the negative interaction inspires other young voices. The fact that you get people saying to you, stupid right-winger, none of them could identify stupid unless they looked in the mirror. And most of them definitely couldn't identify what right-wing is. A lot of the views that you share would have been considered centre-right, centre-left when I was your age.
I would still say that I am centre-right, to be honest. I'm a centrist. But people look at me and they look at my politics and they think I'm this far-right fascist, which is just ridiculous. Because to a reasonable person, they'd look at me and say, oh, she's a centrist.
Well, I mean, do you ever speak to anybody your age outside of our little bubble?
Yeah.
And do they talk to you about politics, and what do they say?
So I've got loads of girlfriends who...
Me too.
Loads of girlfriends.
I know what you mean, yeah. It's difficult out there.
They're always blowing up my blower, oh my God. But loads of my mates, they hate politics, and a lot of them are actually on the left. So we disagree massively on politics, but they are all so supportive of me, regardless of my political beliefs. They've never hated on me for being right-wing. They do think I'm a bit extreme, especially in terms of immigration, but I always say, well, this is just a state of our country now. And even they, as one of my mates, she is so left-wing, bless her, but even she can say, okay, I think there's something going on here with immigration. And all of my friends, even if they are left-wing, they're very supportive of me.
Left wing is kind of a very comfortable place to be. And I think a lot of people like to be comfortable.
Yes.
And they like to be liked.
Young people who are not too engaged in politics, they know the script. Free Palestine, that's something that people will just comment under every single post. And if you go against that, then people will hate on you because that's not comfortable. That's not the appropriate answer. I said something like, I don't agree with importing the politics of Gaza into council chambers when councillors have a responsibility for your flipping bins and your housing and your waste, not Gaza. And the amount of abuse I got from young people all over TikTok was astounding. But when you do engage with them in debate, it's quite interesting because they don't have any reason as to why they say that. It's because it's the consensus.
Yeah.
And it's easier to be a sheep than it is to be a wolf alone, I guess.
Yeah, no, it is. And that's because when you step outside of that comfort zone, you are attacked. But once, and it's not always physically, it's just people around you will say, how could you possibly believe that? And they'll start using words like fascist and racist and stuff like that, which for a very long time have worked, but I think are working a lot less now. Do you get called these things?
Yeah. Do you know what? I actually love getting hate comments. They just really make me laugh. It's like water off a duck's back. I could not care less because when Margaret Thatcher had a great quote, I can't remember it from the top of my head, but she said something like, once they have resorted to insults, you have basically won the argument because they can't think of anything more clever to say.
Absolutely. What do you think of Margaret Thatcher?
Love her.
Love her.
Love her, love her. Margaret Thatcher, milk snatcher, love her all day long.
Yeah, well said. Look, I asked the question at the top of the show, has anything improved in the last 20 years? On X, Martin Edgar said, the weather, it seems to be getting warmer, which is great because I hate the cold. He put something before hate, but I don't want to demonetise. Zarada said, that is a tough one, to be fair, Paul. Thank you. I would have said cars if it were not for those electronic milk floats these days. My go-to then would be the British Touring Car Championship. We are seeing a generational talent in Ash Sutton. I'm only aware of Ash Sutton because he occasionally pops up on the sports pages, but I believe motor racing is in fine taste. Well, maybe cars are improving. I think what's going to happen with cars is going to become very interesting over the next 5 to 10 years, because at the moment, Mike Graham talked about this on his show just last week, actually, but he's talking about buying a new car. Now, if they're going to get rid of cars, fossil fuel powered cars like petrol, etc., then why would you buy one now if you've got to get rid of it by 2030? And by the way, 2030 is only 3 and a bit years away.
Foxy, I've got one.
Go on, mate.
Independent media.
Why am I not saying that? Independent media is definitely a wonderful thing. We wouldn't be here without it. And by the way, thanks so much. The numbers are great again today. Lots of you stayed from the Mike Graham show. Lots of you are coming over from UK Live Online. Don't think for a minute that we take any of that for advantage. I'm just going to quickly go to the news again, and then we'll be back with Leo Kurz.
Tributes are pouring in for 2 police officers killed in a tragic A66 crash near Middlesbrough over the weekend. PC Matthew Blades and PC Tom Clough died when a car driving the wrong way collided with their vehicle, also claiming the lives of 5 young men. Families have described the officers as heroes, and fundraising for the bereaved has already topped £250,000. The Knob of the North is heading to Kiev on his first foreign trip, reaffirming UK support for Ukraine and offering help with long-range missiles, despite Russian warnings of consequences. Elsewhere, Iran-linked hackers are reported to have shut down a small UK power plant earlier this summer after a long dry spell. Rain and possible thunderstorms are returning this week, and graduates face the toughest jobs market on record as the new university year approaches. Laters, Tigers.
Well, welcome back. The news there, usual harrowing stuff, but brilliantly delivered by Edward Hughes, who has no skeletons in his closet, largely because he's AI. But a little comment there from Ludi63. Go, Jess. Iron Lady with still balls. Supporter.
Quite right.
Peace emoji. Yeah, Jess said just before the break, if you're just tuning in, that she was a massive Margaret Thatcher fan, which is not something at 25. I would have been 25 in 2005. So that's 20 years ago. You do the math. That would have, I don't know why I did an American accent there. It's totally unnecessary. There is actually an American in the room. We like to keep one in the corner just to make sure, just for fun, really. We always have this week's pet American is Matthew Hurt. He's actually here. He's not going to be on the show, but it's wonderful to have him. Ludi63, we love you guys. Go Coxie. Yeah, go Coxie. That's me. But we have a wonderful guest now, even funnier than I am. I will never be as funny as this man. I love him to bits. I owe my media career to him. How you doing, Leo?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you, Paul?
I'm good, thanks, mate. What's racist today, Leo?
Man, what isn't racist? I'm writing a book at the moment called What's Racist Today. So for every day of the year has got like a different thing that's racist that obviously isn't racist. Or maybe it is racist, but who cares? It doesn't mean anything anymore. And I thought, man, am I going to find 365 examples of stupid things that have been called racist by academics and Guardian journalists and stuff? And oh my God, I could write this book 5 times over. Everything has been called racist. Even you, Paul. You could be like July the 14th.
I have been called. I've been called once a week now. I'm kind of proud of it. I took this from you, actually. People would have seen me do this, but every now and again I'll be on a panel show and I'll be debating, and someone will say, "Well, that's a bit racist," and I always say thank you. You were the first person I saw do that, but I always now if someone says that's terribly racist, I'm always like, thank you. I think minute by minute, day by day, we need to just edge away at the whole point of this, which is that very little is racist anymore, and you and I aren't, although we'd like to be, but we still haven't achieved it. Have you actually discovered anything today that's been racist, Leah?
So today, I don't know if you know Priyamvada Gopal. Priyamvada
Yes.
Gopal is a Cambridge academic, and I'm not. That's not being used as an insult. She genuinely is a Cambridge academic. She's that stupid. But she has said, and you might recognise her. She's actually the man in Temple of Doom who pulled the guy's heart out through his chest. But she has said that if you think if there are any biological differences between races, then that's racism. And what are you whispering about? I can hear the whispers.
Sorry,
are you pulling up? Are you pulling up? You're like, hey, get this guy off here! Get this guy off here as soon as you can.
I'm so sorry. I was talking to Jess. I thought you couldn't hear me, or at least nobody else could hear me. But please carry on. You were doing.
That was like a stage whisper. That was louder than me. But this, when you do showing her a picture of the Temple of Doom, where the heart gets pulled out through the chest, that's actually how you get a PhD at Cambridge now. That is the graduation ceremony. But yeah, so she has said that if you think there are any biological differences between races, then that's racism. But the thing is, there are loads of biological differences between races. That's how races exist. And I mean, for stuff like sickle cell anemia, I don't know if you've noticed when you've gone to the NHS, when you've finally managed to get an appointment and you've walked in and there's all these posters on the wall saying things like, oh, if you're African Caribbean, make sure and get tested for diabetes or sickle cell anemia or whatever it is. That's because pasty-faced Scottish guys tend not to get sickle cell anemia. We didn't evolve to have sickle cell anemia because there isn't a huge problem with mosquitoes in Scotland. There's a bit of a problem with midges, but we just put up with it. We haven't evolved blood cells to deal with it. So there are differences between races. Skin color is a biological difference. What does she think skin color is? Do you think there's, skin color is randomly assigned and, it just so happens, just by chance, all the black people are black? It's nonsensical. But we know now that...
Go on, mate.
Well, academia isn't about facts anymore. It's not about, biology.
No, of course it's not.
Things like that. It's about it's ideology. It's a religion that, it's got its blasphemers, and it's just about inculcating people into this ideology that bears very little relation to actual empirical observable science.
Yeah, I actually discovered this weekend that 48% of black women in America have herpes. I'm not going to tell you how I found that out, but that is also racist, Leo. Jess Kane is here with me. I don't know if you've met Jess before. Jess, meet Leo Kearse.
Hello.
Leo Kearse, meet Jess Kane. Obviously, I just have beautiful women on the show, Leo. That's my modus operandi now. But Jess does have a question.
Thank you for gendering me correctly.
Leo, have you read a lot into academia and works on gender and race? Because I actually find this very interesting myself. My undergraduate dissertation was actually on the white working class, and how the white working class have been written about in academia is really quite interesting. There was this book I read, actually. I cannot remember what it's called, something like Imperial Lace, Imperial Leather, and it's got a really kinky name.
I've got that book in the bathroom.
It's a soap.
But it's about the racism that people of colour face. But there was a really interesting chapter on how white working class people back in the day actually faced racism themselves, because when in Victorian novels, for example, when they say, oh, Heathcliff, he was considered to be dark complexion, that was because some white people were darker than other white people and they would suffer some sort of stigma. Also, the working class as a whole were sort of looked down a lot. I did a lot of research for this for my dissertation. People don't really discuss this anymore when they talk about the politics of racism and how it's evolved in academia, with wokeness sort of taking over it. So I was wondering if you'd had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, people who used to work in the fields, used to go out in the boats or whatever, they'd naturally be darker because they're out in the sun all day long. Even if it's the Scottish sun, it's still gonna have an impact. Yeah, you see this back home with the guys who build the dry stone dikes, and the farmers tend to be a bit swarthier, like Heathcliff in your description there. And it's interesting when you go to places like Vietnam, you see women working out in the paddy fields and quite extreme heat, still wearing gloves and wearing face coverings and wearing the hats, what are they called?
Carrying those big bales on their back as well. I went to Vietnam in February and March, and I was like, what? They're working so hard in these extreme conditions.
Yeah, the bales aren't to stop the sun, but the clothes that they wear, the hats and the face coverings are to stop the sun, stop their skin being darkened, because in societies like that, and I guess in British society up to about 150 years ago, if you had darker skin, then you were seen as a manual labourer. You're somebody who's out in the fields all day getting that darker skin. So it'd be seen as a sort of lower class thing. And now it's reversed. Now, if you're wealthy, you can afford to go abroad and get a suntan. Then that's seen as a mark of wealth, a high status thing.
Well, I picked up on something that you'd put on X this morning. John Harris was talking about going for a walk in the Peak District, and he just, for whatever reason, as we all do when we're walking, seemed to notice the skin colour of everybody walking past, and said the landscape was striking, but so was the diversity of the hikers. We can make this the new normal, and we should, Leo.
Oh my God, nauseating. The nauseating. Oh my God, I'm so wonderful because I walked past some Pakistani men barbecuing a goat. We know. I've seen this before. I didn't even need to go to the Peak District. I've seen it in Richmond. Walking around the nice leafy parts of Richmond when I lived in Richmond, and the littering I saw, and I only shouted. I remember I shouted at like I assume he was Indian. I'm basing that purely on my own bigotry, but he shouted at this Indian guy. I called him a dirty cunt. Oh, sorry, shouldn't swear. Sorry, but he dropped litter.
Swearing, Leo, and then there is Scottish swearing.
Yeah. But sorry, I shouldn't have sworn. But I swore at him. He dropped litter on the ground in like a beautiful, picturesque street. And these are the cultural differences. Driving around London, this is why people are noticing differences. It's not from anything they've seen online. It's not from TikTok or Elon Musk buying Twitter or anything like that. Driving around London, if I see somebody throwing litter out of their car window, I'd pull up. I'd have a look to see what they look like. And my racism is never wrong. There's differences between different cultures. So we need to recognize that. And for this Guardian guy to be like, it's so wonderful. Man, I've heard so many people, I've seen so many videos, I've seen so many photos of littering and, disrespect of the countryside that, you wouldn't get from the average white British guy with a broomstick up his ass, because, he's going to be more polite and more respectful because that's just what's in our culture.
Well, this is it, isn't it? And you know what? Sometimes white guys just go for a walk in the country to get rid of everyone else. By the way, when I'm out there, I have never done a tally of how many people I've seen, particularly with different. Imagine if I came back and said, "Hey guys," I went for a walk in the Peak District. You never guess what I saw? 26 brown chaps. I think possibly 4 gay brown chaps as well. There is absolutely no one doing that whatsoever. How is a Guardian journalist finding themselves in this position where they think that's okay? And are brown people in the countryside going, why is this white bearded gook looking at me and counting how many of us there are in my family group?
Yeah, and also, for a fact tomorrow The Guardian will run a piece saying, the countryside is racist because there aren't any brown people there, and that's because of systemic racism and barriers to brown people getting into the countryside, and they're just called gates and fences, and white people manage to get over them. So The Guardian just says, it speaks out of both sides of its mouth. The Guardian, the countryside is like Schrodinger's racism. It simultaneously doesn't have enough black and brown people, and it's full of black and brown people, and that's wonderful. So they really need to make a decision. But yeah, I mean, I think we know, when I've been for walks in the countryside, well, half the time it's been with my family who are half Indian, so they have no problem going for a walk in the countryside. There's no problem with access to the countryside. They're very British Indian, by the way.
We'd like to apologise for anybody that's been affected by finding out that Leo Kearse's family are not entirely white and Scottish. We apologise profusely. Had we known before coming on air that was the case, we would never, obviously, have spoken to Leo and his disgusting family. Look, mate, what have
it's
you got
interesting
coming up?
that, you know.
No, go on now, carry on. Tell us
What
all
have I got
about it.
We've just got the image on screen.
Oh yeah, well, I was just going to say, so my uncle came across to Britain in the early 70s, I think it was, and I think, you know, how long ago was that? Like 50 years? Like, I think back then, because it was harder to emigrate, to get to Britain. You got people who really wanted to go and had the means to come here, and also, you know, the British Empire was still inculcating British values in the people around the empire. So, you know, my uncle comes here. He's very, very British already before he gets here, because he's been part of the empire. You know, he really believes in Britain. He's a high quality immigrant. He's a really smart guy, hardworking, totally shares our values, and I think, you know, people got lulled into a false sense of security because we had some high quality immigration back then. Then Tony Blair turned on the spigots, and now it's almost the opposite. You know, high quality immigrants aren't trying to get into Britain. There's better countries to get into. So we're getting whoever turns up. And you know, we really need to start operating Britain a bit like a nightclub and have some sort of door policy.
People do often shout the words Civ and Nat at me, and sometimes at you, Leo. But for the reason I never get offended by that is because of that story you've just told. That obviously I was aware of your uncle. But irrespective of that, the idea that we can't have the best of the world coming here, irrespective of their background, is for the birds for me. I'm quite happy for that. And what's happening now is not that. The problem we've got now is that under that, you know, under the guise of that, they've just enabled third world, sub-Saharan immigration, which is basically ripping apart the very fabric of everything that's been built in this country.
Yeah, and third worldism is so damaging, and it's quite transparent that communists, the left, you know, the people who've taken grip of the establishment, are doing it to damage, you know, whiteness, to damage Western imperialism, to damage capitalism, you know, all the things that actually deliver us a great society and prosperity and the things that are good. So we've got communists, far leftists, trying to damage us by bringing in the third world, and they're creating a sort of electoral dictatorship for the left, because they know that once these people get the vote, they're going to vote for whoever gives them the best welfare. So it's a very dangerous time for Britain. I think British democracy, our style of democracy, only really works in a homogenous, culturally homogenous society. So, you know, with this fragmented society with a lot of different third world groups, all with pushing their own grievances and asking for their slice of the pie, you know, you're not going to get the people coalescing around ideas or pushing together as one for a common cause, a common vision.
Can we fix this though, Leo? Is this fixed via politics now? Is it reform? Is it a pact with reform and Restore, or Reform and the Tories? I mean, is this fixable now, mate?
I think what's going to happen, unfortunately, is there's going to be some horrific incident that's too obvious, too large scale, too repellent to ignore. You know, the equivalent of the Manchester Arena bombing, something like that, or the Bataclan attack, but possibly even on a larger scale. You know, we saw what happened in Israel when Hamas invaded Israel. I think something like that is plausible in Britain. Our borders are completely open. We've got millions of people here. We don't know who they are. We don't know what weapons they've got. We don't know if there are weapons caches in the Channel or in the UK. We're very, very vulnerable to a large-scale coordinated attack. So I think something like that is, although I understand the Islamist strategy has been to not have attacks like that and instead just wait and let the numbers do the work. I think there will be some sort of horrific incident, like a Millie Dowler type event, because everybody knew that the papers were hacking phones, but it wasn't until Millie Dowler, her phone, the girl who was murdered, it wasn't until her phone was hacked or her family's phones were hacked that it suddenly became this issue. And I think we're waiting for an event like that. Sadly, I think that means that innocent people are going to be hurt, not just in the event, but in the backlash to the event. As we saw with the Southport attack. But eventually, there's going to be a horrific event like that that's going to force change. I can't really see, like at the moment with the bickering on the right. I think a political solution will only happen when it's forced, if you understand what I mean. And I think if the right do fragment and fall apart and don't oppose the left, and if the left stay in power and continue their path of destroying Britain, then the other route for Britain would be paramilitary action, as we've seen in Ireland. So let's hope the right can actually coalesce and get their act together and stop playing petty politics and pulling each other's hair and do what's right for Britain.
Yeah, there's full agreement in the room for that, Leo, and some very wise. Although, rather sadly, I think the probability of what you're saying with regards to something very serious needing to happen is the high probability of that. Leo, tell us what you're up to and tell us where we can find you, mate.
So I've got my YouTube channel. You can find my YouTube channel. I stream on Thursdays for patrons and Substack subscribers, and I do some live shows. I'm planning another tour, and I've got some shows booked in Cambridge and I think Southampton as well. So if you go to my webpage leokierce.com, you can see those.
And I thoroughly recommend it too. Leo, thanks ever so much for coming on, mate. Really appreciate it. We'll have to get you back. They absolutely love you in the comments. You got some big curse fans in the comments there, particularly introducing him to some new Anglo-Saxon earlier. So thank you very much for that, mate. I'll see you very soon. Take care, buddy.
Cheers, Paul.
Jess, have you met Leo before?
I've not, but I would love to.
Yes, he's very tall, actually.
Is he?
Yeah, he's like 6'4". It's annoying.
Wow, that is tall.
I once was at a public event with him where we used to be on a show together, and the public it was a meet and greet, so they could come and meet us, which is weird. Trust me. Look, thanks ever so much for coming. If you did come to that event, but it's a bit weird. And everyone thought somehow, I don't know if I talk tall, but Jess, you'll confirm, I'm not particularly tall, I'm 5'9". They thought I was going to be taller than Leo.
Oh, wow.
Now, when he stood next to him, I looked like a small boy by comparison.
People always say in person they expect me to be a lot shorter. I'm
Really?
5'8", so
Yes.
I'm quite tall for a girl. Yeah, people see I should be 5'2", and yeah, no, I'm a tall girl.
Thanks so much for coming on today, Jess. Have you enjoyed it?
I've loved it every second.
Well, I'll definitely get you back. Everyone in the comments is saying to me how much they've loved having you on, how much they've loved the vibe between us. So thanks ever so much, Jess. Jess, tell everyone where they can find you, by the way.
You can find me on Twitter. My Twitter, or my X, is @Jessalyn Kane, and I'm also on TikTok @Jessalyn Kane, where I trigger all the lefties.
You do trigger all the lefties, and good for you. Look, this is towards the end of the show now. It feels like we've been on air for 3 minutes. It feels like it's just. I'm absolutely loving this. Mark wasn't with us today, and he won't be with us for the rest of the week. So I hope you did like the way I managed the show today. I'm going to carry on doing it like this all week. I want to talk to interesting people and hear what they have to say. But of course, I'm just a mouthpiece. None of this happens without Charlotte, Pooch, Luke the Duke. We do wish him well with his recovery from alcoholism. Scarlett and all of Pooch's dogs. Mike Graham, Calvin McKenzie. I think the King's involved somewhere. We definitely have Israelis and Russians involved. So thank you to them for all their ruples and shekels. Thank you very much indeed. But until next time, Common Senses, which is 10 a.m. tomorrow, I've been Paul Cox. Please tune in to Mike Graham at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Keep the revolution going. It will be televised, and keep it real. Take care.